Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tu Zhu Lei. Chapter 251-275. The Strength, Alice. Once Princess Christine Augustus announced her social debut, she could declare her engagement and hold the engagement ceremony. Robert had no reason to refuse any of this. Fortunately, he didn't have to marry immediately after the engagement. Additionally, the little princess was indeed too young, and the queen was somewhat reluctant to marry off her youngest daughter right away, especially when she was about to send off another daughter. So, Robert could still buy at least 2 years' time. He thought that since it was only an engagement, Ms. Amanda shouldn't have a strong reaction, right? Avon found it amusing, recalling Robert's hesitant expression at the time. In fact, Avon was also curious why Ms. Amanda was so angry about Robert's marriage. In his opinion, so-called marriage was merely a man-made constraint, a tool to maintain order and stability, just as laws were tools for rulers to maintain social stability. It held no practical meaning for people like them. Especially since Ms. Amanda was a Sequence 3 demigod of the Moon Pathway, she already possessed divinity. Did she still care about the constraints of worldly morals, or the meaning of marriage? Avon felt somewhat puzzled by this. After much thought, he could only conclude that Ms. Amanda had inherited her great-grandfather's legacy too early, so her mind was not as open-minded as some older demigods. In any case, with Robert's mind made up, at King George III's birthday banquet, after Princess Christine Augustus's social debut was announced, George III would also simultaneously announce the engagement of Robert and the little princess. After confirming there was no information worth noting in the newspaper, Avon folded it and placed it aside. Then, he elegantly extended a delicate hand to pick up the coffee in front of him, raising the white porcelain coffee cup to his lips. Blowing on the coffee in the cup, Avon took a small sip, savored it, and then lightly furrowed his brows before nodding, causing the surrounding gentlemen who were secretly watching to gasp. The ladies accompanying the gentlemen almost gnashed their teeth, all letting out a soft hum. The coffee shop chosen by Hanged Man was quite good. He wondered what expression Hanged Man would have when he discovered that the strength in his heart was a young lady. Based on his experience attending banquets, Avon confirmed that the Earl coffee he ordered was genuine. He couldn't help but inwardly praise it, then wondered what expression Alger would show when he saw him. That's right, today Alger had arranged to meet Avon here, and it was also the first time Avon had temporarily cut off Bonaparte's fortitude. He had reverted to his female form. The most important reason Avon did this was to try out what it felt like to appear as a woman. Avon had originally thought that since he possessed City of Calamity, he could easily integrate all the abilities from the hunter and assassin pathways, and unleash super strength like some beyonders who crossed pathways. But reality was not as simple as Avon imagined. Avon could use beyonder abilities from both pathways simultaneously, achieving a strength of 1 + 1 = 2, but he could not achieve the 1 + 1 is greater than 2 strength of cross-pathway beyonders. After much thought, Avon concluded that it was because he had never accepted the mirror image of Alice, which symbolized his weak and insecure past life. Therefore, even for the sake of improving his strength, Avon had to try to reconcile with himself. And Hanged Man Alger was someone he wasn't too familiar with, but trustworthy, someone he could expose his female form to without reservation. After all, in Hanged Man's mind, Fool was a terrifying, hidden existence, and he was very afraid, so he wouldn't risk angering Fool by betraying him. Looking at the beautiful reflection in the large glass window, Avon instinctively showed a look of disgust, wanting to turn his head away. And when Alice showed that look of disgust, making her originally very soft features appear very cold and alluring, the sound of a coffee cup breaking echoed in the cafe again, along with some ladies' disdainful yet envious snorts. Avon, however, paid no heed, merely looking at the people coming and going outside, completely ignoring them and not engaging in conversation with anyone else. After 2 or 3 minutes, just as a gentleman couldn't resist the urge to approach and strike up a conversation, the cafe door opened. A man with deep features, a rugged outline, and clear signs of being weathered by rain and wind, indicating long-term travel. Most notably, he had deep blue hair and wore a blue bishop's robe embroidered with lightning and storm symbols. It was none other than Hanged Man, a member of the Tarot Club, who had just completed his review by the Storm Church. Alger walked into the cafe, ignoring the waiter who came to greet him, and scanned the entire cafe, not finding the strength he had expected. He glanced at the large clock in the corner of the cafe and saw that their agreed time was approaching, causing him to frown. Just then, Alice raised her hand and waved, signaling Alger to look at her. Alger looked at the beautiful young lady who made him somewhat dazed, and instinctively heightened his vigilance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that on the table in front of the young lady, besides a cup of coffee and a newspaper, there was also a stack of tarot cards, with the strength card placed on top. The strength of the tarot club was actually a young lady. Alger suppressed his shock and, led by the waiter, arrived in front of Alice. He looked at her clear, lake-like green eyes, which made it difficult to discern her focus, wanting to confirm if this was indeed the person he was supposed to meet. Alice, as if unaware of Alger's inner shock, stood up cordially and extended her long, fair right hand to him, her smile sweet and completely different from her previous cold and alluring demeanor. "Long time no see." Alger ordered a Lance coffee from the standing waiter, and after dismissing the waiter, he cautiously extended his hand and shook Alice's hand under everyone's gaze, also saying, "Long time no see." At the same time, Alger also placed the Hanged Man tarot card he had prepared on the table, indicating his identity. Although it seemed a bit redundant given that Alice had greeted him, a necessary sense of ritual was still important. Under the stern gazes of many gentlemen in the cafe who were pretending to read newspapers, Alger sat opposite Alice. He glanced at the unfriendly looks around him and spoke first. "If I had known you were a beautiful young lady, I wouldn't have chosen to meet here." Alger still couldn't believe that the strength would be a young lady. And in such a short time, he had already thought about the seating arrangement at the Tarot Club. Fool, the convener of the Tarot Club, clearly arranged seats according to gender, men on the left and women on the right. And the strength was sitting to his right, to the son's left. All three of them were on Fool's right-hand side, so they should all be men. Moreover, during the several Tarot Club meetings, the strength's words and actions consistently displayed male characteristics, with no hint of femininity. Everyone's appearance at the Tarot Club was very blurry, but generally, corresponding details could be discerned, so Alger firmly believed in his heart that the strength was a man. But if the strength was a man, then who could this beautiful young lady in front of him be? Could it be that the Tarot Club had been exposed, and someone had learned from the strength about his appointment with him, and so they came to arrest him? In an instant, Alger's mind was in turmoil, his muscles tensed. His left hand, hidden under the coffee table, clutched a mask, ready to strike at any moment. Alice guessed what Alger was thinking and said with a smile, "I thought you would find a secret location, but I didn't expect you to choose an upscale coffee house. Even more, I didn't expect you to choose to directly expose your identity as a Storm Church member to meet me. Is it because I provided you with the wind-blessed magic potion formula and brought you the dragon-eyed sea eagle's eye you needed, and you believed you couldn't hide your identity from me, so you stopped hiding?" Upon hearing Alice's words, Alger relaxed slightly. Even if the strength was caught and their meeting time and place exposed, the captors wouldn't know so many details. Although the young lady in front of him couldn't fully prove that she was the strength, at least it ruled out the possibility of the strength being exposed. "I think that when we meet in reality, we should at least be a little more honest." Alger directly admitted why he chose this coffee shop and wore the Storm Church priest's robe. At the same time, he glanced at the prying eyes around him and said, "And I also didn't expect you to be a woman, otherwise I would never have chosen this place." Alice heard Alger's sarcasm about his lack of honesty, but watching the old fox brazenly talk about honesty in front of her, she couldn't help but find it amusing. She found it amusing and didn't suppress herself, directly letting out a peal of silver bell-like laughter. The laughter carried the inherent charm effect of a demoness of pleasure, causing Alger, who was sitting opposite, to momentarily lose himself, and making the gentlemen secretly observing them in the café make embarrassing displays, with another round of coffee cups shattering. After a moment of being enchanted by Alice's laughter, Alger immediately sobered up, relying on the coldness from the mask clutched in his left hand. He looked at Alice with increased vigilance and inwardly exclaimed, "How formidable!" The laughter gradually subsided. Alice looked at Alger and said with a cold smile, "If you had chosen an inconspicuous tavern or coffee shop, of course, I could have been honest with you. But you specifically chose an upscale coffee shop in Empress Borough. Isn't what you were thinking obvious?" Alger faced Alice's direct taunt without batting an eye, because he had deliberately chosen this location for the rendezvous to create a challenge for Avon. After the last Tarot Club meeting, Alger believed that the Strength was very likely a member of the Augustus family, and a direct descendant at that. Such a person would generally not live in seclusion, and many people should know him. Most of the people entering and exiting this coffee shop were high-ranking officials and nobles. If the Strength disguised himself, there would be a risk of being recognized. If he used other methods, such as booking out the coffee shop, Alger could easily find out his identity afterwards. Therefore, choosing this upscale coffee shop for the rendezvous was Alger's method to expose the Strength, a challenge he posed to the Strength. However, the Strength's response was something Alger had never expected, opening his eyes. He actually turned into a woman. At this moment, Alger was certain that the young lady in front of him was the Strength, but he didn't know what method he used to achieve this. By intuition, Alger believed that the person in front of him was indeed a physiological female, and not achieved through makeup or disguise. At the same time, Alger felt even more wary of the Strength. A person of noble birth, a royal descendant with extremely high acting talent, actually transformed into a woman without any psychological barriers. The thought alone was chilling. Just then, the waiter brought Alger's coffee. Alger took a sip of coffee, then said, "How should I address you?" Alice said directly without any psychological barrier. "You can call me Miss Alice." Is this person mentally abnormal? He doesn't care about his gender at all. Alger found Alice's composure very difficult to understand. Even a normal person wearing women's clothes would have some emotional fluctuations, let alone a gender change. But Alger didn't hear even a hint of fluctuation in the Strength's tone. "This is the dragon-eyed sea eagle's eye you wanted. Check the goods." Alice did not ask Alger's name, directly pulled out a small wooden box, and pushed it in front of Alger. Since Alice didn't ask, Alger didn't introduce himself. Instead, he directly broke the spiritual wall on the small wooden box and opened it to look inside. Looking at the eyeball with the emerald green pupil inside, and feeling the attraction between his Beander characteristic and the material in his hand, Alger took a deep breath. Without further identification, he could confirm that this was the material he needed. As long as he could go to that island with many Beander creatures and hunt a blue shadow falcon, he would be able to gather the materials to advance to Wind Blessed. He thought about how it took him nearly 7 or 8 years to complete the potion digestion and material collection, but after joining the Tarot Club, it only took him less than 3 or 4 months to gather the more difficult to collect Sequence 6 formula and magic potion materials. He felt that his future was bright, and his heart was very excited. He said to Alice, in a light tone, "No need to identify it. This is the material I need, and it can serve as a deposit for your purchase of the ghost ship. According to our previous agreement, it counts as 2,500 gold pounds. However, my ghost ship is actually the property of the Storm Church. You intend to use this ship as your mount, so how should we proceed with the transaction?" "The deal. Since you've already openly revealed your identity to me, I won't hide anything either." Alice looked at Alger and said unhurriedly, "I've wanted to find a ghost ship for a long time, so I've always paid close attention to news about them. Information on the great pirate Alger and his ghost ship naturally landed on my desk. Your ghost ship has always been in my sights. It's just that I didn't know you were an active member of the Storm Church before. But now that I do, it means this ghost ship isn't actually your property, but the Storm Church's. You only have the right to use it. Alice paused, and seeing that Alger wasn't offended by her words, she continued. Since you don't have ownership, I can't offer you a price based on normal market rates. Alger didn't refute this. He didn't have a sealed artifact that could change his appearance, so as long as he met Mr. Power, he would absolutely be unable to hide his identity. This was something he had anticipated before coming. Therefore, whether for his own safety or to add weight to the transaction, he wore the Storm Church priest uniform, which he rarely wore. At the same time, Alger was also somewhat glad that he had agreed to this meeting and transaction, because he learned from Alice's words that his ghost ship had been on his consideration list before. Without this transaction and face-to-face communication, two Tarot Club members might have ended up fighting each other without knowing the other's identity. Alger had no confidence in defeating Mr. Power, given that his own sequence and influence were clearly weaker than his. It would be even more unfair if he died at Mr. Power's hands. Alger nodded in agreement with Alice's words, then asked a question that greatly puzzled him. Since you've already confirmed that my ghost ship belongs to the Storm Church, you could completely use your identity to negotiate with the church. Now you're still thinking of continuing the previous transaction, which leaves me somewhat confused. Alice thought for a moment and decided there was nothing to hide, so she explained. I want to place this ghost ship within the strategic support force of the Loan Kingdom that is about to be established. The formation of this army faces significant resistance, especially from within the Navy, and you and I both know the relationship between the Navy and the Storm Church. Therefore, if I don't want to incur additional costs when forming this strategic force, I cannot directly negotiate with the Storm Church. Robert is now considered one of the spokesmen for the Storm Church in Loan politics, but only one of them. The biggest spokesman is still the Conservative Party's big shot, Duke Nigan. Robert could seek assistance from the Storm Church when forming the strategic support force and mediate with the Old Guard in the Navy represented by Duke Nigan, but this would come at a great cost, and his influence might be weakened, which Robert and Avon were unwilling to see. This was also why Avon had wanted Robert to affiliate this strategic support force with the Navy before, in order to minimize resistance from the Navy. So, to obtain the ghost ship in Alger's hands, negotiating with the Storm Church was out of the question. So, you're saying that I, the person currently in control of the ghost ship, am very important to you. After all, without my cooperation, it would be difficult for you to acquire this ghost ship. Alger understood that Mr. Power couldn't bypass him and directly negotiate with the Storm Church, and his heart settled. He prepared to rub his hands together and fleece Alice. Alice glanced at Alger, guessing what he was thinking, and said with a smile. It's true, as you said, with your cooperation, I can easily acquire the ghost ship. But I must also remind you that your public identity is that of a pirate, not a priest of the Storm Church. Therefore, I can directly seize this ghost ship in the name of combating piracy, without having to endure reproaches from the Storm Church. You can indeed do that, but don't forget that even if you defeat me and seize the ghost ship, you won't have to face reproaches from the church. However, there's no guarantee that the church won't demand the ghost ship back. As you said, many people probably don't want you to get the ghost ship, and they will fan the flames behind the scenes. Alger showed no weakness in the face of Alice's undisguised military threat and retorted directly. And Alice was not moved by Alger's counter-threat, because both sides knew that this was essentially bargaining, showing their respective cards. Alger was a smart man. He firmly grasped the point that Avon needed his cooperation to 100% secure the ghost ship. As long as Avon hadn't lost interest in the ghost ship, he couldn't ignore his demands. The two sides bickered for a while, even threatening each other, yet they maintained warm smiles on their faces, making those who were watching their conversation believe they were truly having a pleasant discussion. Just tell me directly, how much do you want? After bickering for a while, Avon was also a bit tired. Moreover, both sides had already laid out their cards, so he began to directly ask Alger for his price. 20,000 gold pounds. Just give me 20,000 gold pounds, and I will cooperate with your actions, no deception. Alger hesitated for a moment and quoted what he considered a high price. If he owned the ghost ship, he would dare to sell it for 100,000 gold pounds. Unfortunately, he was only selling his loyalty to the Storm Church, so he could only ask for this price. 10,000 gold pounds. A Beander characteristic of Sequence 5 is worth 10,000 gold pounds. I think this price is reasonable. Alice heard Alger's quote and offered her own price. Clearly, Alger could not accept the fact that his quote was directly halved, and he couldn't help but retort. After continuous back and forth between the two parties, the final price for this transaction was set at 17,500 gold pounds. The Dragon IC Eagle, Eyeball, which had already been paid as a deposit, was valued at 2,500 gold pounds, so Alice still needed to pay Alger 15,000 gold pounds. After settling on the price, Alice's eyes darted, and she asked with a smile, "Can I substitute these 15,000 gold pounds with materials or formulas?" Alger looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him with surprise. He had the magic potion formula for Sequence 6 Wind Blessed, which Mr. Power had sold to him. So, the formula he mentioned to offset the gold pounds could only be a Sequence 5 formula. Sequence 5 Beyonders hold a very high position even within the Orthodox churches, with some even able to enter the highest decision-making circles. Their status is extremely high. Pirate generals who roam the 5 seas are only Sequence 5, after all. Correspondingly, there has never been any rumor of a Sequence 5 magic potion formula being circulated or traded at any gathering. Only at mysterious gatherings rumored to be hosted by demigods have items of this level appeared. It seems Mr. Power's influence far exceeds my previous expectations. Alger sighed inwardly, feeling that his estimation of Mr. Power always seemed to be an underestimate. At the same time, he quickly said, "Of course you can, I can even give you a certain discount." The opportunity to obtain the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster formula from the storm pathway through a channel outside the church was once in a lifetime. Alger absolutely did not want to miss any opportunity, so even though he knew that Mr. Power might have been waiting for him, he could only take the initiative to ask to purchase it. "I don't know the complete Ocean Songster formula, only its corresponding advancement ritual. Are you sure you still want it?" 2. Alice looked at Alger at her leisure, her eyes full of anticipation for his reaction. Having just been at a disadvantage in the contest with Alger, Avon, who preferred to be in control, was actually quite displeased. Annoying Alger a little could alleviate his depressed mood. As for the Ocean Songster formula, Avon found it in Lord of the Mysteries, in his mind. It was given by the elf archer Shatas to Klein, who then sold it to Alger. In the book, because Alger had already obtained Shatas's Beander characteristic in advance, he did not pay attention to the main and auxiliary ingredients in the formula, which led to the lack of corresponding descriptions in the book. Otherwise, Avon would definitely have sold the complete Ocean Songster magic potion formula for an exorbitant price, and might even have made Alger pay him instead. If he had the complete magic potion formula, Alice would have been willing to sell it to Alger, because he had always planned to bring Mr. Fool's Tarot Club under his control. Therefore, Alger being able to advance faster than in the original work was something he was happy to see happen. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too hasty in the book. Alice looked at Alger, thinking with schadenfreude. As Alice expected, Alger's facial muscles became unusually twisted and conflicted, his expression changing erratically and looking quite bad. This was a difficult choice, full of uncertainty, and clearly Alice was not like Mr. Fool, who would give more hints, leaving him to struggle alone. Alger was, after all, a decisive person, so he didn't struggle for too long. He made his decision and said to Alice, "How many gold pounds do you want this ritual to offset?" If it was too expensive, he would give up. There was no reason to give up the gold pounds he could get now for a ritual, Alger decided in his heart. 3,000 gold pounds. Alice winked playfully and stated her price. A Beander characteristic of sequence 5 is generally 10,000 gold pounds, and it's normal for it to increase to 15,000 gold pounds due to scarcity. The market price of a magic potion formula is 5,000 gold pounds, but it's usually impossible to buy one for 8,000 gold pounds. Therefore, Alice's offer of 3,000 gold pounds was a price that hit Alger's psychological threshold, making him unwilling to give up and forcing him to nod in agreement. After enjoying Alger's conflicted expression, Alice was in a good mood and didn't make things difficult for him. She directly told Alger, "The ritual to advance to Ocean Songster is to find an Omni Sea and consume the magic potion in its belly." Alger quickly recalled the higher-level information he had seen recently due to his promotion. Omni Sea is an ancient sea monster that can directly swallow a sailing ship. It has a huge and twisted body, up to 3 heads, and entangled tentacles. It is the protagonist of many terrifying legends of the sea, and also something coastal residents use to scare children. Most of these sea monsters that threaten shipping lanes have already been tamed by the Storm Church. If it were before, Alger would have simply thought that the Storm Church was maintaining the sea trade routes. Now that he knew the ritual, he understood that the Storm Church was preventing sailors not under its control from advancing to Ocean Songster. Where should I look for an Omni Sea monster not controlled by the Church? Alger did not suggest having someone verify the authenticity of the ritual. He believed that Mr. Power would not deceive him for 3,000 gold pounds, and he still needed his cooperation to acquire the ghost ship. Deceiving him now would be a net loss. At the same time, he was also secretly glad that Alice had offered the price of 3,000 gold pounds, allowing him to complete the transaction. Because this ritual could indeed be planned and prepared in advance, allowing him to search for materials and prepare the ritual simultaneously. How do you plan to pay? Bank transfer or something else? The largest denomination currency in the Loan Kingdom was the £10 note. 12,000 gold pounds would be 1,200 banknotes. Alger glanced at Alice's lace dress and confirmed that she couldn't carry that many paper notes on her person. Of course, by offering it as a sacrifice to Mr. Fool for you. If there's a sudden, unusually large transfer, don't you think the bank won't investigate? Although this can be circumvented, there are no 100% secret methods in this world. Reduce the danger by 1 point if you can. Alger didn't expect such an answer. He still held great reverence for Mr. Fool. For a transaction like this, not reached at the Tarot Club, asking Mr. Fool for help made him feel a bit uneasy. Doing that might not necessarily reduce risk, it might even increase it. Alger never believed in unprovoked kindness in this world. Although Mr. Fool appeared very benevolent, he had never let down his guard. So, his words were both a reminder to Mr. Power and a test, as he wanted to know why Mr. Power seemed so relaxed about Mr. Fool. Unfortunately, he was destined not to get the answer he wanted, because Alice could not possibly tell him that Mr. Fool was actually just a Sequence 7 Beander, like him, at the moment. Alice simply smiled, not taking his bait, but instead gave him her final instructions. Whether at the Tarot Club or now, you have never made a request to purchase blue shadow feathers, which indicates you have relevant clues. So, advance as quickly as possible. Don't die due to weakness when the plan is implemented, that would be a huge joke. Remember, I can give you a maximum of 2 months to prepare. Alger's face darkened, but he didn't retort, because according to their agreed plan, his insufficient strength was indeed quite dangerous. After Alice finished speaking, she didn't look at Alger's reaction. She picked up the small makeup bag placed on the seat next to her, elegantly stood up, and left. Looking at Alice's retreating back, Alger picked up his coffee cup and took another sip, remaining in his seat with no intention of leaving, as he needed to deal with the aftermath. He had intended to use this high-end coffee shop to force Mr. Power to reveal his identity, but Mr. Power saw through his plan. And Mr. Power's response completely exceeded Alger's expectations. He actually transformed into a woman, easily resolving Alger's probe. Not only did he not expose his identity, but he also presented Alger with a not-so-small problem. Alice's beauty was truly outstanding, and she made no attempt to conceal her charm, captivating all the men and some of the women in the coffee shop, while the remaining women harbored jealousy towards her. This was evident from how some people, after Alice left the coffee shop, eagerly rushed out, disregarding gentlemanly conduct or the expressions of the women they had come with. Those who remained did so because they were more socially experienced. They recognized Alice's noble demeanor and expensive attire, and they were unwilling to behave like scavenging wild dogs, circling Alice and vying for her attention, so they turned their gaze to Alger, who was clearly acquainted with Alice. The people in the coffee shop were either rich or powerful, possessing considerable influence, and Alger had to handle these troubles carefully. Otherwise, these people could quickly investigate him thoroughly, and his identity as a member of the Storm Church would likely be exposed. And a priest of the Storm Church would not be recognized by pirates. Although pirates generally believed in the Storm God, they would never consider him one of their own. This would result in significant losses to the resources Alger had accumulated and diminish his value in the eyes of the church's high-ranking officials, rendering years of effort futile, which he absolutely did not want to see. Alger already regretted provoking Mr. Power. He had essentially shot himself in the foot. However, while dealing with the aftermath was troublesome, for Alger, it was merely an inconvenience, not something he couldn't handle. He was just growing more curious about Mr. Power's identity. What's the point of concealing your identity now? If the LotM Kingdom forms a strategic support force, it will certainly cause a stir. By then, you'll be exposed just by paying attention to the relevant information. Alger sneered, mocking Alice in his heart. Meanwhile, Alice, with the nimble movements of a hunter and assassin, sat in a carriage, holding a small mirror, and with a hand adorned with a lace glove, she tidied her slightly disheveled hair, then let out a laugh, and as she laughed, the entire carriage seemed to brighten by a degree. Alger is probably being pestered by the people in the coffee shop right now. Men's pursuit of beauty and women's jealousy should not be underestimated. Alice put down the small mirror, thinking of Alger's predicament, and couldn't help but laughingly muse. Moreover, Avon's transformation into Alice this time was not just to adapt to his female body, but also to mislead Alger. The more Avon concealed his identity now, the more Alger would be convinced of his previous speculation that Mr. Power was a descendant of the Augustus royal family. And Avon also deliberately mentioned to him the purpose of his seeking to purchase a ghost ship. On one hand, the whereabouts of the ghost ship couldn't be kept secret, so Avon simply didn't hide it from him. On the other hand, Avon planned to use George III's birthday banquet to find a way to get Edsac Augustus out and make him the nominal supreme commander of the newly formed army, to reduce related resistance. By then, when Alger heard the news, he might directly conclude that Edsac Augustus was Mr. Power of the Tarot Club due to his previous speculation. If that really happened, it would be too amusing. The carriage carried Alice to the West District, and Alice comfortably looked out the window at the shops and people along the road, when suddenly her eyes narrowed. With the sharp vision like an eagle brought by the assassin, she noticed a mailbox with a slightly peculiar symbol. This was the contact signal sent by the Intis ambassador to the LotM Kingdom, Beckerlang, to the Fasak Empire's senior intelligence officer, Miss Alice. In the past few days, Miss Sharon and Klein had been busy digging a pit for the marionettist Rosago, and Avon had also been busy. He directly used his authority in Military Intelligence Section 9 to forge Alice's identity, intentionally approaching Beckerlang, and as a Fasak Empire intelligence officer, he prepared to turn him. And Beckerlang quickly believed Alice's identity for no other reason than that Alice directly told him that her intention to turn him was for the rat within the high echelons of the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency. Alice told Beckerlang that due to Zarel's unexpected exposure and death, Zarel's former superior, now Lieutenant General Gari Ning, the highest-ranking official in the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency, suspected that a traitor had appeared within the highest echelons of the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency. And after a thorough investigation, they discovered an abnormal connection between the Intis embassy in the LotM Kingdom and the Fasak Empire's capital, St. Malong City. Coupled with Zarel's plan to steal the armored battleship blueprints at the time, and the unusual movements of the Intis embassy, the Fasak Empire directly locked onto Beckerlang. Because Alice spoke too clearly and logically, Beckerlang had nothing to say. Moreover, many of the details were information Beckerlang himself didn't know, such as Zarel's identity and information about his former superior, Lieutenant General Gari Ning, so Beckerlang had no doubt about Alice's identity and believed it implicitly. Due to his fear of being secretly executed upon returning to Intis, Beckerlang was not at all averse to contact with Alice. Life finds its own way, and Beckerlang, who had no desire to passively await death, would not give up any possible chance to survive. Therefore, he had been actively engaging with Alice, negotiating terms. Previously, their interactions had always been at relevant banquets, but today, he suddenly used a secret code to make contact, which was out of character and likely meant something had happened. Go to the nearby municipal park. Alice withdrew her gaze and instructed the coachman. Soon, the coachman brought Alice to the nearest municipal park. After Alice paid the fare, she avoided the crowd and went to a quiet corner, sat on a park bench, and pulled out a note. 12 a.m. tonight, 47 Red Rose Street, Empress Borough. A ball of flame appeared in Avon's hand, instantly burning the note to ashes. It seems Beckerlang has officially received the transfer order from the Intis Republic. Avon knew about Beckerlang's transfer order even before Beckerlang himself. After all, the replacement of an ambassador also needed to be reported to King George III for his opinion. Beckerlang was at a dead end. He now had two choices. One was to obtain the armored battleship blueprints tonight and render an invaluable service to the Intis Republic. The other was to defect to the Fasak Empire, and with his understanding of the rat, secure a position within the Fasak Empire. Rosago hasn't even acted yet, and the outcome of his actions is still unknown, yet he's already made an appointment to meet me. His calculations are practically hitting me in the face. Alice flicked the ashes of the note from her hand to the ground and sneered. Beckerlang's plan was, if Rosago's operation failed, he would secretly leave the embassy during tonight's farewell banquet, then use the power in Alice's hands and the exit channels provided by the Fasak Empire to defect to the Fasak Empire. And if Rosago's operation succeeded and he was no longer in danger of losing his life, he would find a way to eliminate Alice, the woman who knew he might defect to the Fasak Empire, to eliminate future troubles. Beckerlang's calculations were excellent, but he didn't know that the so-called armored battleship blueprints were bait used to catch him and Rosago. He also didn't know that the so-called Miss Alice, Lieutenant General Gari Ning's most capable subordinate, was actually impersonated by the Deputy Director of the Loan Kingdom's Military Intelligence Section 9, and from the very beginning, their intention was to take his life. The reason for wanting his life was exactly the same as the reason Intis wanted his life, to protect Petrov Andrei, who was secretly lurking in the heart of the Fasak Empire's intelligence agency. To some extent, Petrov Andrei was Beckerlang's nemesis. Both sides wanted to kill Beckerlang solely to protect him. Since the meeting is scheduled for tonight, it means Rosago will also make his move tonight. This news must be conveyed to Klein and Miss Sharon as soon as possible so they can prepare for it, and ideally, lure Rosago to the outskirts of Backland. The municipal park in the West District was not far from Avon's safe house, which was also where Avon changed. Avon avoided people's eyes. He climbed into the villa, changed back into his male form, put on inconspicuous clothes, and went to Klein's house in Sherwood Borough. He knocked on the door, and as expected, Klein was not home. Avon, unsurprised, took out an envelope. The envelope had an inverted triangle drawn on it, indicating that the content inside needed to be decrypted using the steaming and mechanical Bible. Klein, disguised as a believer of the god of steam and machinery, always kept the steaming and mechanical Bible at home. After leaving Klein's house, to ensure that Klein would see the message he left even if he didn't return immediately, Avon found a homeless pickpocket on the street and had him inform Ian Wright about the matter. Ian Wright was the bait Miss Sharon and Klein used to lure Rosago, deeply involved in the operation to ambush and kill Rosago, so their contact was very frequent. Avon might not even know where Klein was at the moment, but Ian Wright definitely would. Actually, a simpler method would be to pray to Fool, but Alger's reminder today had somewhat startled Avon. He couldn't be too casual with Fool, to prevent Klein from noticing anything amiss. This method of communication is really inconvenient. I can't recruit spirit world creature messengers, at least, I wouldn't dare to do so before becoming a demigod. Should I prompt Klein to do this earlier? Avon thought for a while, but ultimately decided not to casually alter the story for such a minor matter. The spirit world has a very close connection with reality, and Sister Coconut Tree would absolutely not be able to stay in the spirit world area corresponding to Backland. Even for the safety of Backland, the three great churches and the royal family would have to protect the spirit world corresponding to Backland. Therefore, if Klein were to recruit a messenger in Backland, he would absolutely not be able to meet Sister Coconut Tree. And Sister Coconut Tree is also an important part of Avon's future plans, so he cannot take the corresponding risks, especially since even Miss Sharon doesn't know that her teacher is still alive. Establishing contact with her would be a pipe dream. At dusk, Klein, who had received the message from Ian Wright, rushed home and took out a stack of envelopes from the mailbox outside the door. They were either water, gas, and sanitation bills, or some junk mail. Finding Avon's envelope, Klein eagerly entered the house, turned on the gas lamp, opened the steaming and mechanical Bible, and began an urgent translation. Not long after, Klein had decrypted Avon's letter. Rosago will act tonight. After reading the letter, Klein immediately shook his hand, and Avon's envelope and his own translated content were burned by a sudden flame. Then he stood up, looked at the setting sun outside, his eyes exceptionally cold and sharp. Backland, Empress Burrow, Intis Embassy to the Loan Kingdom. Young men and women danced gracefully to the melodies played by the band. Alice, holding a pale yellow champagne, accidentally walked over to today's protagonist, the outgoing ambassador, Beckerlang. Thank you for coming to my farewell banquet, you are the most beautiful lady I have ever seen. Beckerlang, slightly thin, with some stubble, and a handsome appearance, ceremonially kissed the back of Alice's hand, which was covered by a white gauze glove, not at all concealing his inner desire and boldness. In fact, whether in public or in private, Beckerlang had never concealed his desire for Alice, and Alice had used this opportunity to play a push-and-pull game with him, to demonstrate the sincerity of the Faceac Empire. This aroused disgust among some people who were paying attention to Beckerlang. Some even wanted to step forward and take away the beautiful Miss Alice. Although none of them knew Alice, it didn't mean they didn't want to. However, considering the occasion, they suppressed their inner impulses. Alice, whose hand was kissed, felt like she was about to vomit, but she showed no expression on her face. Instead, she bit her lip lightly, expressing regret for Beckerlang's departure from the Loan Kingdom. Chapter 253 Alice Einhorn. Since Beckerlang was the protagonist of the day, he didn't say much to Alice and went to greet the other guests. Alice then took the note and key from Beckerlang and walked towards the dining table at the edge of the hall. As she took food with her plate, Alice secretly glanced at the note, which read, "The third room from the end on the left side of the second floor." Alice smiled lightly, putting away the note and key. Because Alice's interaction with Beckerlang attracted a lot of attention, after the dance began at the banquet, gentlemen constantly approached her, inviting her to dance, but Alice politely declined them all. Just as Alice stood by the railing on the second floor, holding a glass of high-end red wine and watching the people dancing below, a pleasant voice came from behind her. "Is this your first time attending a Backland gathering? Otherwise, with your looks, I shouldn't forget you." Alice turned her head and saw a beautiful girl with golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin speaking to her. It was Miss Justice Audrey, whom she hadn't seen in real life for a long time. Following her was a large golden retriever. This golden retriever was very obedient, sitting upright beside Audrey and curiously looking at Alice. "No, this is my first time attending a banquet in such a manner." Alice was not surprised at all to meet Audrey at this gathering. The ambassador of the Intis Republic to the Loan Kingdom, while important, representing a powerful North Continent nation, was also not that important, as this position sometimes couldn't decide major matters. Not to mention Beckerlang's reputation wasn't good, and he was about to leave his post. Under these circumstances, high-ranking figures from the Loan Kingdom would not attend this farewell banquet, they could only send representatives. The most suitable representatives for Earl Hall, who would not be considered impolite, were naturally Earl Hall's children. As for how Alice knew, it was, of course, because Robert's current assistant had sent the relevant invitation to Avon, asking Avon to attend on Robert's behalf. However, Avon had another purpose for coming here today and could only enter as Alice, so he naturally wouldn't use the invitation that clearly stated Robert's name, only the one Beckerlang provided. My name is Audrey Hall, and this is Susie. May I ask your name? Audrey even specifically introduced Susie. You can call me Alice. I didn't expect to meet the Pearl of Backland the first time I attended such a banquet. I had heard of you before, and seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well deserved. Alice and Audrey curtsied to each other, then stroked the golden retriever's head, and then praised Audrey with undisguised admiration. As a telepathist, Audrey could hear Alice's sincere praise, and to her surprise, it made her feel somewhat overwhelmed. Audrey had been beautiful since childhood, and coupled with her status, she had heard too many compliments. But after becoming a Beander, Audrey had developed a strong immunity to such compliments, as she could immediately discern the malice behind people's praise of her. Especially the praise from some female companions she had played with since childhood often hid deep jealousy and curses towards her. So, when she discovered a beautiful young woman whose appearance was by no means inferior to her own, praising her with a sincere heart, she was naturally a little surprised. Thank you for your praise. If Miss Alice had attended Backland's balls and other social events earlier, I imagine this praise would belong to you. Audrey looked at the young woman in front of her, also praising the other party with a sincere heart. May I know your full name? I always feel a strong sense of familiarity with you. The main reason Audrey engaged Alice in conversation was that she always felt a strong sense of familiarity with Alice, coupled with her brother's urging to come along, which prompted her to approach. There's nothing I can't say. My full name is Alice Einhorn. Alice lightly sipped the red wine in the glass she held, saying leisurely. Ah! Audrey couldn't help but cover her mouth. She knew very well that the Einhorn family was the royal family of the Faesac Empire on the North Continent, equivalent to the Augustus royal family of the Loan Kingdom. She never expected the beautiful young woman in front of her to be a princess, but the visit of a Faesac Empire princess should be a major event, at least accompanied by a princess of the Augustus family. Why hadn't she heard any rumors? No wonder I've never heard of you before. So, should I address you as your Royal Highness now? But where are your attendants? And why haven't I heard any news of your visit? Audrey looked around but found no one secretly protecting or watching them. This was completely different from the security measures for royal family members she had seen before. Those secretly watching them were either gentlemen with ulterior motives or women on the verge of madness from jealousy, which was absolutely abnormal. You can just call me Alice. Right now, no one in all of Backland knows of my existence. Alice laughed unreservedly, telling Audrey the absolute truth. Audrey's mouth slightly opened. She felt that the surprises she experienced tonight surpassed those of the past few weeks combined. Combining this with some storybooks she had read as a child, she asked in an incredible whisper, with a tone that was a mix of anticipation and fear. Did you run away from home? Was it to escape an arranged marriage, or for freedom? Alice hadn't expected Audrey to react this way, which completely exceeded her expectations. She couldn't help but ask back with some amusement. Has Miss Audrey read too many novels written by Emperor Rosal? Hearing Alice's question, Audrey also realized her reaction was a bit exaggerated, as the things she mentioned only appeared in novels, and she had never heard of similar events in reality. But then Audrey remembered the news that the royal family had announced an upcoming marriage alliance with the Fenaport royal family a few days ago. Her mind whirred, and she asked very gossipy. Then why would a princess like you come to Backland alone? Is it for a royal marriage alliance? Alice shook her head, then saw a handsome man walking towards them from a distance, and said to Audrey. It's not what you imagine. You'll know what I'm here for in a couple of days. For now, could you please keep it a secret for me?" Audrey was not a talkative person. Although she was very curious about Alice's purpose in Backland, she promised Alice with great discretion. "What are the two pearls discussing? May I share in it?" The handsome man walking towards Alice and Audrey was naturally Audrey's brother, Lord Hibbert. Since he arrived, he had immediately noticed Alice, who kept refusing dance invitations from gentlemen. He felt as if he had been shot, and his gaze constantly drifted towards Alice. After 2 dances, seeing that Alice still hadn't accepted anyone else's invitation to dance, he couldn't help but encourage his sister to approach Alice, hoping to create an opportunity for himself. In fact, after Audrey arrived at the ball, she also noticed Alice, who was out of place with everyone else, yet possessed an unforgettable appearance and made her feel somewhat familiar. That's why she approached her, prompted by her brother's urging. "This is my brother, Lord Hibbert, and this is Miss Alice." Audrey naturally knew her brother's intentions, so she naturally acted as an intermediary, introducing the two parties. "Your beauty is the greatest surprise of tonight's banquet. I imagine your good name will spread throughout Backland tomorrow." Hibbert lowered his head and kissed Alice's outstretched hand, exclaiming in admiration. "Thank you for your praise. I heard you are pushing for the establishment of the Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee." Robert also attached great importance to this matter, as he saw it as a new initiative by George III to promote a ritual, so he intended to disrupt it. Avon also agreed with this, and all official actions now were clearly in preparation for the Great Smog at the end of the year. When reading Lord of the Mysteries, Avon believed that the Great Smog had a taste of cooperating with atmospheric pollution control. Because the major polluters were the large factories that the Loan Kingdom was proud of, almost 100% of the nobles and capitalists were involved. Shaking these factories was equivalent to shaking the foundation of the nation and becoming an enemy of the entire ruling class. Even George III dared not act rashly, he had to win over as much support as possible. And the believers who died in the Great Smog were George III's best means of gaining the support of the 3 great churches for atmospheric pollution control. Only by a large number of people dying, making atmospheric pollution control the temporary top political correctness of the Loan Kingdom, could this matter be pushed forward. From a long-term and public perspective, atmospheric pollution control was certainly a good thing, but for Robert and Avon, it was not so good. Unless George III could offer tempting benefits, they would not openly support it. And to make George III offer a high price, it was necessary to make this matter a bit difficult, and the first to bear the brunt was Audrey's elder brother, Lord Hibbert. Having just entered politics and been entrusted with such a major task by his father, Lord Hibbert was naturally very proud, and Alice's words happened to hit his sweet spot. Atmospheric pollution concerns the future well-being of everyone in Backland. After receiving the task to form the Atmospheric Investigation Committee, I have been constantly trembling with trepidation. Alice smiled lightly, as if complimenting him, and said, "Earl Hall is a true statesman. Since he entrusted this matter to his son, he must believe that his son can complete this arduous task." Hibbert Hall laughed heartily, showing a look of course, then extended his hand and said, "May I have the honor of inviting Miss Alice for a dance?" Alice feigned a headache, gently shaking her head and saying, "I've been frail since childhood, and now I'm a bit low on energy. I'm just about to find a room to rest." Looking at Alice, who seemed as fragile as a flower in the wind, Lord Hibbert's eyes were full of tenderness, and he quickly said, "I'll go find you a place to rest." Alice shook her head, showing the key in her hand, and said, "This is a room key I asked from the staff, you don't need to trouble yourself further." Hibbert Hall wanted to say more, but at this moment, someone else approached with a wine glass, clearly looking for Hibbert Hall, and Audrey and Alice took the opportunity to leave. "It seems you don't like my brother. It's also my first time seeing Hibbert so attentive to a woman, even using me as a stepping stone." In fact, after learning Alice's surname was Einhorn, Audrey basically concluded that her brother probably had no chance. But after all, it involved her own brother, and Alice's excuse was so obvious, so she couldn't help but speak. Alice just smiled at Audrey's words, not saying much. She walked to a door before saying to her, "Actually, the timing of our meeting today isn't good. It might cause you trouble in the future, so let's stop here. Many people at the ball know and are watching you, you can't disappear for too long." Audrey was a bit puzzled, but as a telepathist, she could hear Alice's good intentions. Coupled with Alice being a Fasak Empire princess, appearing in Backland, inside the Intis Republic's embassy to the Loan Kingdom, without anyone else knowing, it seemed quite unusual no matter how she thought about it. Audrey, deep in thought, took a deep look at Alice, then called her golden retriever Susie and left. Seeing Audrey leave with the golden retriever without asking further questions, Alice praised her in her heart, then opened the door with the key. She sat on the sofa in the room, closing her eyes and waiting for Beckerlang's arrival. Not long after, Beckerlang opened the door and, seeing Alice sitting in the dimly lit room, was about to embrace her directly. Alice naturally wouldn't let him succeed. She deftly got up, dodged Beckerlang's bear hug, and said with a smile, "Are all you Intis men baboons with their brains in their loins?" Beckerlang laughed heartily, sat on the sofa, and then looked at Alice, saying, "Although Intis men are all romantic, they are only so passionate and infatuated with angels. I'll take that as a compliment. This sudden contact, have you thought it through?" Alice didn't want to get entangled with Beckerlang and went straight to the point. Seeing Alice like this, Beckerlang shrugged indifferently and said, "The country recalled me without consulting my opinion at all, they definitely have ill intentions. I've now decided to defect to the Fasak Empire. Are the conditions you offered before still valid?" Alice giggled and extended her finger, saying, "Of course, my word is my bond, but shouldn't you give me the list we want?" Chapter 254, What does Alice have to do with Avon? Watching Alice extend her slender hand, asking him for information, Beckerlang felt an inexplicable agitation, guessing that this beautiful woman was using tactics on him. He snorted coldly and then said, "Transactions have always been cash on delivery. This is my biggest card, how could I possibly hand it over to you now? At the very least, I need to safely arrive in St. Milan City, and receive my letter of appointment before I can hand it over." "What do you mean now? Are you trying to control me, waiting for me to hand over the suspect list, and then kick me aside?" In this transaction, Beckerlang was actually at a disadvantage. The only thing he could leverage was the Fasak Empire's emphasis on internal rats. So he was very worried that once he lost his value, he would be directly abandoned. Alice's act of demanding the list in advance touched his inner red line and anxiety. In response to Beckerlang's sharp questioning, Alice merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Mr. Beckerlang, where are you thinking? Our Fasak Empire keeps its word and will not burn bridges. Not to mention, General Gari Ning greatly appreciates your talent and sincerely wishes for you to serve the Empire. I just reached out not to specifically define the list of that high-level rat, but rather to request the list of the Intis Republic's intelligence network in the Loan Kingdom. Since Mr. Beckerlang has decided to pledge allegiance to the Empire, I presume you understand the principle of a defector offering a token of loyalty, right? Is there a better token of loyalty than this list? Furthermore, there were actually objections within the country regarding the arrangements for Mr. Beckerlang. You should know that the position you previously requested is very important. Many people in the country are eyeing it, and it's truly not easy for General Gari Ning to arrange it well. There were objections before. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Alice did not finish her sentence, but Beckerlang still heard the implied warning, which made him feel deeply humiliated. At the same time, he also understood that Alice was right. The condition he had previously negotiated was to become the deputy commander of the Fasak Empire's Imperial Guard after arriving in the Fasak Empire, directly controlling a portion of the intelligence forces. He had offered a very high price, originally expecting the other party to bargain, but he didn't expect Alice to directly agree on behalf of General Gari Ning without the slightest hesitation. At the time, he felt a bit strange, but he didn't expect to be waiting for him here. Beckerlang certainly knew about the intelligence network established by the Intis Republic in the Loan Kingdom. This was originally his capital for settling down after arriving in the Fasak Empire, but now it seemed impossible. Now, the matter of Intis replacing its ambassador is public knowledge. The next ambassador will arrive by steam train tomorrow, and he had not received accurate news from his domestic backer beforehand. This indicates that his backer has already negotiated terms with those who want to kill him, and he has been abandoned. Beckerlang no longer had time to pull back, he was directly forced into a desperate situation. For him, the only option now was to defect to the Fasak Empire. Isn't this a matter of being the fish on the chopping block? Looking at the beautiful young woman smiling before him, Beckerlang felt as if he was facing a spider spinning its web, constantly luring him into the trap she had woven. She offered generous terms to entice him to defect to the Fasak Empire, while also using various methods to spread the news that the Fasak Empire had set its sights on him, even revealing some clues to make others in the embassy aware of the anomaly. Intis, being very concerned about the rats lurking in the Fasak Empire, already had plans to eliminate Beckerlang. Upon hearing that the Fasak Empire had targeted him, they naturally expedited action to recall him to the country, eliminating all hidden dangers. This woman intended to extract value from him only after he was forced into a desperate situation. Beckerlang even suspected that gaining other benefits from him was this woman's personal objective. Although he desperately wanted to push the woman in front of him down, for the sake of his life, Beckerlang showed no such inclination on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "The conditions I initially set were indeed very high, but Lieutenant General Gari Ning still agreed. Naturally, I should show some sincerity. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. I can fetch it immediately. However, Miss Nightingale, besides the conditions I just mentioned, I have another condition for when I arrive in the Empire. When will you fulfill it?" Nightingale was the codename Alice used when speaking to Beckerlang. Beckerlang was no fool, he naturally knew that once his usefulness was exhausted, someone would eventually find him an eyesore and want to eliminate him. Not much was needed, simply relaxing a bit of protection on him would make the Intis Republic, which he had betrayed, very happy to punish him, the traitor. So, when negotiating conditions, he requested a direct descendant of the Fasak Empire's royal family, the Einhorn family, to sign a notarized document he had drafted. This notarized document was a demigod-level document, said to severely punish even an angel if they violated its terms. This was the safeguard Beckerlang sought for himself. He simply did not believe in General Gari Ning's so-called promises. Gari Ning was renowned in the intelligence world, but his weight could never exceed that of a direct royal family member. Beckerlang wanted to secure himself with a demigod-level, notarized document, that even an angel would find difficult to violate. And this request, Alice had already agreed to during their previous secret negotiations. She promised to arrange this matter immediately upon their arrival in the Fasak Empire. Beckerlang mentioning this matter now was mainly to dampen Alice's arrogance. Because the domestic order from Intis had put him in an absolutely passive position, and today's meeting had left him completely at Alice's mercy. If he didn't change this situation, he suspected that he would be endlessly blackmailed by Alice in the days to come, because if their positions were reversed, he would do the same. So he could only bring up the matter of requiring a direct descendant of the Fasak Empire's royal family to sign his drafted, notarized document, reminding Alice that their transaction lacked substantial restraint, and to be careful not to be too greedy and lose everything. However, what he didn't expect was that Alice merely threw her head back and laughed heartily, extending her delicate hand once more and saying, "Bring me the notarized document you've already drafted. I'll sign it for you now." What does this mean? Beckerlang was also a Sequence 6 conspirer, his mind had been enhanced by the potion. In a flash of lightning, he realized the meaning behind Alice's words, and couldn't help but stop, staring at Alice, with wide eyes, speechless for a long while. But Bekerlang, capable of becoming a conspirer and the Intis Republic's ambassador to the Loan Kingdom, was ultimately no easy opponent. He quickly regained his composure, performed a perfectly standard bow, and said humbly, "I never imagined Miss Nightingale would be a member of the royal family. My apologies. My sincerest apologies." Upon learning that Alice was actually a member of the royal family, Bekerlang acted exceptionally obsequious. After all, in this world, apart from the Intis Republic, other countries still maintained feudal imperial systems. The exalted and special status of royal family members in people's hearts remained unchanged. Those who disdained royal power were instead considered abnormal and unusual. Even though the Intis Republic experienced a century-long political turmoil due to Rosal's death, and the republican system had been in place for over 100 years, the monarchist forces still held an absolute advantage internally. The reason why Intis is still a republic now is mainly because the monarchists are divided into several factions. Some want to protect the Sauron family, some want to protect the Gustav family, and some even advocate for appeasing the royal families of various countries who once intermarried with the Sauron family. This force is backed by the royal families of various countries. And the eternal blazing sun and the steam and machinery church, which have significant interests in Intis, became the internal glue of this nation. Therefore, in the absence of any one monarchist faction holding an absolute advantage, the republican system became the new bottle for these old wines, stumbling along to become the political system that Intis maintains to this day. I didn't expect the Faesak Empire to value that high-level rat so much that they would send a princess to infiltrate Backland. You know, Backland just went through a major lockdown. Even now, Bekerlang still felt a bit disbelieving, and couldn't help but suspect whether Alice was deceiving him. And Alice, fully aware of his thoughts, directly said, "Aren't you going to get the list? Why aren't you hurrying? Now, any words would be suspected." It was better to let Bekerlang directly retrieve the notarized document, and for her to sign it herself, which would be more convincing. Indeed, hearing Alice's impolite, even somewhat condescending, command, Bekerlang felt no offense. Instead, he felt it was only proper, and his belief in Alice's identity solidified. If Nightingale's identity is true, then isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me? As Bekerlang turned and left, his heart began to burn with excitement. After all, no matter what, his betrayal of Intis and defection to the Faesak Empire was a losing proposition. Firstly, no one would trust someone who became a traitor just to save their life. Secondly, his maiden family's century-long accumulation in Intis would also vanish, completely reset. Even if the Faesak Empire promised him a high position and delivered on it, he knew that he actually had no future left. Living a life of ease and waiting for death, merely surviving, was the best possible outcome. However, Alice's appearance was like a bright light, illuminating his dim future. As a promising Sequence 6 conspirer, Bekerlang had specifically researched the Einhorn family, which controlled the Hunter pathway. He knew that this family was severely patriarchal, with important positions held by men, and very few women appearing in public. Women were generally used as tools for marriage alliances, used by the Einhorn family to intermarry with the major nobles within the country to strengthen the royal family's control over the empire. Therefore, Alice's appearance was very special. It indicated at least two things. One point was that Alice was a very restless and ambitious person, otherwise, she would not have taken such a great risk to infiltrate Backland, wanting to obtain more things from him. Another point was that Alice had supporters within the Einhorn family, otherwise, she wouldn't even have the opportunity to act. In this situation, Bekerlang vaguely sniffed out the scent of opportunity. He even felt that the position of deputy commander of the Imperial Guard that Alice had previously promised was not a promise that Lieutenant General Gari Ning could have made at all, but rather, Alice's own promise as a member of the Faesak royal family, to win him over. It was even possible that Gari Ning knew nothing about this matter from beginning to end, and everything was done by Alice, the Faesak princess, under his guise. If this woman truly has immense ambition, she will definitely need many people to pledge allegiance, and her identity as a woman is destined to make it difficult for her to attract others within the Fasak Empire. If I were to align myself with her now, would I be heavily favored? This would also solve my problem of having no foundation within the Fasak Empire. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that this woman is truly a core member of the Einhorn family. Without this premise, everything is futile. Thinking of this, Beckerlang became increasingly anxious. He hurried to a suite on the 3rd floor, opened the bedroom safe, and pulled out a piece of intelligence. Then he pushed aside the large double bed, lifted a floorboard, revealing another safe underneath. He turned the gears, opened the safe, and took out a large square box covered with a wall of spirituality. After taking out the box, Beckerlang restored everything to its original state. Disregarding the people who had already received domestic news and were secretly monitoring him, he returned directly to the room where Alice was. This is the notarized document I drafted earlier, and this is the intelligence network that Intis deployed in Backland, which you requested. This is the notarized document I collected. Please take a look at both. Alice took the items from Beckerlang's hand, did not look at the piece of intelligence he handed over, and gave Beckerlang a playful glance. Then she directly opened the large wooden box in her hand. Inside was a golden yellow paper emitting a faint glow, with raised black lettering. Even an ordinary person touching it could feel the extraordinary nature of this notarized document. The notarized document was covered in dense letters, all terms Beckerlang had drafted to save his life, specifically to prevent the Fasak Empire from burning bridges after crossing them. Looking at the details of the signatory on the notarized document, Alice chuckled softly, examined the contents, and after confirming there were no traps, Alice directly took the notarized document to the desk in the room, picked up the fountain pen on the desk, and signed her name, Alice Einhorn. Are you relieved now? Beckerlang saw the notarized document flash, acknowledging Alice's identity, and completely exhaled a sigh of relief. Then he knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description." The shocking list. Alice ignored Beckerlang's prostration and sat at the large desk, flipping through the stack of intelligence he brought. She marveled at the Intis intelligence organization, which was indeed personally led by Rosal. The intelligence network he built was truly formidable, with spies even placed by George III's side. After finishing the documents in her hand, Alice remained silent for a long while, then extended her hand and placed it before Beckerlang. Beckerlang knelt on the carpet, anxiously awaiting Alice's reaction. Suddenly seeing the jade-like hand before him, he was first stunned, then his face filled with wild joy as he solemnly kissed Alice's hand. He knew his earlier guess was true. The so-called General Gari Ning's promise was actually Princess Alice's promise, and she was trying to win him over. And after reviewing the information he provided, Princess Alice had finally accepted him. When you return to the Empire, you will not become the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards. If I truly let you take that position, both you and I would become targets. Do you understand? After accepting Beckerlang, Alice's very first sentence nullified her previous promise. Yet, Beckerlang felt no surprise whatsoever. Instead, his heart was filled with joy. Before, Beckerlang was uncertain about his future prospects, so he naturally tried to ask for as much as possible, maximizing his interests. He just hadn't expected Alice to agree so easily at the time. Now that Alice had nullified her previous promise, it indicated that her earlier promise was an empty check, one she never intended to cash. However, this also conversely showed that Alice's attempt to win him over was a premeditated plan. Moreover, it was indeed as Alice said, a defector directly gaining a high position would only make him a target, sitting on a hot stove. Alice nullifying this promise also clearly showed she wasn't treating him as a disposable chess piece but as a capable subordinate. How could a man who had rekindled hope for his future not feel joy? Your Royal Highness, your subordinate understands your intentions. I am eternally grateful and would never harbor the slightest resentment. In this life and the next, I only wish to serve your Highness, even if it means dying 100 deaths without regret, Beckerlang said with an excited expression, uttering words that made Alice feel a chill, but she showed no emotion on her face, only a slight smile and a nod, as if she found his words very pleasing. Upon your return to the country, the Empire will grant you an honorary position as an advisor, temporarily. But you needn't worry, I will quickly secure a proper position for you. And at that time, you must seize the opportunity and not disappoint me. Alice continued to write empty checks, but Beckerlang, who firmly believed in her identity as a princess, was extremely excited and repeatedly expressed his loyalty to her. All right, it's been long enough since you, the protagonist, left the ball. If you continue to disappear, it will arouse suspicion. The person monitoring you is already eager to come in. Alice couldn't stand Beckerlang's overly effusive expressions of loyalty and quickly interrupted him, wanting to send him away, while also looking in a certain direction. In Alice's vision, there were 3 Beyonders of the Hunter pathway, lurking in different corners, watching the room. Because Beckerlang had been in the room for too long, the leader was clearly getting impatient. Beckerlang clearly knew he was being watched, and time was short, so he said to Alice. My subordinate, Rosago, went to track down the ironclad blueprints of the Loan Kingdom. We will know the result tonight. If we truly obtain this information, I believe obtaining it will be another contribution I make to the Empire. If before, he hoped Rosago could obtain the ironclad blueprints to achieve a great merit and earn forgiveness from his country, then now, believing he had embraced Princess Alice's thigh, he hoped Rosago would obtain the ironclad blueprints merely to offer them to the Fasak Empire as resources for his future advancement. But I am merely a humble Sequence 6 conspirer, while Rosago is a very difficult to kill Sequence 5 marionettist, so I ask for your support. Beckerlang initially thought Alice would be overjoyed by this news, but to his surprise, Alice only smiled faintly, looked him up and down, and then said. Aside from that high-ranking rat, Intis's intelligence network in Backland is your most valuable bargaining chip. And besides you, the only other person who understands the situation is Rosago, who is in charge of intelligence. Given that I want to obtain information about this intelligence network, do you think I would let him continue to live in this world? Beckerlang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He quickly replayed the events concerning the ironclad blueprints in his mind and realized that both he and Rosago had been deceived. From beginning to end, both he and Rosago had fallen into the other party's trap without realizing it, which filled Beckerlang, a conspirer, with genuine fear. In the past, he was the one who wove conspiracies and played his enemies like puppets. Now, he realized that he, too, was merely a plaything for others. He felt that everything about him was transparent in Alice's eyes, with no secrets whatsoever. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? On one hand, you're contacting me, ready to defect to the Empire at any moment, while on the other, you're desperately trying to find the ironclad blueprints, hoping Intis will spare you. Alice sneered at Beckerlang, unceremoniously lashing out with words, directly dissecting Beckerlang's thoughts and exposing them completely. Beckerlang was drenched in sweat but speechless. If you hadn't taken the initiative to offer the ironclad blueprints to the Empire this time, even if you were a talent, I wouldn't have reused you in the future. But fortunately, you didn't disappoint me after all and passed my test. All right, now go back and continue to host the banquet. After the banquet, handle the aftermath, and then come to that safe house. I will have someone there to meet you and escort you to the Empire. Hearing that Alice had made the ironclad blueprints a test for him, Beckerlang couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Fortunately, after learning Alice's identity as a princess, he chose to decisively defect, abandoning his last thought of returning to Intis. And proactively brought up the matter of offering the blueprints. Otherwise, he would likely have already lost Alice's trust by now, perhaps without even knowing it. At the same time, he was alarmed by Alice's cunning mind. She was constantly testing him, more like a conspirer than himself. Following such a superior in the future would probably not be easy. However, compared to a gentle, foolish leader, workers sometimes dislike encountering incompetent leaders. It was precisely because of Alice's demonstrated ability that Beckerlang was even more convinced of his recent choice. One must know that his previous submission to Alice was more out of deference to her identity. He hadn't truly admired Alice's own abilities. Now, he genuinely admired Alice. He had never met anyone who could manipulate him like she did, and he truly felt that his future was bright. Yes, I will handle the aftermath. Please, Your Royal Highness, witness my loyalty from now on. In any case, a wavering person is always disliked. Beckerlang wanted to do his best to salvage his impression in Alice's heart. Alice did not respond to Beckerlang's words. She picked up the intelligence on the desk, took a step, and disappeared from the room. From beginning to end, Beckerlang had no idea how Alice had left, which made him revere Alice even more. Beckerlang got up from the floor, straightened his clothes, then picked up the wine glass from the desk, drained the red wine, and returned to his usual demeanor before pushing the door open and leaving. Not long after he left, a man dressed in the uniform of the Intis embassy, after various preparations and probes, entered the room to search, but ultimately found nothing. He could only leave in confusion. Although everyone knew Beckerlang was about to become a thing of the past, the new ambassador had not yet arrived, so it couldn't be too obvious. The man hesitated for a moment, then decided not to call anyone else to check, and left the room. After leaving the embassy, Alice returned to her safe house, reverted to her male form, changed clothes, and then, with the intelligence she had obtained, went to find Robert that very night. Robert wasn't woken up in the middle of the night this time. He couldn't possibly be sleeping at this hour. He had just finished meeting with a group of senators to discuss issues related to relevant bills. Ever since Avon came to Backland has had a lot more going on. I wonder what news he's brought this time. I hope it's good news, not bad news. Robert was already used to Avon showing up unannounced in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but tease Avon in his mind. And then had his butler call Avon in. In fact, he had guessed why Avon was looking for him, and he was a bit anxious himself. I remember I told you to attend Beckerlang's farewell banquet, didn't I? Why did you come over at this time? Has the banquet ended? It shouldn't have. It was Robert's intention to have his secretary send Avon an invitation to Beckerlang's farewell banquet. Beckerlang was leaving the Loan Kingdom tomorrow. If they didn't act against him soon, it might be too late. Although Robert trusted Avon, this matter was truly of great importance, concerning their cooperation with Petrov Andrei and the layout of future major plans. He couldn't help but be anxious. So, he reminded Avon to hurry up by sending him an invitation. Avon plopped down onto the sofa in the study and tossed the intelligence he held onto the coffee table. Seeing Robert's somewhat confused expression, Avon smugly pursed his lips, gesturing for Robert to look at the intelligence. Robert sighed, stood up from behind the desk, sat on the sofa opposite Avon, and picked up the items on the coffee table to look through them. Upon reading, Robert became increasingly shocked and alarmed, because the intelligence in his hand was too astonishing. The intelligence indicated that high-ranking officials in both the political and military spheres had been infiltrated, and had even formed a formidable force that could potentially interfere with the Loan Kingdom's national policy at critical moments. Where did this intelligence come from? Is it credible? Although he was already a demigod and one of the dozen most powerful people in the Loan Kingdom, Avon could still hear a slight tremor in Robert's voice. I got this from Beckerlang, he personally handed it to me. Avon said with a casual smile, as if the matter was insignificant. He personally handed it to you. Is he alive or dead now? Explain in detail. Make it clear. Robert's expression was very serious. He needed to determine the authenticity of this intelligence. Avon, in addition to hiding the fact that she had become a woman, told Robert everything else, leaving Robert dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. He looked at Avon with a hint of disbelief. He felt that he had already thought as highly of Avon as possible, but he hadn't expected to still underestimate his younger brother. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Avon is simply a born conspirer, and also a master at finding others' weaknesses. Is it the influence of the Einhorn family bloodline? So many years have passed, and successive ancestors have all embarked on the arbiter pathway or the lawyer pathway. Hasn't that diluted this influence? Well, bloodline connection itself is the closest connection in the Beyonder world, not to mention that the Einhorns still firmly control it. Compared to them, I, who am so compatible with the arbiter pathway, might be the anomaly. Will the prophecy made by that angel of fate for the old Earl come true for Avon? Robert suddenly thought of the prophecy the old Earl had been preoccupied with until his death, and the world situation he and Avon had jointly deduced. Moreover, he was a demigod and knew some legends about the end of the world, which the old Earl did not. Coupled with the fact that Amanda possessed a Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Fate Pathway, he understood how powerful the prophecies of a Fate Pathway angel could be. Therefore, Robert was actually quite expectant of that prophecy. And if that angel of fate's prophecy were truly to come true, by time estimation, it should be in their generation. If Robert had previously been confident that the Horn family would regain its original name under his leadership, and that he was the one destined to revive the family in the prophecy, now he no longer had that initial confidence. After all, Avon was a Beyonder of the Hunter pathway, while he was of the Arbiter pathway. Robert, wake up, what are you thinking about? Avon was very surprised to see Robert suddenly spacing out, as he had never seen him like that before. Nothing, it's just that you're going to silence Beckerlang later, right? And you want his body to be discovered by the Intis people as soon as possible. Yes, I plan to use this incident to create a diversion, shift the blame to the Demonist sect, and minimize Intis's suspicion of us. Only then can this intelligence maximize its value. If we don't put the blame on the Demonist sect, but on Forsac or Lowen, it would be very unfavorable for us. And only then can we take over these people to the greatest extent. Robert thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Robert's killing plot, the Demonist sect scapegoat. Ever since learning the history of the Horn family and the Augustus family's machinations against them, Robert and Avon had little loyalty left for the Lowen kingdom. Their sole desire was to escape their current predicament and restore the Horn family to its rightful position. Therefore, after obtaining this intelligence network detailing Intis's embedded agents within the Lowen kingdom's high-ranking military and political circles, neither Avon nor Robert had any intention of submitting it. Instead, they wanted to take control of this intelligence network for their own use. According to the intelligence, all individuals within this network did not easily engage in operations, striving instead to leverage the resources provided by Intis to cultivate their own positions. All related expenses would be secretly arranged and disbursed personally by Beckerlang, the Intis ambassador to the Lowen kingdom, without cross-communication with other intelligence networks. Beckerlang would also not risk distributing funds to them one by one, and the Intis 8th Bureau strictly forbade them from meeting each other in person. This also meant that these individuals did not know who their direct superior was. And this gave Robert and Avon an opportunity to exploit the loophole. They could replace Beckerlang as their superior for receiving funds and assignments. Beckerlang cannot be left alive, the new ambassador cannot be left alive, and the Intis officials who know about this matter cannot be left alive either. Robert, who was already determined to acquire the people on the list, thought for a moment, his eyes flashing with sharp light, and he decisively stated. Beckerlang could not be left alive because he himself was a hidden danger, and he was also involved with Petrov Andrei of the Fasak Empire. The new ambassador could not be left alive because before his appointment to the Lowen kingdom, someone must have briefed him and instructed him to take over Beckerlang's duties. Such a high-level intelligence network must be in the hands of the director of the Intis 8th Bureau and would not be entrusted to others. As soon as Beckerlang and the new ambassador met with an accident, he would immediately send people to investigate the security of the intelligence network, so he also could not be left alive. Robert was also a decisive person. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, he walked to the map hanging in the study, gestured with his hand, and found the main railway artery that connected Intis directly to the LotM kingdom, traversing the entire North Continent from east to west. After a quick calculation, he knew where the new ambassador's train had reached. Then he went out and called for the butler, giving him quiet instructions. The butler was clearly surprised by Robert's order, but he left without the slightest hesitation. After everything was done, Robert took half a bottle of red wine from the nearby wine cabinet, opened the cork, poured 2 glasses, and then brought them over, handing one to Avon. Avon held the wine glass up and swirled it, then sniffed. He knew it was the exquisite Tears of the Moon, from Tingen Manor, a top-grade wine second only to Ormir red wine, renowned worldwide and bringing substantial profits to the Horn family every year. He took a sip, and the fragrance lingered on his lips and teeth, even carrying a faint hint of blood. The director of the Intis 8th Bureau should be the one directly controlling Petrov Andrei, the person you wanted to eliminate before, right? The Military Intelligence Section 9 files show him to be a very strange and difficult to kill demigod with many life-saving abilities. How do you plan to get rid of him? Avon was very curious about this matter because Robert had once admitted to being a Sequence 4 imperative mage, with no obvious advantage against that director of the 8th Bureau, and it was clear he had no intention of acting personally. Otherwise, when a delegation of congressmen visited Intis last week, Robert would have certainly volunteered to go. Robert now recognized Avon's abilities even more, so he didn't mind starting to tell him many things. I used a strategy of killing with a borrowed knife. Gabriel, the director of the Intis 8th Bureau, is a member of the Secret Order and also a Sequence 4 demigod Bizarro sorcerer of the Seer pathway. His abilities are strange, and he has many clones, making him indeed very difficult to kill. So I never thought of eliminating him personally. Instead, I outsourced the task of eliminating him. Avon was stunned. This answer was beyond his expectation. As far as he knew, the largest assassin organization in this world was controlled by the Demonist sect. Could Robert have entrusted this task to the Demonist sect? Having a Demonist deal with an extremely difficult-to-kill Bizarro sorcerer was indeed a good idea, but the Demonist sect and the Augustus royal family were allies now. Was Robert not afraid that the Augustus family would find out about this and become suspicious? Seeing Avon's puzzled look, Robert understood what he was thinking. He took a sip of the red wine in his hand and then said, "You guessed wrong. I didn't entrust this matter to the Demonist sect, but to a group of guys who call themselves Hermits of Fate." Hermits of Fate. The gathering Lanrius attended, an organization formed by Beyonders of the Marauder pathway banding together for warmth. Avon immediately understood who had taken on this task. If it was this group, it was indeed possible for them to successfully eliminate Gabriel. Robert saw Avon's silence and, thinking he didn't understand the crucial point, continued to explain. The so-called Hermits of Fate are actually a group of fate thieves, a clandestine organization composed of Beyonders from the Marauder pathway. Demigods of the Seer pathway are difficult to deal with, and the most likely to deal with them can only be demigods from the adjacent Marauder pathway and Apprentice pathway. Entrusting it to them is a perfect match, making the best use of resources. Avon nodded, highly agreeing with Robert's arrangement. In the absence of demigods from the Seer pathway and Apprentice pathway, demigods from the Marauder pathway were the best choice. And finding these thieves doesn't require paying a higher price. Several question marks appeared on Avon's forehead. Could one expect a group of, never empty-handed, thieves to work for free? He now suspected that Robert might have been deceived. Think about it, Sequence 8 of the Marauder pathway is a swindler. Robert guessed Avon's thoughts at a glance and said irritably, "Is an imperative mage so incompetent in your eyes? Will he be easily deceived?" Avon thought about it and agreed. Moreover, politicians are more unpredictable than one another, and deceiving a politician is not an easy task. But what did Robert mean by not having to pay too much of a price? These thieves have faced a terrifying enemy for thousands of years, an enemy so powerful that they are powerless to contend with, driving them to despair. So some people wanted to abandon the formulas and Beyonder characteristics inherited from their ancestors, but they didn't want to leave the Beyonder world, so changing pathways became inevitable. This time, I found them and proposed a collaboration to hunt Gabriel. I would help them pinpoint the target and lure him into a preset trap, and they would handle the target. This is a win-win. Avon's eyes lit up. This was something he hadn't thought of before. That's right. Since one cannot fight the great demon King Amon, then avoiding him is also a solution. Why didn't I think of this before? My mind must have been muddled. But how will you pinpoint Gabriel's whereabouts and lure him into the trap? This collaboration was indeed a win-win for both sides, but Robert had never left the Loan Kingdom, and Gabriel, as the highest-ranking intelligence official of the Intis Republic, would certainly not leave the country easily. How would Robert target him? Of course, it's due to the guidance of fate. Robert swirled the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile to Avon. Avon hated riddlers very much. Just as he was about to ask again, he suddenly thought of something and asked, shocked yet cautiously. Is it the Grade 0 sealed artifact of the fate pathway in Amanda's possession? Yes, it's that sealed artifact. A while ago, Amanda took that sealed artifact to Intis to weave a fate for Gabriel. I imagine he should have already stepped into the trap set by those thieves by now. The Bizarro Sorcerer is a sequence skilled at making preparations in advance. If he falls into a trap and loses the initiative, then he will also be the easiest sequence to kill. Robert was full of confidence in this hunt, his voice barely concealing his excitement. Although Avon's knowledge of the Lord of the Mysteries was not fully unlocked in his mind, preventing him from knowing exactly what abilities a Bizarro Sorcerer possessed. Based on Klein's fighting style, the descriptions of the abilities of various sequences in the Seer pathway, and the Internal Military Intelligence Section 9 files describing the Bizarro Sorcerer, he generally agreed with Robert's judgment. At the same time, he inwardly admired Robert's cunning, feeling that he should walk the hunter pathway, as he was truly precise in finding enemies' weaknesses. At the same time, he recalled what Ms. Amanda had once said about that Grade 0 sealed artifact, knowing that it could weave fate, functioning very similarly to 008, but with a very high cost of use. I've heard Ms. Amanda talk about this sealed artifact, and I've also heard that its side effects are quite astonishing. This won't affect our future plans, will it? Avon was now worried that this fate pathway sealed artifact would cause a backlash of fate. If it were other types of backlash, Avon would still be confident in handling them, but the elusive fate backlash was beyond Avon's scope. To weave the web of fate to eliminate Gabriel, Amanda sacrificed 2 demigod-level summoned creatures. Avon listened, dumbfounded. To eliminate 1 demigod, 2 demigod-level Beyonder creatures were sacrificed. The price paid was too great. Although this was for Petrov Andrei, a very important chess piece that might determine the success or failure of the plan. Avon still couldn't gauge whether it was worth it. However, Avon obtaining the intelligence network of Intis's high-level embedded agents in Loan provided another reason to eliminate Gabriel, making this sacrifice more valuable. How are things between you and Ms. Amanda now? Avon asked cautiously. Ms. Amanda had paid such a heavy price, clearly all for Robert and his future plans. This made Avon, who had been quite dismissive of Ms. Amanda's anger over Robert's marriage to the Augustus family, feel a pang of sympathy and a long-lost sense of shame. Clearly, Robert felt the same way, his eyes filled with apology. He merely shook his head, saying nothing more to Avon. It was only when he drained the red wine in his hand that Avon understood Robert's inner turmoil. Beckerlang will be handled by you personally. Gabriel will be handled by that group of fate thieves. I've already sent my trusted men from the army to deal with the newly appointed ambassador. So, who will deal with that marionettist named Rosago? If I remember correctly, he should also be a member of the Secret Order, from the same organization as Gabriel. It's hard to guarantee he doesn't know relevant information. Do I need to take action personally? Placing the wine glass on the coffee table, Robert changed the subject from earlier, checking for omissions and making up for deficiencies in Avon's plan. Since Robert didn't want to discuss personal matters, Avon didn't press further, merely saying, "You don't need to help. I've already found an opponent for Rosago. If Gabriel and those marauder demigods are each other's bane, then the opponent I found for Rosago is his absolute counter. You can rest assured, 120%. Robert was clearly intrigued by Avon's words and said, "That confident? Since you say so, then I'll look forward to it." Sequence 5 was already the ceiling below demigods, extremely difficult to deal with, especially beyonders of the seer pathway. Robert had to use a grade 0 sealed artifact and pay a huge price to deal with Gabriel. How would Avon, a sequence 6, deal with a sequence 5 marionettist? Robert was very curious about this. Continuing from your previous statement, why draw the fire to the demonist sect? How do you draw it? Explain it clearly. Now that the targets to be eliminated had been confirmed, Robert also had to consider the aftermath. After all, 2 successive Intis ambassadors had died within the LotM kingdom, and their intelligence chief had also died within his own country. A single misstep could trigger a chain reaction. Robert did not care how passive the relationship between the LotM kingdom and Intis would become. His main concern was the potential impact on the intelligence network he was about to acquire. The death of the 8th Bureau Director is not a concern. Even if Intis wants to connect them, it doesn't matter. The key is not to let the deaths of Beckerlang and the new ambassador trigger a serious diplomatic crisis. Once a serious diplomatic crisis occurs, the LotM kingdom, being in the wrong, might increase its investigative efforts, which would be very unfavorable to our future actions. So the key is to give both countries a convincing enemy, an enemy who absolutely has a reason to do so. My choice is the demonist sect. Avon knew before bringing the intelligence that Robert would certainly eliminate the new ambassador for the sake of this intelligence network, so he had already thought of relevant countermeasures in advance. In fact, even if he didn't eliminate the new ambassador, he would still find a way to shift the blame to the demonist sect. Who told him he loved demonists so deeply? Chapter 257, Robert's Confidence, Avon's Ambush. I told you before, after becoming a favored one of the Evernight Goddess, I was ordered to infiltrate evil god organizations, becoming an peripheral member of the demonist sect and Theosophy order. Based on my previous investigations, I learned that due to Duke Nigan's first assassination attempt, the high-sequence demonists of the demonist sect and Theosophy order were forced to temporarily withdraw from Backland. However, through my intelligence channels, I've learned that the high-sequence demonists from both organizations have already returned to Backland, which indicates that George III's conspiracy has restarted. Our current established policy is to delay George III's ritual preparations as much as possible, to buy more time. The Augustus family and the demonist sect joining forces is clearly meant for the latter to act as a black glove, doing dirty work and taking the blame. If Beckerlang's death is eventually discovered to be the work of a demoness, wouldn't that drag them into trouble? Moreover, the demonist sect's main area of activity in recent years has been Intis, where they are the most troublesome secret organization for Intis's 2 great churches and official powers, with severe conflicts between them. Therefore, it is absolutely possible for the demonist sect to act against Beckerlang, the new ambassador, and even Gabriel. As long as the Intis people cannot grasp concrete evidence, these assassinations are destined to become unsolved cases. As long as the demoness sent to assassinate Beckerlang leaves behind traces unique to a demoness, Intis will not let go of this opportunity to exert pressure on the LotM kingdom and the Augustus family. Even if George III knows that someone is framing the demonist sect, as king, he cannot openly defend the demonist sect. In fact, to appease all parties, he can only continue to suppress the demonist sect. This way, it delays his action plan, and we achieve our goal of causing trouble for George III. Avon, in one breath, articulated his post-mortem ideas for dealing with Beckerlang, earning Robert's frequent nods of appreciation. Your plan is excellent, but there's one problem. Where will you find a demoness capable of eliminating Beckerlang and getting away safely? If I remember correctly, Beckerlang is a Sequence 6 conspirer of the Hunter pathway, isn't he? To eliminate Beckerlang flawlessly, at least a sequence 5 demoness of afflictions must act. Where will you find a sequence 5 demoness now? Robert pointed out the biggest difficulty in Avon's plan with a sharp insight. Naturally, Avon couldn't tell Robert the truth, that he had essentially become a woman, and only by relying on the demigod-level sealed artifact of the hunter pathway could he maintain his male body. If Robert knew about this, he would probably immediately and desperately go find Prince Grove and the demoness of Undying, Katarina Pell, and tear them apart alive. And this was something Avon did not want to see, so he could only lie to Robert again, saying, "I haven't been idle during my time infiltrating the demoness sect. Through unremitting efforts, I've turned 2 demonists to my side, making them useful to me. Plus, with my assistance, you don't need to worry about any problems with the operation." "What? Say that again. You turned 2 demonists." Robert was dumbfounded, feeling his worldview about to be overturned. He had only ever heard of demonists poaching people from other organizations. When had he ever heard of someone poaching people from the demonist sect? "It's Miss Helen, my secretary, and Madame Morgan, the famous socialite of Backland. They are both demonists from the demonist sect and Theosophy order, respectively, and are my superiors in these 2 organizations," Avon said lightly, as if it were just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Robert opened his mouth to speak, wanting to say something, but ultimately nothing came out. He had some understanding of the demonist sect. He knew that although the demonist sect was called a sect, it was actually a family, with its bloodline originating from the sequence 0 evil god, the primordial demoness. And bloodline relationships have always been one of the most stable mystical connections, even more so for demonists who are skilled in curses and black magic. Therefore, no organization had ever thought of poaching people from within the demonist sect. It wasn't that they didn't think of it, but that they couldn't do it. Clearly, either Avon was deceived, or he found a corresponding solution. Robert believed it was the latter, because the task of infiltrating the demonist sect was assigned by the Evernight goddess. Coupled with the title, Mother of Secrets, in the Evernight goddess's honorific name, Robert believed he had guessed the truth behind it. And it was precisely because he had guessed what he believed to be the truth that he hesitated to speak, as it already involved the layout of a deity. Be careful when you do things, don't let anyone see through your facade. After holding it in for a long time, Robert could only give Avon a warning. "I know, don't worry. Oh, I found a ghost ship to be my future flagship, but this ghost ship is a bit troublesome, and you might need to mediate in the future." Avon didn't want Robert to dwell on this matter, so he proactively brought up the ghost ship. "What? A ghost ship? What's going on?" Robert knew that Avon had always wanted to intercept an ironclad from the Navy's shipbuilding sequence, but every ironclad was a heavy national asset, and even the kingdom's 3 major fleets couldn't equally share one. How could such a heavy asset be allocated to his newly formed unit? He didn't expect Avon to set his sights on a ghost ship when he couldn't get an ironclad, and from his tone, it seemed like there was still a need for his help. "Through the underground market, I contacted a pirate captain who owns a ghost ship, and the transaction has even been completed. Once the unit is successfully formed and trained, we can go to sea to receive this ship. However, confirming the ownership of this ship is not an easy task, and I will need your help then." Robert thought Avon was worried that the ghost ship would cause trouble for some people, and he waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he understood. Compared to this matter, Robert was more curious about the pirate captain who agreed to sell the ghost ship. However, after thinking about the reports he had received, many pirates, when they got old, would go ashore to live out their twilight years. It was he who had established the policy of not prosecuting retired pirates, and Robert was relieved again. It seems this is a pirate who wants to go ashore and live a peaceful old age. Never mind him. A few years ago, when Robert had just transitioned from the military to politics and became a rookie in Parliament, he proposed a suggestion, not to excessively pursue pirates who came ashore, which would also be beneficial for launching a political offensive against pirates. Since this suggestion was put forward, it has achieved very good results. Many pirates who had already made a fortune have settled in the Loan Kingdom's colonies with their treasures, greatly contributing to the construction of the Loan Kingdom's colonies and the development of Backland's financial industry. Robert was already preparing to formulate corresponding policies to continue attracting these pirates who had a lot of black money, but wanted a stable life, protecting the privacy of private property. Robert's ability to become one of the most powerful dozen people in the Loan Kingdom's political arena in just a few years was not only due to the Horn family's millennium-old reputation, the old Earl's unreserved support, and his progress on the Beander pathway, but also his influence on the Loan Kingdom's policies, which genuinely promoted the great development of the Loan Kingdom. In short, the repeal of the grain bill helped him advance to become an imperative mage, and the subsequent effects of other policies helped him digest the magic potion within a year. This is also why he was so eager for subsequent magic potion formulas. I understand. Feel free to ask for my help anytime. As long as it can increase the combat effectiveness of the unit, you can come to me. After all, this is not just your personal matter. Avon nodded, then glanced at the large grandfather clock in the corner of the study, realizing it was already 11 o'clock, leaving only an hour until his agreed meeting time with Beckerlang. I saw Queen Mystic again earlier. She told me that the Emperor Rosal exhibition in Intis was very successful, and now we need to push for the exhibition to be held in Backland. Robert's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this news, and he nodded, saying, "This is easy. If tonight goes smoothly, George III will definitely convene a Privy Council tomorrow to discuss how to appease the Intis Republic's anger. No matter what, 2 consecutive ambassadors have had accidents in Loan. Loan must provide an explanation. At that time, I will seize the opportunity to propose holding this exhibition to strengthen cultural exchange with Intis, as a test of Intis's reaction, to see if Intis will completely fall out with the Loan Kingdom over 2 ambassadors. As long as George III gives his approval and the royal family issues an invitation, even the Steam and Machinery Church cannot refuse. After all, they are also the state religion of the Loan Kingdom, so this matter will be settled." Robert cleverly used a antelope hanging its horns strategy, directly settling the matter, leaving Avon astonished. By the way, Queen Mystic also reminded us of something. Ouroboros is lingering outside Backland. And sooner or later, it will provoke a backlash from the 3 great churches and the Augustus royal family. In this situation, the Augustus royal family is very likely to cooperate with the Steam and Machinery Church, who want to expand their influence in the Loan Kingdom. Therefore, it's not out of the question that among the people accompanying the Rosal exhibition team, there might be an angel from the Steam and Machinery Church. You must pay close attention to this. If it really doesn't work, then let's just give up on that blasphemy slate. Avon wasn't actually trying to goad Robert with these words. The situation in Backland was clearly much more chaotic than in the original work due to Avon's interference, with too many uncertain factors. An accidental slip could trigger an angel war. And Robert was merely a sequence 4 imperative mage, appearing somewhat outmatched in a situation full of angels fighting. Robert heard Avon's concern, smiled at him, and said, "I know, you don't need to worry about me. I'm not a reckless person, I will weigh the gains and losses. You don't need to interfere in this matter, I will handle it." Avon was surprised by Robert's attitude. Clearly, even in this complex situation, he still maintained confidence in himself. And he distinctly felt that Robert was not simply ignorant and fearless, but truly had confidence in himself. He knew very well that Robert's character was not one to easily boast. Since he wouldn't let him intervene, Avon wouldn't be so foolish as to rashly step in and cause trouble. The 2 brothers chatted for over 2 hours. When the clock in the study pointed to 11 o'clock, the butler knocked on the study door. "Earl, a telegram from Unit 1. The butler, without regard for Avon sitting nearby, directly handed a telegram to Robert. Avon had excellent eyesight and saw that the telegram was filled with dense numbers, knowing it was encrypted and required a codebook to decipher. Robert took the telegram, immediately signaled the old butler to leave, glanced at it twice, then with a flick of his hand, punished, the telegram into a recoverable powder. Intis needs to send a new ambassador again. Before he could finish speaking, an envelope suddenly appeared on the coffee table in front of Robert and Avon. Avon was greatly startled because he hadn't noticed how the letter appeared, but Robert showed no surprise. He picked up the envelope, tore it open, and then smiled at Avon, saying, "Those people succeeded too. Because the matter was done secretly, the Intis 8th Bureau will probably take at least 8 hours to detect Gabriel's death. My part is done, now it's just Beckerlang and that marionettist named Rosago." Avon drained the red wine in his hand, stood up, and said, "My appointed time with Beckerlang is also approaching, so I won't stay any longer. Be careful, don't be careless, and don't capsize in a ditch." Although he knew his younger brother was very capable and had many secrets, and dealing with Beckerlang should be no problem, Robert instinctively gave a warning. Avon was also taken aback by Robert's concern, feeling very warm inside. He nodded and left the Earl's court. This time, Avon didn't bother to go to the safe house to change clothes again. Because his destination, Empress Borough, 47 Red Rose Street, was only 2 streets away from the Ahova Earl's court. It would be foolish to run to Cherwood Borough to change clothes at this time. Not long after, Avon arrived at a villa. This villa was an asset of the Intis embassy, specifically used to host high-ranking political figures visiting the Loan Kingdom. Today, because of Beckerlang's farewell dinner, all relevant staff had gone to the embassy. Originally, low-level staff didn't need to attend, but Beckerlang had invited them, leaving the large villa completely empty now. Avon used various methods to confirm that there were no ambushes inside the villa, then melted into the shadows, releasing spider silk everywhere, quietly waiting for Beckerlang's arrival. Chapter 258, Kill and Harvest. Not long after Avon set up the ambush, a figure in a black trench coat, carrying a briefcase, appeared in the night and arrived in front of the villa. It was Beckerlang, who had come for the rendezvous. Beckerlang surveyed the surroundings, found no one, and easily scaled the wall using his excellent physical prowess, entering the villa. Just as he set down his briefcase and was about to let out a sigh of relief, a clear voice sounded. "Not bad, it seems years of comfortable living haven't dulled your vigilance." Upon hearing the sudden voice, Beckerlang instinctively stood up, his body tense, and a ball of orange-red flame appeared in his hand. With a flick of his right hand, the flame transformed into a crimson long whip, flowing like water. The long whip scorched the surrounding air, and the terrifying temperature instantly raised the room's temperature, dispelling the chill of early autumn. Alice, dressed in men's clothing, emerged from the shadows in the corner of the room, pulled out a pocket watch from her chest, and checked the time. It was only 11:30, half an hour earlier than their agreed-upon time. From this, it was clear that Beckerlang still maintained his vigilance as a hunter, and had not relaxed his guard due to Alice's identity. Seeing that the person was Alice, to whom he had already sworn allegiance, Beckerlang breathed a sigh of relief, dispelled the fiery long whip in his hand, and said with a smile, "You flatter me too much, your subordinate is humbled. I never expected your highness to personally meet me. Your subordinate is deeply grateful." Since he had already decided to pledge allegiance to Alice, Beckerlang would not stand on ceremony, seizing every opportunity to demonstrate his subservience. Alice put the pocket watch back into her chest pocket. Relying on her spiritual intuition, she sensed that Beckerlang's briefcase contained some Beander items and asked curiously, "What did you bring? Be careful when passing through checkpoints later, lest your identity be exposed." Beckerlang glanced at his briefcase and said indifferently, "Since I have decided to pledge allegiance to the Empire, your subordinate naturally holds no further attachment or sentiment for Intis. Your subordinate has killed the several Beyonders who were secretly monitoring me. Inside are all their Beander characteristics." As he spoke, Beckerlang felt an itch in his nose and throat, wanting to sneeze or cough, but he didn't want to be rude in front of Alice, so he forced himself to hold it in. Alice also curiously sized up the person in front of her, not expecting him to have such a decisive side. Once he made a decision, he could go to such lengths, leaving himself no retreat. Clearly, not setting up a spiritual wall around the briefcase to conceal its contents and letting Alice ask about it was Beckerlang's deliberate act, meant to show his determination to sever ties with his past. Now, Avon truly began to appreciate Beckerlang. Unfortunately, no matter how much she appreciated Beckerlang now, Alice could not spare his life. Beckerlang endured the itching in his nose and throat, but his body changed very quickly. In just a few seconds, his body became burning hot, his lungs developed severe pain, and his throat swelled, making breathing extremely difficult. "Be careful, there's a pain demoness in ambush. Cough, 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 cough." Beckerlang could no longer endure it and burst into violent coughs, as if he were trying to cough out all his internal organs. The abnormality in his body finally made Beckerlang realize that he had been attacked, and by a demoness, the most common type in Intis. After speaking just one sentence, Beckerlang's throat swelled so much that he couldn't make a sound. But, being very familiar with demonesses, he immediately made his whole body burst into flames, intending to use the terrifying temperature of the flames to eliminate the pathogens within his body. Then, he flashed to the edge of the room, leaning against the wall, and at the same time, took out the only sealed artifact he carried from his clothes pocket to probe the surroundings, searching for the stealthy demoness. When Beckerlang used the very small puppet with completely black eyes to probe the surroundings and found no trace of a third person, he felt very puzzled. Alice, who had instantly gone invisible after his warning, appeared beside him and slapped the puppet out of his hand. Her other hand clenched into a fist, and she punched him in the stomach, knocking back the words Beckerlang was about to say. And since Alice had already made her move, she naturally wouldn't give Beckerlang any more time to react. She directly grabbed Beckerlang's body with both hands and threw him into the air. Beckerlang now had no time to ponder why Alice was trying to kill him. He knew that if he couldn't avoid Avon's next attack, he wouldn't have a chance to live. But Beckerlang, in mid-air, couldn't leverage anything, so he could only forcefully twist his body with his muscle strength. At the same time, he fully condensed a dozen fiery crows around him and hurled them towards Alice. He didn't hope to injure Alice, only to slightly interfere, allowing him to land steadily. However, Avon, who had already devised a complete assassination plan, had long anticipated his movements. As soon as she threw Beckerlang into the air, she conjured a dozen dark and cold flames around her and sent them rushing towards the fiery crows in the air. Under Avon's precise control, leveraging the pre-borrowed Reaper ability from the City of Calamity, the black flames and Beckerlang's fiery crows collided with perfect precision. There was no explosion as imagined. The collision between the fiery crows and the black flames was like snow meeting fire, resulting in dissolution. The remaining black flames then struck Beckerlang. At the same time, Alice's emerald green eyes suddenly turned iron black, weakness observation. In just an instant, Alice clearly saw Beckerlang's weakness was in his left chest. Without the slightest hesitation, Alice concentrated all her strength into her right fist, pushed off with her foot, and lightly ascended into the air. With lightning speed, she struck Beckerlang's left chest amidst his eyes filled with terror, confusion, and pain. Beckerlang's life was instantly extinguished, and he dropped onto the villa floor. The black flames, fueled by his spirituality, dripped onto the floor with the blood flowing from his nose and mouth, yet caused no damage, gradually extinguishing. The spectator pathway's abilities are truly useful. Without the help of Golden Gaze, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Beckerlang so easily. After all, to frame the Demoness sect, I could only fight using the Demoness pathway's abilities. Avon looked at Beckerlang, who was now undeniably dead, and rotated a yellow gemstone ring on her left index finger, sighing inwardly. When Beckerlang entered the villa, the first thing Alice did was not to infest him with pathogens, but to hypnotize Beckerlang with Golden Gaze, planting two psychological suggestions. The first psychological suggestion was that when Beckerlang fell ill, he would not suspect Alice, but would instinctively assume a demoness from the demoness sect was attacking. The second psychological suggestion was that Beckerlang, facing the attack, would not consider retreating, but instead would want to resolve the ambushers together with Alice, completely disregarding the inherent danger. These two psychological suggestions perfectly created the ideal assassination environment for Alice. Black flames suddenly surged from Avon's body, cleansing the entire room to prevent any clues from being left behind. At the same time, she opened Beckerlang's briefcase and found that besides 2 changes of clothes and 2 anonymous bearer notes, it was full of small boxes. The 2 checks could be cashed at any bank that was part of the International Banking Alliance, totaling approximately 30,000 gold pounds. This is pretty much Beckerlang's entire fortune, which helps alleviate my current immense cash flow pressure. Most of Avon's assets were fixed assets, and she had very little cash, making her financial situation extremely tight. The upcoming tasks would all require money, and a lot of it. These 2 notes significantly eased Avon's pressure. As for the small boxes, Alice casually opened one and found a red Beander characteristic inside. Based on her sensitivity to items of the hunter pathway, Alice immediately determined it was a pyromaniac Beander characteristic. Looking at the dozen identical small boxes in the briefcase, Alice inwardly exclaimed that she had struck it rich. Even if they weren't all sequence 7 Beander characteristics, it was still a considerable fortune for her. After all, sometimes even with money, it wasn't always possible to acquire so many Beander characteristics, let alone with her impending task of forming an army. In Avon's mind, the mid and low-ranking officers in the army she was forming should all be Beyonders. Once assembled, it should possess combat power at least equal to that of a pirate general. Moreover, both he and Robert hoped that this newly formed army would become their private army, rather than truly loyal to the Loan Kingdom's army. Therefore, the task of helping officers become Beyonders could not be entrusted to others. The relevant magic potion formulas and Beander characteristics should be provided by Robert and Avon. Thus, the Beander characteristics brought by Beckerlang were exactly what Avon needed at the moment. Could these Beander characteristics all be from people Beckerlang just killed to acquire them? If that's truly the case, the Intis embassy in the Loan Kingdom must be a bloodbath by now. Beckerlang had long harbored rebellious intentions and understood the ill will towards him from his home country. He must have deeply resented those who secretly monitored him. Therefore, when he decided to pledge allegiance to Princess Alice of the Fasak Empire, it was not impossible for him to set up a conspiracy beforehand to wipe out all relevant individuals. The deaths of 2 successive ambassadors were already a major incident, but I never expected the entire Intis embassy to be massacred now. The situation escalating is inevitable, and I wonder how George III will respond. Avon resealed the briefcase, thinking with schadenfreude. In any case, the bigger the incident and the more chaotic the situation, the less the demoness sect could show itself at this time, and the more it would benefit Robert and Avon's plan to delay George III's accounting. Then, Alice took out the pre-prepared cigarette case, storing the sealed artifact that Beckerlang had carried but never used, and placed a golden yellow charm inside the cigarette case as well. It was the Sun Flame charm that Avon had previously purchased from Klein for 10,000 gold pounds each. Judging from Beckerlang carrying it with him, the side effects of this living sealed artifact should be minimal. However, his cautious nature led him to prepare this demigod-level Sun Pathway charm as a temporary sealing measure to ensure foolproof safety. As expected, upon sensing the presence of a demigod-level charm beside it, the puppet-like sealed artifact, which had been behaving very obediently, clearly showed signs of fear, looking pitifully at Alice. Alice naturally ignored the sealed artifact's emotions and directly closed the cigarette case lid. After checking and finding no loopholes, Alice picked up the briefcase and left the villa. As she walked, she gradually reverted to her male form, hailed a night carriage, and headed towards her home in the West District. I wonder how Klein's operation went. This time, with careful planning against an unsuspecting target, it should be much more proactive and smoother than in the original story. Avon watched the scenery outside the carriage window rapidly moving backward, thinking about Klein's operation. Klein and his group's operation there was indeed very smooth. Through various probes, Klein and his group had confirmed that Rosago had 2 puppets, not the marionetist's maximum of 3. Klein and Miss Sharon's plan was simple: lure Rosago to an area with minimal cover, while simultaneously placing explosives in areas where they could hide. And it was best for Rosago to propose this location, so as not to arouse suspicion, as the intuition of a Sequence 5 marionettist from the seer pathway was very accurate. During this time, Ian Wright, under Miss Sharon's protection, disguised himself as a kite with a broken string, a greedy person preparing to cash in his possessions after his superior's death. Initially, Rosago had also considered capturing Ian Wright and searching for the ironclad blueprints through spiritual channeling. But Ian Wright had always been active in public, giving him no opportunity to act. Moreover, his spiritual intuition kept subtly warning him that if he were to lay hands on Ian Wright, the outcome might not be as he desired. So Rosago had always restrained the urge to act, instead having his puppet disguise itself as a traitor to conduct business with Ian Wright. However, just as they were about to conduct the transaction during the day, they, unluckily, encountered a sweep by Military Intelligence Section 9. Ultimately, to cover Ian Wright's retreat, Rosago was forced to lose a pyromaniac puppet. The failure of the bar transaction meant that Rosago could only send another puppet to contact Ian Wright, and set the transaction location outside Backland City to minimize the occurrence of accidents. Rosago thought that with him setting the time and place, it would be foolproof, but he didn't know that Klein had already used divination on the gray fog beforehand for the potential transaction locations he might propose, completing the ambush in advance. Chapter 259, The Fourth Man. On the banks of the Tassoc River, outside Backland, lay the ruins of an old warehouse. This was once Backland's largest cargo distribution center, storing goods transported from all over the world via canals. However, ever since Rosal opened up colonies and maritime trade began to flourish, the cost of sea transport became increasingly low, while the cost of inland river transport became increasingly high, and its volume could no longer meet the growing demand for transportation. Coupled with Backland's proximity to the sea, this area became increasingly dilapidated, with most warehouses abandoned, turning into a sparsely populated, complex regulatory blind spot. Inside an inconspicuous old warehouse, Ian Wright, a tall man with a pair of very rare red eyes, hid among a pile of goods, waiting for his trading partner to arrive. He knew he was dealing with a Sequence 5 Beander, a higher sequence than his revered direct superior, Avon. But he felt no tension at all. Because standing behind him was the mysterious Miss Sharon. Some time ago, when he was ordered to expand Backland's influence, he had personally witnessed how enemies he couldn't deal with inexplicably committed suicide in front of him. Moreover, Miss Sharon promised that if they could successfully hunt the target this time, she would give him the magic potion formula for the Warrior Pathways Sequence 7, Weapon Master. This magic potion formula was reportedly discovered by Miss Sharon when she eliminated a gang leader with a Fasak Empire background, and it was verified as authentic. Avon had told Ian Wright about his plan to form an army and asked Ian Wright to select strong, simple-minded, and fierce individuals to join in the future. Ian Wright had a deep understanding of Avon and knew he had fortunately latched onto a very powerful figure. He was also unwilling to remain a mere black-gloved operative and wanted to step into the limelight, so he was very eager to advance his sequence. However, the merit standards within Military Intelligence Section 9 were too strict for an peripheral member like him, so this hunt was also a very rare opportunity for him. Just as nearly 10 minutes had passed beyond the agreed time, and Ian Wright was about to lose patience, thinking the target wouldn't come, he suddenly felt an almost imperceptible movement. So he gripped the pistol in his hand, peered out from the pile of goods in the warehouse, and saw a blue-haired man whose feet were covered in a layer of water film, walking towards his hiding place. The moment Ian Wright peered out and saw the blue-haired man, the man also saw Ian Wright, forcing a slight smile, and spoke the predetermined code phrase. "You're late." It seems something happened in Backland. The police started setting up roadblocks, so there was a slight delay. The blue-haired man briefly explained the reason for his lateness, then directly urged Ian Wright to proceed with the transaction. Did you bring the item? For the item in your hand, the person who met you this morning died. Don't be ungrateful. The person you sent this morning died to cover me, which proves your sincerity in the transaction. Of course, I won't play tricks, I've brought the item. But did you bring the money? The Military Intelligence Section 9 inspection during the morning transaction was, of course, guided by Miss Sharon and Klein, primarily to eliminate that pyromaniac marionettist and reduce Rosago's influence as much as possible. However, this kind of tactic can only be used once. If used a second time, even a fool would know there's a problem, let alone a very cautious seer. Don't worry, you won't be short-changed. Let's start the transaction now. The blue-haired man pulled out an envelope from his embrace, patted it with his other hand, and said with a smile. Ian Wright looked at the envelope, estimated its thickness, and felt it was correct. Then he took out a briefcase from the pile of goods behind him and said, "Then let's exchange money for goods." The blue-haired man wasn't afraid of Ian Wright backing out. He directly threw the envelope to him, then took the briefcase Ian Wright threw over. After Ian Wright received the envelope, he fled without looking back, based on the environment he had scouted earlier. The pugilist's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, Ian Wright had run over 30 meters. But in just an instant, Ian Wright felt his vision blur, his head began to go numb, and it was as if a thick layer of glass had appeared around him. His entire body's movements and thoughts became jerky. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, holding the briefcase, wore a sinister grin, causing a strong gust of wind to appear throughout the old warehouse, instantly sending him to Ian Wright's side. He raised his fist, the size of a sandbag, and aimed it at Ian Wright's head. Sailor Pathway Sequence 6, Wind Blessed. If that punch landed, Ian Wright's head would shatter like a smashed watermelon. But at this moment, the figure of Miss Sharon, dressed in Gothic attire, appeared in the blue-haired man's eyes, and his fist also slowed down at this point. However, Ian Wright was being manipulated by a spirit body thread, making his movements even slower. The blue-haired man's fist would eventually hit him. Even if Ian Wright avoided a head-shattering outcome, it would be difficult to avoid being severely injured. Miss Sharon stepped down from the broken glass window of the warehouse and walked step by step towards the blue-haired man, but her steps were also intermittent. It turned out that she was also being controlled by Rosago's spirit body thread from the shadows, and the two sides were engaged in a tug-of-war. Just then, Klein, who had been hiding in the distance, snapped his fingers, directly detonating the explosives hidden in the warehouse. And at the moment the explosives were detonated, a ball of flame suddenly erupted from a corner of the warehouse, and then a figure appeared beside Miss Sharon, pointing a finger at Miss Sharon, and making a bang sound. Just then, the explosives in the warehouse were ignited, and the entire warehouse roof was blown off. The huge shockwave leveled the surrounding area for tens of meters. Fragments of the explosion rained down from the sky, and the surroundings were filled with smoke and dust. When everything settled, Miss Sharon appeared in her original spot, spotless, as if the explosion just now hadn't harmed her in the slightest. The blue-haired man who had just attacked Ian Wright was thrown over 10 meters away. The scales on his body had extensively ruptured, revealing scorched flesh. Among everyone present, Ian Wright, with the lowest strength and lowest sequence, was completely unharmed. A translucent armor appeared around his body, blocking the previous explosion, and even his clothes showed no signs of damage. It seemed he could withstand 2 more explosions of that magnitude without issue. The source of this translucent armor came from the glowing diamond necklace on Ian Wright's chest, hidden by his clothes. In the entire operation plan, Ian Wright, as bait, was the most dangerous. Neither Klein nor Miss Sharon had absolute confidence in protecting Ian Wright's safety. So, in the end, Klein borrowed this Beander item, made from a Guardian Beander characteristic, from Avon for a debt of £1,000. Actually, even if Miss Sharon hadn't intervened just now, the blue-haired man wouldn't have been able to severely injure Ian Wright head-on. The reason Miss Sharon appeared to intervene was, on one hand, because she knew her presence would be difficult to conceal from Rosago, and the blue-haired man's direct, ruthless attack was proof. On the other hand, it was because this Beyonder item, made from a guardian Beyonder characteristic, could indeed provide excellent protection. Even a demigod could withstand a move or two. However, Rosago's spirit body thread was precisely the most difficult ability to guard against below demigod level, only resistible with spirit body strength. Miss Sharon was worried that if she didn't intervene, with Ian Wright's true level as only a sequence 8, his spirit body had not undergone special strengthening, and he would be unable to resist Rosago's marionettization of him. But the reasons above were not the most important reasons for Miss Sharon to actively expose herself. The main reason she was so eager to expose herself was to firmly attract Rosago's attention to herself, making him focus his perceived source of danger on her, thereby ignoring the hidden bombs in the warehouse. At the same time, Miss Sharon exposing herself had another benefit: it would prevent Rosago from being able to target Klein again, allowing Klein to successfully ignite the explosives hidden in the warehouse. Because the marionettist's upper limit for controlling spirit body threads is 3, and Ian Wright plus Miss Sharon plus the blue-haired man already made 3 people. In this situation, even if Rosago discovered Klein's unknown movements, he would no longer have any means to stop Klein, who was far away from him. The blue-haired man was a sequence 6 wind blessed, and he was Rosago's only marionettist. In a situation where he clearly knew he had fallen into an enemy trap, abandoning his marionettist would be suicidal. Abandoning the control of Miss Sharon's spirit body thread would be even more suicidal. Rosago was a high-ranking intelligence officer. After only one round of engagement, he confirmed that Miss Sharon was a sequence 5 wraith of the prisoner pathway, possessing the strength to eliminate the blue-haired man in an instant. And at the moment Klein ignited the explosives, Rosago also abandoned the decision to stop controlling Ian Wright's spirit body thread. Because his danger premonition from being a clown had already made him understand that Klein was going to ignite the explosives. Knowing that even if he gave up controlling Ian Wright through spirit body thread, he couldn't prevent the explosives from igniting, Rosago ultimately chose not to hinder Klein's actions. Instead, he used flame jump to get to Miss Sharon's side, to see if he could injure Miss Sharon, the most threatening person in his mind, while also having the blue-haired man desperately eliminate Ian Wright, hoping to reduce the number of people ambushing him by 1. However, Rosago, in all his calculations, did not expect that Ian Wright would possess such a powerful sealed artifact. It not only blocked the blue-haired man's raging blow, but also the subsequent violent explosion. Miss Sharon had just appeared and completely ignored Rosago, who had just used flame jump and paper figurine substitute to dodge the explosion. Instead, she directly looked at the blue-haired man, who had stood up and released a violent gust of wind and dense wind blades. Clearly, Rosago intended to use this marionettist to hold back the most threatening Sharon, buying himself time to escape. Miss Sharon had anticipated this and directly wraithified herself, unaffected by the strong winds and wind blades. She directly used the blue-haired man's pupils to possess him, controlling his physical body, while simultaneously resisting Rosago's control over the blue-haired man through spirit body thread. The strong wind subsided, the wind blades disappeared, and the blue-haired man's hand struggled to reach his head, but then immediately lowered it, repeating the motion. Clearly, Rosago and Miss Sharon were fighting for control of the blue-haired man. If it were a one-on-one fight between Rosago and Miss Sharon, Rosago would control Miss Sharon simultaneously, but he didn't know the exact nature of the ambush he was facing and was eager to escape. So, after confirming that Miss Sharon was held back by his marionettist, a flash of fire appeared on his body, and he tried to escape using the flames left by the recent explosion. But when he jumped out of the flames, he was greeted by a dozen flying tarot cards. The tarot cards gleamed with cold light, as if they were going to slice Rosago in half. Magician, paper as weapon. No matter what sequence Rosago was, he was a squishy seer. If he was hit by the tarot cards, he would definitely be severely injured. But fortunately, his danger premonition saved his life again, allowing him to dodge this fatal attack with the agility brought by being a clown. But just as Rosago was about to flame jump again to create distance, Ian Wright, who had appeared beside him at some unknown point, poured a large amount of spirituality into the necklace around his neck, causing it to emit wave after wave of dawn-like light, like a storm of light. They were dense and countless, forming a flickering and violent sharp hurricane that swept towards Rosago. Rosago, who had just dodged Klein's attack, had no time to avoid this deadly storm. He could only use the paper figurine he carried with him to evade the damage. Unfortunately, Storm of Light is a warrior pathway, Guardian's area of effect attack, not a hunter pathway's fatal blow. Even though Rosago used a paper figurine substitute, he still didn't completely avoid the damage. He was grazed by the dense Storm of Light, leaving him severely injured and on the verge of death. But Beyonders of the Seer pathway wouldn't give up so easily. Rosago merely touched his hand, transferring the severe chest injury to his left arm, and then his entire body burst into flames again, jumping onto a nearby flame, dodging an air bullet shot by Klein. But just as Rosago once again controlled Ian Wright's and Klein's spirit body threads, slowing their actions, and preparing to use the opportunity to escape the scene, the figure of Miss Sharon appeared in his eyes, causing him to freeze in place. It turned out that Miss Sharon, taking advantage of Rosago's momentary distraction, had already manipulated the blue-haired man to twist his own neck, joining the hunt for Rosago. However, Rosago was unwilling to surrender and once again began to manipulate Miss Sharon, who had already possessed him. In the distance, Marich, who had been on alert on the periphery and ready to support them at any time, came running. Harvest. Rosago died, and his death was very undignified. He stood there like a fool and was directly killed by Marich's Black Wolf gouging heart move, without much struggle until his death. It wasn't that he didn't want to struggle, but that he no longer had the strength to struggle. Being possessed by a wraith of the same sequence was already hard for Rosago to bear, not to mention there was a magician and a pugilist carrying a powerful Beyonder item watching him like a tiger, making it impossible for him to free his hands to deal with Marich. Even escaping was a luxury under the interference of the wraith, so Rosago could only stand still and watch Marich crush his heart. When Rosago died, his control over Sharon, Klein, and Ian Wright's spirit body threads instantly disappeared. Klein and Ian Wright's movements immediately returned to normal. And Miss Sharon emerged from Rosago's body, nodded to Klein, and said, "You can perform a spirit medium ritual on this person, but I feel it won't be that smooth." Miss Sharon, who had possessed Rosago, easily discovered some kind of restriction on Rosago's body, which was clearly to prevent spirit medium rituals. Just thinking about it made it clear that this was very normal. After all, Rosago was a high-ranking intelligence officer of the Intis 8th Bureau, and Intis's primary belief, Eternal Blazing Sun, was also the god of contracts. "I know about this. Please give me some space, I have a way to perform a spirit medium ritual on him." Klein naturally knew that Rosago must have anti-seer and anti-spirit medium measures on him. This was inevitable in the Beyonder world. Avon also had corresponding restrictions on him, but he was still confident about performing a spirit medium ritual on Rosago. Because he had directly divined Eternal Blazing Sun on the Grey Fog and gained a lot of knowledge, bypassing the restrictions to perform a spirit medium ritual on Rosago on the Grey Fog was even easier. Miss Sharon gave Klein a deep look, then floated onto the blue-haired man, signaling Marich and the pale Ian Wright to leave. Seeing that the others had left, Klein quickly dragged Rosago's body behind a wall ruined by an explosion and began to set up the spirit medium ritual. Klein took out the candle he carried with him, quickly summoned himself, responded to himself, and transformed into a special spirit body. After transforming into a special spirit body, Klein discovered Rosago's residual spirit, finding that his state was better than he had imagined. He also found golden, illusory chains formed by various mysterious symbols deep within Rosago's spirit. This was clearly the restriction placed on him by the Intis 8th Bureau to prevent Rosago from being a spirit medium. If no one performed a spirit medium ritual on Rosago, this restriction would be useless. Klein didn't think too much. He carried the copper whistle given by Mr. Azek, reinforced his spirit, making it more solid, and then, wrapped in Rosago's residual spirituality, he arrived above the gray fog. On the gray fog, Klein was surprised to find that he could perform a spirit medium ritual directly without needing to pray to anyone. Is this my special authority in the mysterious space above the gray fog? Klein's thought flashed, and he immediately uttered the divination phrase. The magic potion formula for the seer pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and quickly entered a dream, seeing the scene where Rosago obtained the magic potion formula. He quickly skipped past the magic potion formulas for seer, clown, and magician, and then heard a voice guiding Rosago, while also presenting a parchment scroll. Sequence 6, Faceless. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, Beander characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. Supplementary ingredients: 80 ml of thousand-faced hunter's blood plus 5 drops of black mandrake juice plus 10 grams of dragon's tooth grass powder plus 3 strands of deep-sea naga hair. After consuming this magic potion and becoming a faceless, you must remember one thing: you can impersonate anyone, but you can only be yourself. Klein thoughtfully repeated the phrase, "You can only be yourself," feeling that this might be the core of the acting for the next sequence, Faceless. General Hurricane Kilangos, who was killed earlier, was said to be able to transform into others' appearances, possibly because his sealed artifact had pastured a faceless. It was a pity that Miss Justice still saw through his disguise. This ability doesn't provide direct combat power, but it's more useful than 90% of Beander abilities, especially suitable for me now. Due to Avon's reminder, Klein also realized his carelessness after coming to Backland and was already deliberately growing a beard. If he could quickly advance to become a faceless, then he wouldn't need to bother with such concealment and could truly live in the sunlight. After all, Avon had told him that Captain Dunn and Leonard had applied to join the Red Gloves to avenge him, plus Miss Daly, who had arrived in Backland 2 months ago. Half of the Tingen Nighthawks team could establish a branch in Backland. Especially with Ins Zangwil and 008 also in Backland now, and Klein preparing to expose the royal family's conspiracy, the probability of the meeting was very high. Therefore, Klein's most important goal next was not to investigate the so-called slave trade, or the so-called conspiracy between the royal family and the demonist sect, but to quickly find acting opportunities, digest the magician magic potion, and find the magic potion materials for Faceless, in order to advance as soon as possible. In fact, ever since the Tingen incident, after dying and coming back to life, Klein had already felt that his magician magic potion had been mostly digested, and he had summarized several acting principles. 1. Do not perform without preparation. 2. Challenge the impossible, even if the result might be false, or not as desired, one must bravely challenge it. 3. Try to control the target's attention, so that the target cannot perceive your true intentions. 4. Gain applause from the spectator. The higher the spectator's sequence, the better. These 4 points were the acting principles Klein summarized after the Tingen incident and his own death and resurrection, having digested most of the magician magic potion. And after experiencing this hunt for Rosago, Klein once again felt signs of loosening and digestion in his magician magic potion. He believed it wouldn't be long before the magician magic potion was fully digested. In the entire hunt, Klein seemed to play a minor role, but in fact, the entire hunting plan was formulated by him in advance. As a Beander of the same seer pathway, he had anticipated and deduced various reactions Rosago would have in emergency situations. The actual results also proved the reliability of Klein's hunting plan. The 4 participants, except for Ian Wright, who suffered immense spiritual depletion from using the Beander item Radiant Guardian, were practically unharmed, and the operation went as smoothly as could be. Just as Klein was still lost in thought, the scene in his dream changed again. This advancement is no longer as simple as before. The magic potion must be consumed with a ritual. Once successful, you will gain one of the most difficult Beyonder abilities to counteract below high sequences. Go to the sea, find a mermaid, and consume the magic potion in her song. As he spoke, an ancient book with countless mysterious symbols opened. Sequence 5, Marionettist. Main ingredients: ancient wraith dust plus 6-winged gargoyle core crystal. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of golden spring water from Sonia Island plus 10 grams of dragon patterned tree bark plus residual spirituality of an ancient wraith plus 1 pair of 6-winged gargoyle eyes. Ritual: consume the magic potion in the song of a mermaid. Consume the magic potion in the song of a mermaid. What does this ritual represent? Because he knew very little about mermaids, Klein couldn't figure out the purpose of this ritual for a while. However, he had heard from Mr. Schumer, a mystery prior who had been transferred from the cathedral to Tingen, that the night church kept a group of mermaids in the cathedral, though he didn't know what for. Klein had been somewhat confused before, but quickly dismissed it. Now that he knew the advancement ritual for Marionettist, combined with the night church's attention to Beyonders of the seer pathway, he vaguely grasped something. This is a trap specifically for Beyonders of the seer pathway. All faceless who want to advance to become Marionettist might fall into this trap. Why is the Church of the Night Goddess so concerned about Beyonders of the seer pathway? Not only did they cultivate seers within the church, but they also set up obstacles on the advancement path of seer pathway Beyonders. The sleepless pathway and the seer pathway are not even adjacent pathways, are they? Is it because, as Avon said, the seer pathway doesn't have a sequence 0 yet, so the Church of the Night Goddess, no, the Evernight Goddess, is so concerned about it? Is this a deity's scheme or layout? Klein's mind raced, connecting many past events, and he had many conjectures about the Night Church. This conjecture made Klein even more reluctant to reveal his identity to his former colleagues. Because he wasn't clear about the Evernight Goddess's view of him, or of the Grey Fog. Klein was now certain that the Grey Fog was related to his transmigration and the seer pathway, so he absolutely could not lose the Grey Fog. But facing the powerful might of a deity, things were not up to him, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. Seeing that Rosago's memory did not contain the sequence 4 magic potion formula, Klein felt a slight disappointment but was not very surprised. Because, as far as he knew, many official organizations or secret organizations directly provided their members with magic potions rather than the corresponding formulas, to prevent the leakage of high-sequence magic potion formulas. This also highlighted the rarity of the half portion of the unshadowed magic potion formula he possessed. Klein wondered if he should find an opportunity to sell it. Klein quickly adjusted his disappointed mindset. After all, obtaining 2 magic potion formulas for sequence 6 and sequence 5 this time was already a huge gain, and he shouldn't ask for too much at once. After inquiring about the magic potion formulas for the seer pathway, Klein found that Rosago's spirit had not yet dissipated. He thought that after getting the magic potion formulas, the next step would be to collect the relevant materials, and Backland's largest material trading platform was none other than Military Intelligence Section 9. Although Military Intelligence Section 9 had many materials, the exchange conditions were very strict, requiring substantial merits as a foundation. As the specific person in charge of the intelligence front dispatched by Intis to the Loan Kingdom, Rosago must know a lot of information. So Klein began to inquire about the intelligence lines Rosago controlled. He didn't know until he asked, and what he learned was startling. Rosago not only controlled some infiltrators who had penetrated key departments of the Loan Kingdom, and some operatives with public identities disguised in various social strata, but also controlled several gangs with considerable renown in the East Borough and Backland Bridge district. Klein used the paper and pen he materialized in his hand to record what Rosago said, quickly filling 2 large pages, until Rosago's spirit disappeared. Klein rubbed his wrist, reviewed the written content, then put it away and quickly left the Grey Fog. The time he had pulled Rosago into the gray fog was already quite long. Any longer, and it might attract investigation from Miss Sharon and the others, so he had to leave the gray fog as soon as possible. After Klein returned to reality, he quickly put away the candles and other items used for the ritual. After checking for any omissions, he pulled out a paper figurine, lit it, and completed the anti-divination measures. "Are you done?" Just as he finished the aftermath work and collected the Beander characteristic that had precipitated after Rosago's death, Klein heard Miss Sharon's inquiry from the side, which startled him. "It's done. We can leave anytime now." "We can't leave now. A Punisher squad and Military Intelligence Section 9 members are rushing here. If we leave now, it would look like we have a guilty conscience." Miss Sharon said the shocking news in a rarely nervous voice. "That fast?" Klein was startled by the news, it far exceeded his previous estimates. "Something seems to have happened in Backland. They flew over using charms regardless of the cost." As she spoke, Klein saw several Punishers in blue attire flying from a distance, and Marich and Ian Wright also came to Klein's side, looking at the approaching people with vigilance. Seeing everyone so nervous, Klein found it a bit amusing. He directly pulled out his golden mask, which represented his identity, and put it on his face. Seeing this, Sharon and Marich remembered that they were also official members of Military Intelligence Section 9 and had no need to feel guilty in front of official Beander teams. So, one by one, they stood tall behind Klein, only Miss Sharon once again becoming invisible and disappearing. Soon, the members of the Punisher squad descended in front of Klein. Klein, based on his experience in the Nighthawks team, quickly engaged in conversation with them, informed them of his Military Intelligence Section 9 identity, and told them that Military Intelligence Section 9 had busted a warehouse selling smuggled military firearms tonight. The Punisher squad members indeed had no suspicions, and Klein took the opportunity to ask what had happened in Backland. A bloody incident occurred at the Intis embassy in Backland. All embassy officials who were Beyonders died. Backland is now sealed off, so when we heard the commotion here, we rushed over so quickly. Hearing this, several big question marks popped up in Klein's head. Klein quickly learned what had happened in Backland. A powerful North Continent nation's embassy had suffered a massacre. This incident could be said to have slapped both Intis and the Loan Kingdom in the face, which explained why the Storm Church, upon receiving news of the explosion, was so eager, burning charms at all costs, to send people to investigate. Now, His Majesty George III had issued an order, once again placing the entire Backland under alert, fully pursuing the culprits. At this moment, any minor incident would be amplified into a major one. Klein, Ian Wright, and Marich exchanged glances, not expecting such an event to occur just hours after they left Backland City. At the same time, Marich and Ian Wright recalled something, their expressions becoming extremely anxious. Just then, several Punisher squad members finished their on-site investigation, nodding to their captain, indicating that they found nothing unusual, confirming it looked like a scene where armed smugglers detonated explosives, with no other abnormalities. The Punisher captain, having received reports from his subordinates, said to Klein, "Since this is a Military Intelligence Section 9 operation, we will not interfere. You should return to the city quickly after you finish up, or you might not be able to get back in later." After speaking, without waiting for Klein's thanks, he motioned for his subordinates to leave the scene. After the Punisher squad left, Miss Sharon suddenly reappeared by their side, and Klein casually asked, "Have Rosago and his puppet been dealt with? The Punishers didn't suspect anything, did they?" With such a major incident at the Intis embassy, the matter of Rosago absolutely could not be revealed, otherwise, everyone present would be dragged into this huge whirlpool. Even if Avon himself were caught in it, he might not escape unscathed, let alone them. Miss Sharon clearly understood the seriousness of the situation, nodding lightly to reassure Klein, then said in a cold voice. One of the detectives, among those Punishers, tried to retrace the scene, but none of them succeeded. Is it a Sequence 7 Feet detective, of the Reader Pathway? Klein quickly recalled the Beander information he had accessed during his time with the Tingen Nighthawks squad. Because the Storm Church's mainstream, sailor, pathway is a Beander pathway very suitable for direct combat and not suitable for handling Beander incidents, especially mysterious events requiring decryption, they also cultivate Beyonders of the reader pathway as a supplement, just like the Night Church cultivates corpse collectors, and the Steam and Machinery Church cultivates mystery priors. Miss Sharon nodded, then continued, although they didn't succeed in retracing, they will definitely be suspicious. That Punisher squad captain is also very formidable, likely carrying a powerful sealed artifact. I can feel a threat from him. A Sequence 7 Beander unable to conduct an accurate investigation at an ordinary explosion site. Anyone would doubt Klein's explanation. Perhaps that team of Punishers hadn't gone far and was monitoring them from nearby using some method. Klein was not at all surprised by this, yet he showed no sign of nervousness, smiling as he said to his companions. This is a given, and I bet that Captain is currently contacting the Storm Church through some means to verify our operation tonight with Military Intelligence Section 9. But don't worry, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I have already had Avon register this operation internally with Military Intelligence Section 9. They won't find anything. Having been a Nighthawk for 2 months, Klein was very clear about the official Beander squad's procedures for handling such matters, so he wasn't worried at all. Sharon and Marich both breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Klein had made preparations, but Marich immediately said anxiously to Sharon. Since such a major incident has occurred in Backland, official forces clear out of the East Borough and Backland Bridge District is inevitable. Because it's a sudden operation, our subordinates certainly won't know how to react, and they won't receive our orders. They might act on their own, leading to fierce confrontation. Ian Wright also nodded anxiously. In the event of an emergency, without a leader to command, chaos would surely ensue. And it just so happened that all official forces tonight must have received strict orders to apprehend the culprits at all costs. Orders descending from the highest level, with added pressure at each step, would put immense pressure on the execution personnel. Anyone facing an impossible KPI would go mad, and the longer it dragged on, the crazier they would become. In such a situation, with two forces clashing, it was clear who would suffer. One could even say that a single misstep could undo all their efforts of the past 2 months. No wonder Marich and Ian Wright were so anxious. Thinking any more now is useless. The most important thing is to get back to the city as quickly as possible, there's no other way. Since they all shared the common secret of Rosago, the relationship between Klein, Sharon, Marich, and Ian Wright grew even closer. Moreover, they all had the same superior, Avon Horn, so Klein naturally began to plan for Miss Sharon and the others. There was no one dilly-dallying present. After agreeing with Klein's suggestion, they quickly took action. Marich brought the carriage hidden in the distance, brandishing the whip, and rushed towards Backland at top speed. But the situation was even more serious than Klein and the others had imagined. As they were about to reach Backland City, they found that it was no longer the police force enforcing the lockdown order, but the army that had taken over the entire Backland. From their uniforms, it was the 1st Cavalry Regiment stationed in Backland and the Royal Guard jointly enforcing the curfew. All soldiers had solemn expressions, were fully armed, and stood ready, with many military dogs barking incessantly. Especially when they were inspected, the military dogs even made movements as if to pounce and bite. And the surrounding soldiers, seeing the dogs' aggressive posture, grabbed their steaming long guns, which emitted white smoke, and surrounded their carriage. As long as Klein and the others made the slightest move, they would fire without hesitation. Facing the thick long guns almost poking their foreheads, cold sweat dripped from Klein and the others. Facing so many steam long guns, whose power was comparable to sniper rifles from his previous life, Klein felt that even a slightly squishy demigod wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. In this situation, even Miss Sharon dared not hide herself, dutifully preparing to be inspected. Fortunately, They all valued the military intelligence Section 9 member identities they had obtained from Avon and carried their identification documents with them, so they weren't too nervous. Just then, an officer in military uniform, wearing the rank of major, stepped forward. He first glanced at the continuously barking and pouncing military dogs, then asked with a serious expression, "Can you explain the smell of gunpowder on you?" Only then did Klein and the others understand why the military dogs reacted so strongly to them. Because of the explosion just now, they all smelled of gunpowder, but because they all had this smell in the environment of the scene, they hadn't noticed this problem. Klein stepped down from the carriage, saluted the officer in front of him, and said, "Military Intelligence Section 9 Captain Intelligence Officer Sherlock Moriarty." Klein's salute clearly surprised the officer. He paused, then returned a salute, and after lowering his hand, he said to Klein, "Hello, Captain, please show me your identification." Although the officer's rank was higher than Klein's, Military Intelligence Section 9 officers were always treated as 3 ranks higher than their actual rank. Under normal circumstances, the major officer should have saluted Klein, so the major's tone was very gentle. Klein had not immediately presented his identification earlier because he had watched videos of American police enforcement in his previous life. He didn't want to cause a misunderstanding by acting rashly, leading to steam rifle fire. Although he knew the possibility was very small, no one could guarantee it wouldn't happen 100%. Klein was very concerned about his own life. Just as he had reported his identity to the Punisher squad earlier, Klein once again revealed the golden mask, and even took out his officer's ID, which he rarely showed. Sharon, Marich, and Ian Wright were no exception, revealing their identification documents as well. As the major dutifully checked each document, Klein explained the source of the strong gunpowder smell on him. "We received a tip that Beyonders were engaging in large-scale arms smuggling in the old warehouse district, acting lawlessly, so we left the city overnight to deal with it. But we didn't expect those smugglers to be exceptionally vigilant and fierce. Seeing they couldn't escape arrest, they detonated explosives, trying to take us down with them." Klein spoke with a straight face, while Marich and Ian Wright nodded in agreement behind him, indicating that they had gone out of the city to carry out a routine military intelligence Section 9 mission. After the major finished checking the documents and returned them, he saluted Klein again, then smiled and said, "We also received a report of a violent explosion in the old warehouse district and were just about to send people to investigate. Now that we know what happened, we don't need to send anyone." Klein put away his documents, glanced at the surrounding soldiers who were still standing by and seemed to be gathering more and more, and asked in a low voice, "We saw the Punisher squad earlier and heard that something big happened at the Intis embassy, so the enforcement teams are implementing a curfew in Backland. But looking at this situation now, it seems a bit off. Why is even the army deployed?" As a Beyander in the army, the major knew that military intelligence Section 9 officers with military ranks were generally Beyonders and had strong backgrounds. Wishing to befriend Klein, he likewise whispered to him, "That was news from 2 hours ago. An hour ago, we just received the latest news. The new Intis Republic ambassador to the kingdom was attacked in Sirivs County. The new ambassador, including all accompanying personnel, died on the spot. His Majesty was furious and ordered the 1st Cavalry Regiment to enter the city and, with the Royal Guard, blockade Backland to ensure the culprits are caught." Klein involuntarily gaped. 2 successive Intis ambassadors had incidents within the Loan Kingdom. This was no longer just a slap in the face to the Loan Kingdom and the Augustus family, it was trampling their dignity underfoot. Without a plausible explanation, neither the Loan Kingdom nor the Intis Republic would be able to save face. No wonder His Majesty George III was so enraged. After all, after the defeat in the war against the Fasak Empire in the southern continent in the first half of the year and the signing of the armistice, George III and the entire Loan political high command were under immense pressure. Now, with this new incident, even Klein, as an outsider, could feel George III's embarrassment. If he didn't react now, the Loan Kingdom would truly become a target for everyone to bully, and its title as the North Continent's strongest nation might as well be taken down immediately to avoid further humiliation. Is there any related information from the scene? Klein realized that the entire situation in Backland would undergo major changes because of this incident, so he wanted to learn more information. I'm just a major officer, how could I access such information? Perhaps the information you get after returning to the city will be even more than mine. Klein also understood that he was clutching at straws. He saluted the major again, then passed through the checkpoint and entered Backland amidst the barking of military dogs. Because Backland was under curfew, the roads were filled with soldiers enforcing the lockdown and searching houses. At this time, Klein had no mind to return to his apartment. He simply went with Miss Sharon and the others to the Backland Bridge district to help them gather their subordinates and cooperate with the military and police inspections, hoping to get through this sudden large-scale search. Backland's landmark building, a towering Gothic clock tower. This was the national symbol built after the establishment of the LotM Kingdom, the Clock of Order. Under the illumination of the red moon, there was a large area of shadow behind the clock tower, where two figures stood. One figure had a rectangular face, wore a white wig, had two upward curling mustaches at the corners of his mouth, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and wore an elaborate military uniform with an exceptionally solemn expression. It was Avon's old acquaintance, Grovel. The other figure had black hair and blue eyes, with a pure and beautiful appearance, dressed in a holy white robe, and eyes as innocent as a young girl's, making one feel an urge to embrace her at first sight. It was Natasha's mother, the white saintess of the demonist sect, Katerina Pell. Even Grovel had to exert great self-control to suppress his impulse, asking in a stern tone, "What exactly does your demonist sect want to do? Do you want to provoke a war between us and Intis? Don't forget that two of your angels have signed the cooperation agreement. If we determine that you have violated the agreement, we can easily severely injure or even kill the signing demoness. Even the primordial demoness cannot save them. Or are you doing this intentionally to make room for your own advancement?" Right from the start, Grovel exerted extreme pressure on Katerina Pell. Chapter 262, Scapegoat, Erroneous Conclusion, Intensified Conflict. Facing Prince Grove's loud questioning, Katerina Pell remained unhurried, feigning grievance as she said, "Your Highness is truly overthinking this. The people who signed were my mother and grandmother. How could I possibly do such a thing?" Prince Grove scoffed, looking at Katerina Pell with a, "Do you think I believe you?" expression, not saying a word. The demonist sect is an extremely volatile organization. From top to bottom, they are all perpetrators and victims. Every demoness who can become a demigod is an existence with an extremely twisted mind, constantly thinking about how to overthrow her mother or grandmother. Mutual slaughter within the demonist sect is even more common. Designing traps to harm their own mothers for promotion is not considered an unforgivable act within their ranks. On the contrary, it is highly encouraged. Therefore, upon learning of the incident at the Intis Republic Embassy, Military Intelligence Section 9 quickly mobilized, disregarding political rules, and entered the embassy for investigation. They soon found the deceased Beckerlang in a villa in Empress Borough. After expert investigation, it was largely confirmed that the embassy bloodbath was Beckerlang's doing, and Beckerlang was killed by a sequence 5 demoness of afflictions. Furthermore, there is deep conflict between the demonist sect and the Intis Republic. When these facts were laid out, all the important figures unanimously turned their attention to the demonist sect and simultaneously formed corresponding conjectures. A demoness within the demonist sect, either to incite conflict between the LotM Kingdom and Intis or for some internal purpose, lured Beckerlang into creating the bloody tragedy at the embassy. George III and Prince Grove thought more deeply. They wondered if the demonist sect was using their cooperation as an opportunity to deliberately stir up trouble, making them provide cover. After all, it's not just hunters who thrive on chaos. Demonesses are also a group of people who wish for nothing but chaos in the world. Katerina Pell reined in her smile and solemnly said to Prince Grove, "Whether your Highness believes it or not, I can solemnly tell you that I had no knowledge of the Intis Republic Embassy bloodbath. Someone is framing us. I can swear by the name of a deity. Our operation is about to begin. Just as you don't want any unexpected complications, we share the same view. Seeing Prince Grove scoffing at her, Katerina Pell knew that her words were unconvincing. She could only make vows to prove the demonist sect's innocence. Upon hearing Katerina Pell's willingness to swear by the name of a deity, Prince Grove, relying on his Chaos Hunter's ability to discern lies, immediately believed that the demonist sect truly had no involvement in the Intis Republic Embassy bloodbath. But if the demonist sect was not involved, then where did the demoness of afflictions who killed Beckerlang come from? You said you were framed, implying that the Theosophy Order did this. But that's only one possibility. Even if you didn't do it, it doesn't guarantee that other demonesses in your demonist sect didn't. Katerina Pell nodded somewhat uncertainly, then said, "This is the most likely conjecture. After all, a Sequence 5 magic potion formula cannot possibly be circulated outside. And in the Beander world, those who can cultivate a demoness of afflictions are either us or the Theosophy Order. Moreover, the Theosophy Order should have detected our cooperation, and might even have guessed that our cooperation could involve that Conqueror Beander characteristic. It's very possible they did these things to disrupt our plans. As for the internal affairs of the demonist sect, I don't deny that we are not a monolithic entity, but our cooperation this time to exchange for the Conqueror Beander characteristic was decided by the primordial demoness. No demoness would dare to ruin things at this time. The cooperation with the royal family was approved by the primordial demoness. Prince Grove was startled when he heard the name of the primordial demoness. His brother had not mentioned this when he instructed him to cooperate with the demonist sect, so he had always thought that the primordial demoness was still in slumber, and that the angels of the demonist sect were leading the cooperation with the Augustus family. He had not expected that there was a deity behind this cooperation. Although this deity was a recognized evil god, she was still a genuine deity. This filled Prince Grove, who had always been ambitious, with sincere joy, and he felt even more confident that his brother's plan could succeed. At this point, Prince Grove also believed that the demonist sect was truly unrelated to the bloodbath, but how to deal with the aftermath was another big problem, because all evidence pointed to the demonist sect. The claim that the Theosophy Order framed the demonist sect simply couldn't be brought to the table. If the Loan Kingdom government communique specifically explained for the demonist sect, it would backfire, raising suspicions from Intis and potentially exposing the demonist sect's entanglement with the Augustus family to the three great churches. If only the Theosophy Order was mentioned and the demonist sect was omitted, that wouldn't work either. For many years, the Theosophy Order's actions under the guise of the demonist sect had been very misleading. In the eyes of most people, the Theosophy Order was a branch of the demonist sect, and they were completely unaware of the inside story. If the Loan Kingdom were to pin the blame on the Theosophy Order and not mention the demonist sect at all, those unaware of the truth might even think that the Augustus family dared not offend the demonist sect. Even if no one thought that way, those with ulterior motives would guide others to think that way. The more Prince Grove thought about it, the more his head ached. He felt as if his brain was about to explode. Yet, he couldn't even hope to catch the culprit. If the culprit could be caught, everything would naturally be fine, and all parties could be appeased. But if the culprit couldn't be caught, then the matter would fall back on him. Who told him he was the one secretly working for George III? After a long time, Prince Grove spoke with difficulty. "Let's wait for the investigation results from Sirivs County. This matter might have been done by the Theosophy Order, or it might not have been. But no matter who did it, these two incidents combined have magnified a fact that could have been suppressed to the point where it can no longer be suppressed. In short, you still need to lie low during this period and temporarily stop your actions. Otherwise, if something happens now, we won't be able to protect you." Katerina Pell also understood the seriousness of the situation, nodded with a solemn expression, and then frowned, saying fiercely, "Even if this crisis ends, we shouldn't rashly restart our operations. We should prioritize striking the Theosophy Order first. Don't you think that ever since the Theosophy Order discovered the Red Rose Manor incident, everything we've done has been very unsuccessful? If we don't clean up the house, nothing can be accomplished, let alone achieving our goals. Although Prince Grove felt that the demonist sect was using him to target the Theosophy Order, he also agreed in his heart that the Theosophy Order had already significantly impacted their operations, and he also decided to strike the Theosophy Order. We'll talk about this later. First, let's resolve the current matter. I will notify you as soon as possible if anything comes up later. Katerina Pell nodded and bowed, then looked at Prince Grove's face and said with a charming smile, "If it weren't for the current emergency, I'd really like to revisit our old times." What a pity. With that, Katerina Pell turned and vanished, while Prince Grove used great willpower to suppress the flush on his face, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Soon, Prince Grove appeared at Soderak Palace, bowed to George III who was seated on the throne, and then respectfully said, "I just met with Katerina Pell and confirmed that they did not create this bloodbath." At the same time, Katerina Pell suspects that this incident was created by the Theosophy Order, precisely to disrupt our operational steps. George III rubbed his forehead after hearing Prince Grove's report and said, "What are your thoughts?" "I think Katerina Pell has a point, and she even made a guarantee in the name of a deity. According to her, this cooperation was approved by the primordial demoness, so no demoness within the demoness sect would dare to openly sabotage it." Upon hearing that the primordial demoness was involved in this cooperation, George III's eyes lit up. Nothing could compare to his ascension ritual. Regardless, having a deity's explicit support was a good thing. Although, due to the discussions of the Twilight Hermit Order, George III had already grasped that the seven gods would not personally intervene for the birth of a Black Emperor. But without explicitly hearing a deity say so, no one could guarantee that the seven gods would not intervene 100%, and George III's psychological pressure was imaginable. Now that the primordial demoness's support for him was clear, George III could at least assume that as long as no two true deities personally interfered, his ascension to Black Emperor was already a certainty. Did Katerina Pell say anything else? George III was very depressed today due to the excessive resistance to military reform, the bloodbath at the Intis Republic Embassy, and the attack on the new ambassador. Finally, he heard good news, and his tone of voice became much lighter. She suggested that after this, we should strike the Theosophy Order no matter what, otherwise, in the future, the Theosophy Order might sabotage us at a critical moment, and we might regret it then. I agree with this proposal. Ever since the Theosophy Order interfered with the Red Rose Manor, we can say that things have been going smoothly for us during this period. It is indeed necessary to clean up the house. Prince Grove relayed Katerina Pell's suggestion, adding his own opinion. Let's do it then. And not just afterwards, let's use this curfew to conduct another thorough investigation of the Theosophy Order. Your Majesty, has there been any news from Siriv's County? Actually, if Beckerlang's body was handed over, the Loan Kingdom could account for the embassy bloodbath to the Intis Republic. After all, the perpetrator was Beckerlang, the embassy's top figure, so Intis couldn't blame the Loan Kingdom. The current curfew search was merely to find the demoness who killed Beckerlang and completely silence any rumors. The armed attack on the new Intis Republic ambassador in Siriv's County was the major issue, and it was why George III summoned the army into the city overnight. Just received news from Siriv's County, confirming that the attackers of the train were a well-trained army. George III said this shocking news with a cold laugh, and Prince Grove's scalp tingled. As mentioned before, the Augustus family, the Millennium Royal family of the Loan Kingdom, had intricate ties with the army. Even various internal factions had certain reserved territories within the military. The advantage was that it expanded the royal family's control over the army and maintained the Augustus family's rule. The disadvantage was that it led to various internal factions within the royal family having corresponding influence and forming special interest groups within the army. Every reform of the army directly affected the royal family's internal factions, who were all blood relatives. Those with long-term influence were descendants of demigods or even angels, making them difficult to deal with. And Siriv's county, of all places, happened to be the reserved territory of an Augustus family angel, Duncan Augustus. Because Siriv's county bordered the Intis Republic, serving as a front line for battles between the Loan Kingdom and Intis, and also facing the threat of the Faesac Empire to the north, the Augustus family branch left behind by Duncan Augustus had the responsibility of defending the frontier, which also led to its profound influence on local government and the army. They dared to do that. Prince Grove couldn't hide his shock, exclaiming, regardless of whether Duncan Augustus authorized this or not, as long as it happened in Siriv's county, it was inextricably linked to him, not to mention that the army's involvement had already been confirmed. They probably just wanted to cause me some trouble and didn't expect such a big incident to happen in Backland. Since he had learned from the demonist sect that they were not involved in the embassy bloodbath, George III naturally separated the two incidents, arriving at a completely off-topic conclusion. In his eyes, the Intis Republic embassy bloodbath was orchestrated by the Theosophy Order to sabotage his cooperation with the demonist sect. The attack on the new Intis Republic ambassador was a warning from internal opponents within the Augustus family. The masterminds behind the two incidents were completely different, yet they coincidentally occurred on the same day, resulting in a greater than the sum of its parts effect that impacted the entire continent's situation. Since the matter is clear, how does Your Majesty plan to handle it? Now that the incident had occurred, how to deal with the aftermath was the top priority. Prince Grove was very nervous, worried that George III would take drastic action. But George III was even calmer than he imagined. His face merely twitched, then quickly became serene again, and he ordered, "Now is not the time to fall out. Hand Beckerlang's body to Intis, and publicly announce that both incidents were orchestrated by the demonist sect. Will Intis agree to close the case this way?" Prince Grove was very hesitant. This incident had given the Loan Kingdom an excuse to Intis, they would certainly not let it go easily. As long as they still consider the Faesac Empire their biggest enemy and don't change their fundamental national policy, give them a reasonable explanation, and they won't pursue it relentlessly. George III said confidently. Chapter 263 George III's Killing Intent. After the legendary Emperor Rosal was assassinated and died, Intis had no one who could stabilize the situation, and the Faesac Empire also prepared to use this opportunity to organize an anti-Intis alliance, bringing their army to the city gates, wanting to destroy Intis in one fell swoop. Although Rosal was invincible across the North Continent, he also left many hidden dangers. When he was alive, no one dared to resist. When he died, other countries naturally sought revenge for grudges and grievances. Intis was not ultimately conquered by other countries. Besides Intis's national strength still being in a league of its own at the time, and the allied forces of various countries having to pay an extremely heavy price if they truly wanted to destroy Intis, there was another reason. There was a troublemaker in the North Continent allied forces who kept jumping up and down advocating for peace talks, and this troublemaker was the Loan Kingdom. At that time, the Loan Kingdom had already keenly sensed that in the post-Rosal era, the hegemony of the North Continent would be contested among the Loan Kingdom, the Faesac Empire, and Intis. Among them, Intis, because it ultimately chose a republican system, no longer had an absolute leadership core internally, and gradually began to focus its main energy on internal strife. Moreover, the impression Rosal left on countries around the world was too deep, so even if Intis had ambitions, it dared not show them. The Loan Kingdom, having led the first anti-Intis alliance, was severely defeated by Rosal, its strength had not recovered, and it had not completed industrialization reforms internally, making it feel powerless regarding the future situation. Only the Faesac Empire had a militaristic system internally, with the absolute leader, the Einhorn family, and external support from the Faenapotter Kingdom, plus the successful formation of the Second Anti-Intis Alliance, giving it soaring prestige. Therefore, the Loan Kingdom, which still had ambitions for future North Continent hegemony, ultimately decided to ally with Intis to dismantle the Second Anti-Intis Alliance led by the Faesac Empire. Of course, this alliance was based on Intis making concessions, as Intis had gained too much from Rosal. Ultimately, with the mediation of the Loan Kingdom, Intis relinquished many interests it had encroached upon during Rosel's time. This included, but was not limited to, liberalizing the north and southern continent shipping routes explored by Rosel, dissolving Intis's protectorate status over countries like Lumburg and Siegel, returning territories previously occupied by Rosel, and handing over a large number of industrial technologies, and so on. Ultimately, various countries obtained substantial benefits without resorting to force. The second anti-Intis alliance also ended hastily due to the Loan Kingdom's interference, Intis's voluntary concessions, and the Fenaport and Lumburg and other countries ceasing their belligerence. This also completely shattered the Fasak Empire's plan to dominate the North Continent and fill the power vacuum left after Rosel's death. The Loan Kingdom also consequently fell out with the Fasak Empire, becoming the biggest obstacle to the Fasak Empire's dominance over the North Continent and even the entire world. While Intis temporarily abandoned its ambition to contend for North Continent hegemony, it harbored greater resentment towards the Fasak Empire, which led the Second Anti-Intis Alliance, and clearly saw the Fasak Empire's ambition, knowing that the Fasak Empire was the country most likely to harm Intis's interests. Therefore, although no formal alliance was forged, in international affairs, Intis consistently and firmly sided with the Loan Kingdom, supporting the Loan Kingdom in its confrontation with the Fasak Empire. In the subsequent century-long scramble for colonies in the southern continent, when faced with the threat of losing colonies, Intis would rather cede land to the Loan Kingdom than benefit the Fasak Empire. It is precisely because of these historical factors that George III was confident that as long as Intis did not change its fundamental national policy of allying with the Loan Kingdom to contain the Fasak Empire, they would not make things too difficult for the Loan Kingdom regarding the ambassador incident. If Intis is not satisfied with the outcome of our handling, you can tell them that we can invite them to send people to investigate, and we can pin the ultimate culprit on the Fasak Empire. Just say that the Fasak Empire bribed the demonist sect to create two bloody incidents, provoking relations between the two countries. I believe Intis will also be satisfied with this outcome. Prince Grove's eyes lit up upon hearing George III's words, convinced that Intis would not miss this opportunity to smear the Fasak Empire. George III's handling might turn out to be a blessing in disguise, potentially provoking the Fasak Empire and Intis's relationship, further isolating the Fasak Empire diplomatically. I understand. I will now contact the Intis high level through covert channels. Prince Grove excitedly wanted to leave to contact the high-level officials of the Intis Republic, but he was called back by George III. It's less than 4 hours until dawn. If we can catch the murderer who killed Beckerlang within these 4 hours, fine. If not, then so be it. Backland must lift the martial law as soon as possible before dawn. Seeing Prince Grove's puzzled expression, George III could only helplessly say, "Tomorrow is my birthday, and I still have to preside over the airship race and promote military reform. These are the truly important matters, nothing else can affect them." Prince Grove suddenly realized, cursing himself for forgetting this matter, and quickly said, "I know what to do. Regardless of whether we can catch that demoness, I will announce that the true culprit has been successfully apprehended before dawn, and quickly restore peace to Backland." After Prince Grove hurried away, George III remained seated on the throne, his gaze distant, lost in thought, until a trembling attendant reminded him it was time to retire, and he snapped out of it and left. In the eyes of ordinary people, the embassy bloodbath and the assassination of the new Intis ambassador were major events, but not so in George III's eyes. The reason he had urgently sealed off Backland earlier was out of a king's suspicion, believing that the mastermind was targeting the kingdom and him, and that there were further plans. Now that the mastermind had been generally identified and he understood there would be no further incidents, George III no longer took these two matters much to heart. His current considerations were instead within the Augustus family. As the military reform progressed, it predictably met with backlash from vested interests, but he hadn't expected the backlash to come so quickly and so fiercely. In his eyes, using the army to kill the new Intis ambassador was a blatant and undisguised warning from certain individuals. Previously, to smoothly carry out reforms and prepare for rituals, George III would generally endure what he could, actively coordinate, and engage in exchanges of interests. However, the armed attack by the army on the new Intis ambassador touched George III's sensitive nerves. He felt that some people within the Augustus family simply couldn't bear to see him advance to become a Black Emperor, which was why they were causing such trouble. This was already a matter of principle, not a matter of exchanging interests. After all, his becoming a Black Emperor, the shadow of order, could potentially suppress the growth of some other order-aligned angels. During his recent contemplation, George III had made up his mind to push for military reform at all costs. Whoever blocks my path must die. No matter who it is. No matter their name. George III, led by the attendant into his bedroom, narrowed his eyes and thought fiercely. But upon seeing the Queen approach him, his expression immediately changed. Avon of Military Intelligence Section 9 had been closely monitoring the situation's development. To be honest, Beckerlang's brutal move before leaving was something he hadn't anticipated. Before this, Avon would at most have thought that Beckerlang would only kill a few Beyonders who were secretly monitoring him, to facilitate his escape. However, after Beckerlang learned of Princess Alice's identity, he felt he had found a powerful backer, and thus was eager to express his loyalty and sever ties with the Intis Republic, so he overdid it. Therefore, after eliminating Beckerlang, Avon did not stop for a moment and went to a Hova Earl's court again to inform Robert of the matter. Robert's reaction was also very quick. He immediately judged that this matter would escalate. Robert used the advance information from Avon to do one thing. That was to notify the people who had unauthorizedly sent troops to kill the new Intis ambassador to quickly flee and avoid being caught. Then, after confirming that the demoness who killed Beckerlang would not be found, he told Avon to go home and do what he usually does. Avon still trusted Robert's judgment. Since Robert didn't say much, he returned home without further thought. Less than an hour later, Avon, unable to sleep, received a notification from Military Intelligence Section 9, asking him to attend an emergency meeting at headquarters to discuss the Intis Embassy fire tragedy. Because Avon had always been primarily responsible for intelligence work concerning the Fasak Empire, the blame did not fall on him. Avon observed with a detached eye but remained silent. Avon did not utter a word until the end of the meeting, but he still received a search mission at the meeting. Knowing that Klein and Miss Sharon would also be acting against Rosago today, Avon, when delineating the search area, voluntarily took on the search mission for the Backland Bridge district, to provide some protection for Miss Sharon's, and also his own, underground forces. However, not long after, the army entered the city to participate in the search. Avon could only urgently contact O'Sullivan of the Aurora Order, asking him to cause a diversion to shift the attention of the search personnel slightly, which allowed him to hold out until Backland and Sharon returned. After a brief encounter with Klein and Sharon, Avon returned directly to Military Intelligence Section 9 without saying a word. However, the subsequent development of the situation somewhat exceeded Avon's expectations. He had originally thought that Backland would be sealed off for at least 2 days, and George III's birthday banquet would probably be cancelled. But unexpectedly, before dawn, he received news that the culprit had been caught, and the army also withdrew from Backland before dawn, perfectly illustrating what it means to come and go like the wind. This left Avon, the source of the incident, somewhat puzzled. After the morning routine meeting, Avon confirmed that the search last night had not caught any demoness, only some wild small fry. This left Avon even more perplexed. He could only conclude that there were internal details he didn't understand. Avon hated things he couldn't control, but he was also a man of composure and showed no outward sign of it. Instead, he joined other high-ranking officials of Military Intelligence Section 9 in pushing for the restoration of order in Backland, until noon when he went to the Black Rose restaurant, outside the Parliament building for lunch. Not long after Avon arrived at the restaurant's private room, Robert entered, guided by a waiter, and said with a smile, "You're quite composed. I thought you'd come straight to me after receiving the order to lift the martial law." It seems I underestimated you, brother. Seeing that Robert was still in a mood to joke, Avon breathed a sigh of relief and then eagerly asked. What exactly happened? Why did this martial law end so quickly? Robert knew Avon was eager for answers and didn't beat around the bush, saying with a smile. Since I advanced to become an imperative mage last year, I've already felt the ceiling above me. Before I knew you had established contact with Queen Mystic, I had already made some preparations. Robert did not directly say what happened, but instead mentioned his plans for future advancement. Avon's heart stirred, and associating it with the peculiarity of Siriv's county, he had some guesses, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Robert who was eloquently speaking opposite him. From my position back then, I planned two options for advancement. One was to find a way to kill the King of the Five Seas, Nast, and obtain the magic potion formula for advancing to Lawyer Pathway Sequence 3, Mentor of Disorder, from him, while also acquiring the Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy, Beander characteristic in his possession. The other was to ignite the internal contradictions within the Loan Kingdom, and even provoke conflicts within the Augustus family, leading them to internal strife, and I would seek opportunities from within. Although both paths were very difficult, I made certain arrangements for both. I originally thought that with the news of the Black Emperor blasphemy slate, my previous arrangements would be useless, but unexpectedly, they were used for this matter. Robert looked at the shocked Avon, and said with a light-hearted smile. You actually wanted to trigger a civil war within the Augustus family. Avon had already understood Robert's thoughts and felt that he should re-evaluate his brother. He had never had such a crazy idea, but Robert dared to think it, and had been planning it a year ago, and even succeeded in his scheme by leveraging this opportunity. From the lifting of this martial law, it could be seen that Robert had successfully split the Augustus family. Only if George III truly suspected that an angel within the Augustus family was involved in the attack on the Intis ambassador would he dare not investigate further and lift the martial law. If there was no suspicion, how could there be any cover-up? But this might not bring you any benefits, right? After all, since George III wants to advance to Black Emperor, he must already be a Sequence 1 Archangel. With Augustus I clearly supporting George III, Duncan Augustus won't be able to stir up much trouble, and might even be dealt with silently. If it weren't for George III's advancement to Black Emperor, there would indeed be a high possibility of splitting the Augustus family, but with Augustus I and George III currently together, Robert's plan would not be so easy to succeed. Chapter 264 Robert's Surprise. I never expected any immediate returns. George III has been preparing for many years, and none of us know the extent of his ritual preparations. And for us, time is what we lack most right now. No matter how this matter ends, it will be a gain for us. Although Robert claimed not to care about the returns, Avon knew that if they could truly scheme to get George III to eliminate an angel, it would be a good opportunity for Robert. Don't forget, tomorrow George III will officially announce Robert's marriage alliance with the royal family at the birthday banquet. Given Robert's special status, whether it's to target the Einhorn family of the Faesac Empire in the future, or to have him charge forward as a pawn, George III should offer something substantial. And at this time, what could be better than the magic potion formula and Beander characteristic of a Chaos Hunter? Previously, the Augustus family might not even have had the corresponding Beander characteristic, but once an angel dies, many characteristics can be dropped. In this feast, even if Robert couldn't get the Beander characteristic, he should have no problem getting a magic potion formula. If George III was unwilling to even give this much, then there would be no need for Robert to associate with him. Moreover, if George III truly decided to eliminate those within the Augustus family who disagreed, it would inevitably cause him to lose some popular support, as this involves striking at those of the same bloodline, and everyone is watching. In this situation, Robert's status as an outsider would instead be an advantage, making him more likely to be controlled by George III and to receive his cultivation to counterbalance the dissatisfaction of others. Of course, this is just the most ideal scenario envisioned by Robert and Avon. Currently, the attitudes of George III and Augustus I are unclear, and this matter might even conclude peacefully and naturally. However, overall, creating a rift within the Augustus family perfectly aligns with Robert and Avon's interests. Who is the ancestor of the Augustus family's Ceres County branch? Avon, after all, was only a sequence 6, so there were many things he simply didn't know and didn't need to understand. Duncan Augustus. Robert said casually, as this was no secret to those in the know. But then he thought of how Avon's eyes clearly lit up upon hearing the name, and he repeated the question. Duncan Augustus, the third-generation king's youngest son. Robert stopped cutting the beef on his plate, looked at Avon in surprise, and asked, "How did you know? All relevant information on the Augustus family's demigods should have been erased, not to be revealed to others, right? I only learned that Duncan Augustus was the ancestor of the Augustus family's branch in Ceres County through the notes of the Horn family's ancestor." Avon sneered, then said to Robert, "I was helping someone investigate some old matters and found that Duncan Augustus's information was very incomplete, which made me realize how extraordinary this person was." Robert, very sensitively, pressed him, "Who asked you to investigate Duncan Augustus, and why did you investigate him?" Since Avon was already going to introduce Mr. Azek into the mysticism gathering jointly organized by Robert and Amanda, he naturally didn't mind revealing more information to Robert. "You once asked me why I chose LotM Town as my fief, and I didn't answer you directly then. Now I can tell you the reason. That is, the first Baron LotM was my history teacher at Hoy University, Mr. Azek. He is also the high-sequence powerhouse of the death pathway who eliminated General Hurricane Keelangos on the night Duke Nigan was assassinated, and he is one of the 2 high-sequence powerhouses I'm having introduced to the gathering next week." "Oh, so Keelangos met his end at the hands of this Mr. Azek. I remember LotM Town was granted as a fief over 1,000 years ago. Could it be that this Mr. Azek has lived for over 1,000 years? Avon, tell me in detail, what exactly is going on?" Robert's attention was completely captured by Avon's words, and he was very surprised, vaguely sensing that something was amiss, and quickly urged Avon not to keep him in suspense. After all, Robert had never heard of any demigod of any pathway having such a long lifespan. Even demigods of the moon pathway, who have the longest lifespans, can only barely survive by sleeping, breaking the 1,000-year lifespan limit. Of course, the demoness of Undying is an exception, the name of her sequence already says it all. So Avon, in one go, spoke out some words he had prepared in advance. Except for Mr. Azek's true identity and the schemes involving Adam and the Evernight goddess, Avon basically said everything he could. In short, for some unknown reason, Mr. Azek is always in a cycle of amnesia, lucidity, amnesia, and his strength has not fully recovered. His elimination of Keelangos was entirely accidental, with no other factors influencing it. And the reason his investigation, which he entrusted to me, led to Duncan Augustus is because he is searching for the true culprit who caused the death of his child." Upon hearing Avon's description, Robert excitedly stood up from his seat, then paced back and forth in the spacious private room, his excitement evident. After a while, Robert finally reined in his emotions, grabbed Avon's shoulders, and said solemnly, "Avon, do you know? You've done a great service. You haven't recruited a demigod, but an angel of the death pathway, the death consul." Avon had long been well aware of Mr. Azek's identity, but he still acted very shocked in front of Robert, stumbling over his words. An angel. Yes, an angel. It's rare for a demigod to live for over 1,000 years without special means, even 800 years is uncommon. Because as time passes, one's physical condition will worsen, and control over Beander characteristics will weaken. High-sequence powerhouses, unless killed, mostly end up losing control, just like carnivorous animals in nature often don't die of old age, but starve to death because they can't hunt. So this Mr. Azek must be an angel, with no other possibility, and perhaps even a born mythical creature. Mythical creature. Avon again, at the right moment, feigned ignorance in front of Robert. Robert evidently didn't think Avon could know such high-level knowledge, and immediately began to explain. After a person advances to become a demigod, they gain divinity. From advancing to Sequence 4 demigod, a person's advancement is a process of gradually transforming into a divine creature, and this process only ends at Sequence 2. Saints of Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 and angels of Sequence 2 have a fundamental difference. In ancient times, Sequence 2 angels were called minor gods. So, to some extent, advancement is a process of gradually aligning oneself with a mythical creature, becoming a mythical creature. Then if Mr. Azek is a born mythical creature, who would his parents be? Avon, feigning curiosity, asked the most crucial question. Those capable of conceiving a mythical creature are, of course. Robert casually spoke what he considered common sense, but he stopped mid-sentence, his mouth agape, frozen in place. Yes, the lowest being capable of directly conceiving a mythical creature is an archangel, and clearly, in the era when Mr. Azek existed, there were no archangels of the death pathway, because at that time, death still existed. In other words, Mr. Azek could only be the direct offspring of death, there was no other possibility. As a demigod of the Arbiter pathway, as one of the most powerful dozen people in the Loan Kingdom, Robert quickly realized that the various buffs on Mr. Azek were extraordinarily complex and very hot to handle, at least beyond what he could interfere with right now. Seeing that Robert might have realized Azek's extraordinary nature, and the potentially major events associated with him, Avon simply stopped pretending and said directly, "Mr. Azek's identity might be exceptionally complex, with connections that reach the heavens. These are not things we can meddle with, but that doesn't mean we can't use his identity to make some pre-arrangements and have him serve us. Duncan Augustus's matter might be an opportunity." From Mr. Azek's potential identity as the direct offspring of death, Robert immediately thought of the Evernight goddess. After all, the death pathway and the sleepless pathway are adjacent sequences. Although Robert now believed in the storm god, his heart had always been inclined towards the Evernight goddess. Aside from the subtle influence of his parents in his youth, Robert also knew many secrets that ordinary demigods did not. He knew that this obscure goddess had always been a victor since the Second Epoch, which kept him constantly interested in the Evernight goddess's movements. Moreover, ever since he learned about the Horn family's history and realized that the Einhorn family would be his future enemy, Robert had always been very attentive to the Church of the Night Goddess, even actively instructing Avon to foster closeness and good relations with them. This was because the warrior pathway is also an adjacent sequence to the sleepless pathway, and in dealing with the War God Church and the Einhorn family of the Fasak Empire, the Church of the Night Goddess is the most steadfast ally. Now Robert finally had an opportunity to ascertain the Evernight goddess's attitude through Azek, which was even more strategically significant than recruiting an angel. Furthermore, Azek, as an angel, had been afflicted by amnesia for over 1,000 years, which made Robert even more interested in the secrets behind him. Next week, I will personally attend the gathering and contact this Mr. Azek, seeking cooperation on the matter of Duncan Augustus. Robert quickly made his decision. Even if countless high-level beings were watching this Mr. Azek, he would interact with him as he saw fit, even openly and without avoidance. If his contact with Azek affected the schemes of certain high-level beings, then he would quickly receive corresponding feedback, and whatever the feedback, it would benefit him in glimpsing a corner of the high-level being's plans in the Beyonder world. As for safety issues, Robert didn't care so much anymore. Everything carried risks, but one couldn't be timid because of so-called risks. If so, he wouldn't be able to catch up to any dish. Ever since Robert decided to revive the Horn family, he had no longer considered his personal safety. Everything he did was to achieve his goals, and besides, he had a trump card. Hearing Robert's decision, Avon also breathed a sigh of relief. He had always wanted Robert to be aware of the matters concerning Adam and the Evernight goddess, wanting Robert to know that the world's situation was undergoing drastic changes, and that the time left for them might indeed not be ample. However, he had always struggled to find a good entry point, as if the Evernight goddess and Adam were to realize that Avon knew too much about their affairs, there was no guarantee they wouldn't come directly to him. So, the timing of how to make Robert notice these things was crucial. This time, Mr. Azek joining the gathering was a good opportunity. Avon believed that as long as Robert realized Mr. Azek's importance, he would eventually discover the secrets behind it himself. Besides Mr. Azek, the other high-sequence powerhouse I introduced is also not simple. After discussing Mr. Azek's matters, Avon naturally wouldn't forget Collins' situation. He had to brief Robert before he attended the gathering. "Oh, this Mr. Collins isn't an angel too, is he?" Robert picked up the red wine on the table, took a sip, and said with a smile. "Although he's not an angel, he can be considered a quasi-angel." Avon ignored Robert's teasing and said seriously. Seeing Avon's serious expression, Robert realized the matter was not simple and eagerly asked, "What do you mean by that? Explain it clearly." Avon then fully explained Collins' situation without any concealment, as Collins was not as sensitive as Azek in any case. "So, to win over Master Collins, I acted as a go-between, arranging for Queen Mystic to trade the Savant Pathway Sequence 2 Knowledge Magister Magic Potion formula with him at the gathering. Mr. Azek, you only need to inform him about Duncan Augustus's matter and express your willingness to help him get revenge, and you can keep him at the gathering. However, Master Collins' main needs are in Queen Mystic's hands and have little to do with us. He even has the Beander characteristic needed for his advancement, which further increases the difficulty of winning him over. So, how to win him over and make him willingly stay at the gathering will require some thought from you." Avon directly stated the difficulty of retaining Collins, wanting Robert to think of a solution. From yesterday evening until today, Robert had been surprised 3 times a day. Of course, he had heard of Chris, the renegade of the Moses ascetic order. He just hadn't expected Chris to now be renamed Collins, and to be a Sequence 3 powerhouse who only lacked the magic potion formula and ritual to advance to an angel. The surprises Avon gave him today were too great, making him feel that restoring the Horn family's honor and returning the Horn family to its peak was no longer so out of reach. "Don't worry, I will find a way to win over Master Collins. The importance of this master to our future plans might even exceed the support of the entire Sanguine. I understand its significance." Seeing Avon looking at him, curious about how he managed to win over Master Collins, Robert didn't try to act profound. He took a bite of beef and said with a smile, "Although I don't know what the angel promotion ritual for the Savant Pathway is exactly, based on some hidden information, it can basically be confirmed that it is inseparable from technological innovation and social development. This can be largely inferred from the past experiences of the angels within the Steam and Machinery Church. From this perspective, the Savant Pathway is closely related to the real world, just as the Hunter Pathway is inseparable from the Army and War, and the Arbiter Pathway and Lawyer Pathway are inseparable from state power. If Master Collins wants to be promoted, he needs the state as an entity to help him. And he is promoting across pathways, and is currently being hunted by the Moses ascetic order, with no relevant connections or foundation. So, no matter how Master Collins made a deal with Queen Mystic, his ultimate goal is to be promoted to an angel, and he cannot achieve that without our help." Avon thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. The demigods and angels of the Steam and Machinery Church, compared to the high-ranking members of other churches, were relatively more active and approachable. They are famous masters in various scientific fields, some even teach classes in universities every day and are renowned worldwide. Even their internal monasteries are called academies, and the ascetics inside are either professors or academicians. This basically represents the characteristics of the Savant Pathway. These people are academic giants with disciples all over the world. It's incredibly easy for them to promote any technology they want. The Mystery Prior Pathway, on the other hand, represents the mystical side of the Beander world, emphasizing that the more mysterious, the better, and the more mysterious, the more likely one is to be promoted. The Beyonders of this pathway most desire a world that is as stagnant as possible, where all intelligent beings are as ignorant as possible. In this situation, if the path of a savant pathway Beyander is entering the world, then a mystery prior pathway Beyander must transcend the world. Collins used to be a demigod of the Moses ascetic order. He definitely walked the path of transcending the world. Now, trying to walk the path of entering the world is certainly very difficult. Collins does not have the world-renowned fame and influence of the steam and machinery church's demigods. Besides some important figures in the Beyander world, who else would recognize him? Just this alone makes it difficult for Master Collins to make world-changing technological innovations or alter the entire world. Even if he possesses world-changing technology, it would be hard to promote. According to you, he is currently a Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway. Then he must have made some predictions about his own future. His suggestion that Miss Lawyer should deepen her communication and establish a connection with you might be for her sake, but it's also possible he saw that you would be helpful for his future promotion and deliberately set up the connection. Seeing Avon's thoughtful expression, Robert casually spoke of something Avon had overlooked but which he, as an observer, had seen at a glance. That is, Avon's deliberate efforts to approach Collins through Catherine Gry might have been a result of Collins's intentional guidance, which is not difficult for a clairvoyant. Avon involuntarily widened his mouth, and interactions with Catherine Gry flashed through his mind. In the end, he could only give a wry smile. He had always believed that the most advanced hunter often appeared in the form of prey, and he had always moved among the Demonist sect, Theosophy order, and Augustus family in the form of prey. But he never expected that there would be a day when he would treat a hunter as prey, like a fool. However, Avon had a good mindset. After all, the one who made him a fool was a ruthless Sequence 3 demigod, not just anyone. On the contrary, having a demigod renowned in the Beyander world, who was meticulously plotting against him, made Avon feel that he already had some weight. After all, if he didn't have enough value, Collins probably wouldn't even look at him, let alone plot against him. So, according to you, we are not at a complete disadvantage when facing Master Collins. He actually needs us very much. Avon refocused his attention on reality and asked in summary, "That's right. Next, I will handle the matters concerning Mr. Azek and Master Collins carefully. You have rendered a great service this time, bringing in an angel and a quasi-angel. Perhaps even Queen Mystic joined this gathering because of you. Rounding up, you've brought in 3 angels. I should reward you with something. You can tell me what you want now." Robert tallied the gains Avon had brought in recently, and his confidence in future endeavors was renewed. His tone was full of praise and endless emotion. Avon, however, just shook his head gently and said, "My active recruitment is also for our common goal, so brother, you don't need to reward me. We are brothers. If I have any needs, I will tell you directly, I won't be shy. You know, I'm actually quite thick-skinned." Robert heard this, chuckled, and felt very comforted. He raised his glass and clinked it with Avon's, then asked, "Do you remember the other thing I told you when I assigned you the task of eliminating Beckerlang?" Avon recalled the situation when he met Robert a week ago, his eyes narrowing as he said, "I remember. You mentioned at the time that the Fasak Empire would probably send people to the Loan Kingdom to investigate our situation." "Yes, that's it. Knowing that I have become an imperative mage, they must have sent a demigod. I plan to find an opportunity to lure out this hunter pathway demigod, then eliminate him to pave the way for your future. I imagine your conspirer potion should be digesting very quickly now, right?" Robert swirled the wine in his glass, asking with a half-smile. Robert's tone in the last sentence sounded like a question, but to Avon's ears, it sounded more like an affirmation. And precisely because it sounded like an affirmation, Avon felt implied, as if digesting the conspirer potion quickly was something shameful. So Avon puffed out his chest, straightened himself, and said proudly, "That's right. I estimate that the conspirer potion will be fully digested in less than half a month." Avon's words, however, made Robert, who had just been teasing him, pause, because it had only been a mere 3 months since Avon embarked on the Beander path. To become a fully digested Sequence 6 conspirer in 3 months, what an astonishing digestion speed. Moreover, 2 weeks ago, Robert had already given the Harvester Beander characteristic to Avon, which also meant that Avon was very likely to prepare the ritual to become a Sequence 5 Beander before the end of this year. Thinking that it took him 7 or 8 years to become a disciplinary knight, Robert felt like he had wasted his life. At the same time, he also became increasingly suspicious that the prophecy old Earl received after meeting the soothsayer might come true for Avon, not for him. However, even with such suspicions, Robert felt no jealousy whatsoever. Instead, he looked forward to Avon's future even more. Although the Beckerlang matter isn't over yet, and there might even be other ripples later, I think we should start preparing for this. Robert's plan was entirely for Avon's sake, benefiting Avon without any harm. Avon was very grateful and said, "Thank you, Robert. Just as you said, we are brothers, no need to be so polite." Robert repeated Avon's earlier words. The brothers looked at each other and smiled, clinking their glasses again. Just then, there was a knock on the private room door. A young man in a suit entered, bowed to Robert and Avon in greeting, then whispered a few words into Robert's ear, while Avon took the opportunity to cut the steak on his plate. He had been talking so much that he hadn't had a chance to eat much. After listening to the young man, Robert waved his hand to indicate he understood, then said to Avon, "This is my new secretary, Simon. If you need help with minor matters, you can find him." Avon nodded at Simon, who smiled at him, remembering Robert's new assistant. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement with Avon, Simon did not linger and left directly, closing the door behind him. "I just received news that His Majesty George III's birthday banquet will proceed as scheduled tomorrow, and its scale will even be expanded." Robert didn't waste words and directly relayed the news he had just received. "It seems George III has reached a direct consensus with Intis and is prepared to suppress this matter. I wonder what price he paid, because George III doesn't know, but we all know that Intis also lost a director of the 8th Bureau. Given the chaotic global situation, and before Intis changes its fundamental national policy, unless an angel dies, Intis will certainly accept the Loan Kingdom's terms. However, the relationship between Intis and the Loan Kingdom will definitely develop deep cracks, and these cracks will appear without George III even knowing." Avon nodded in agreement with Robert's view, because from Intis's perspective, the demoness was indeed the likely instigator behind Beckerlang's bloody attack on the embassy. But this demoness was more likely just a scapegoat, and it's hard to say who the real mastermind behind her was. Intis, having dealt with the demoness sect and Theosophy order for a long time, would easily conclude that this incident was not their doing once they understood what happened. Coupled with the death of Gabriel, a demigod and a high-ranking core member of the secret order from their own country, it was difficult for Intis not to suspect that the Loan Kingdom was crying wolf. As for the Loan Kingdom's motive, it's easy to guess. Intis had always been the most active country in plotting to steal ironclad blueprints from the Loan Kingdom. On one hand, Intis, as the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution and the initiator of overseas colonization, was beaten to the punch by the Loan Kingdom in building the epic-making ironclad. This made them lose face badly, and the Loan Kingdom's newspapers had not been subtle in their insinuations about Intis during this period. There was also widespread public outrage in Intis, and the government faced a crisis of resignation. On the other hand, the industrial system left behind by Rosal was sufficiently vast, and Intis, after all, was the headquarters of the Steam and Machinery Church. As long as they obtained the relevant blueprints, Intis was also the country most likely to replicate them. Therefore, Intis had always been the most eager and daring country in attempting to steal the ironclad blueprints. So, when Intis saw 2 successive ambassadors and the intelligence chief meet with misfortune, it was hard for them not to suspect that this was the Loan Kingdom using others to achieve its goals and sending a warning to Intis. After all, the Intis High Command had heard Gabriel's report about being on the verge of successfully stealing the ironclad blueprints, and the people in charge of this work were Beckerlang and Rosago. Now, with two ambassadors meeting misfortune and Intis still having received no clear news about Rosago, they naturally suspected that this series of events was related to the ironclad blueprints. Since no flaws were left before, Robert and Avon had no interest in the subsequent events. Instead, they began to discuss George III's birthday banquet tomorrow. The military reform involves George III's apotheosis ritual. His eagerness to expand the birthday banquet is largely due to tomorrow's flying competition. This competition must succeed and cannot fail. Do you have confidence? George III's objective was easy to guess, so Robert couldn't help but ask an extra question. No problem. Ever since George III took an interest in aircraft research, he has used the royal family's resources to invite several Beyonders from the Steam and Machinery Church to participate. Although the project is nominally still under Professor Murphy's team, the actual research and development is already handled by Beyonders, so the progress is unbelievably fast. Prototypes were completed long ago, and now they are even entering the stage of considering mass production and cost reduction. A few days ago, I went to Backland University and saw their finished product. It's already very close to practical combat requirements. Since receiving strong support from the royal family, the research and development progress has indeed been rapid, allowing Avon to witness the scientific research capabilities of this world. Sometimes, technological advancement only lacks that flash of inspiration, which also demonstrates the importance of the blueprints left by Rosal. According to Avon's observations, Professor Murphy has also entered the world of Beyonders, pushed by relevant individuals. That's good. This matter is not only George III's concern but also ours, so it must succeed and cannot fail. Avon nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. Backland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's mansion. Has the murderer of the embassy bloodbath been caught? Audrey heard the latest news from Susie and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, when Earl Hall was called away by His Majesty for a meeting last night, Audrey already knew about the bloody incident at the Intis embassy and immediately thought of the Fasak Empire princess, Alice, whom she had only met once. Because her brother hadn't seen Alice at the subsequent banquet, he specifically searched for her, only to learn that the Loan government had never known that a Fasak royal family member had come to Backland. Chapter 266, Audrey's Decision. A Fasak Empire princess appeared in Backland, and the relevant government personnel had not received any news. If her elder brother, Hibbert, hadn't said it himself, Audrey wouldn't have dared to believe it even if she were beaten to death. But that was the truth, and it raised a series of questions in Audrey's mind. Was Alice really a Fasak Empire princess? Why did she secretly infiltrate Backland? What was her purpose in infiltrating Backland? What was her purpose in appearing at the Intis ambassador's farewell banquet? Was the bloody incident at the Intis embassy last night related to her? A series of questions arose in Audrey's mind but remained unanswered. Although she clearly felt that the matter with Alice was not simple, Audrey had no intention of reporting it. Because last night, after learning about the bloody incident at the Intis embassy, her brother, Hibbert, specifically told Audrey not to speak about it. His Majesty's reaction to this bloody incident at the Intis embassy was too strong, he even summoned the army into Backland. Clearly, there was a deep secret behind this bloody incident, and reporting it at this time would only bring trouble upon oneself. Although Hibbert's personality had certain flaws and his worldview was somewhat lacking, he was, after all, an heir to a great noble who had received a complete education for noble heirs. He was definitely not a fool and possessed a high degree of political sensitivity. After one night, the army arrived in a hurry and left in a hurry, lifting the curfew in just a few hours, seemingly like a game. But this also indirectly proved Hibbert's judgment. There was a deep secret behind the bloody incident at the Intis embassy. Just as Audrey was agonizing over how to investigate Alice's matter, her personal maid opened the door to the room and said to Audrey, "Lunch is ready, madam. Please come down and eat." Audrey nodded, took a bag of snacks from a nearby cabinet, and placed it in front of Susie, as if rewarding her for the information she had gathered. The Earl Hall family usually only had time to gather for breakfast, but because Earl Hall was called to a meeting overnight yesterday and only returned an hour ago, today's gathering was scheduled for noon. Father, I heard that the army has lifted the curfew. Has the culprit of last night's bloody incident at the Intis embassy been caught? Sitting at the dining table, watching her father, Earl Hall, sit at the head of the table, Audrey greeted Earl Hall and then eagerly inquired about the relevant news from her father. What Audrey asked was precisely what her mother and brother Hibbert also wanted to know, so upon hearing Audrey's question, they all simultaneously looked at Earl Hall, who rarely ate lunch at home. Earl Hall took a glass of water handed to him by a servant nearby, took a sip, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then sighed, saying, "No, they haven't been caught. There isn't a single clue. The army and the three great churches have used some Beander methods, but they haven't found any more clues. They can only confirm that the culprit is a demoness, everything else is unknown." Then why did they announce that the culprit had been caught and withdraw the army? The speaker was Audrey's mother, Lady Caitlin. She had originally thought Backland would be under lockdown for the next few days and had already cancelled her plans, but she didn't expect the curfew to be lifted at dawn. This greatly annoyed her because she had to reschedule her plans. Last night, not only did a bloody incident occur at the Intis embassy, but the new Intis ambassador sent to Backland was also attacked by thugs in Sirivs County and died on the spot. Audrey and her brother Hibbert exchanged glances, both seeing each other's shock. Because they truly did not know about this matter. The incident of the new ambassador's attack and death was still confidential, and apart from high-ranking military and political officials like Earl Hall, no one else had heard any rumors about it. At the same time, Hibbert and Audrey quickly connected the deaths of the two ambassadors, both speculating in their hearts whether this was a conspiracy by the Fasak Empire. After all, Alice, this Fasak Empire princess, possessed the key to the Intis embassy. It looked highly suspicious no matter how they viewed it. Moreover, Earl Hall had just explicitly stated that the culprit the army was looking for was a demoness. Upon hearing demoness, everyone naturally associated it with a series of terms such as mysterious, beautiful, and ruthless. Hibbert and Audrey did not know how ruthless Alice was, but mysterious and beautiful were their common impressions of her. Is there any conclusion about this matter? Is there any connection between these two incidents? Could it be a conspiracy by a country or a secret organization targeting the kingdom? Hibbert tentatively sought more information from his father to determine whether he would fall into the kind of melodramatic plot like Emperor Rosal's famous work, Prince's Revenge. Earl Hall felt very pleased with his eldest son's progress and did not mind revealing more information to him. According to the latest news I have received, these two incidents should not have a common connection. They just happened to occur on the same day by coincidence. So His Majesty thought something big was about to happen and summoned the army into the city. Seeing that his father was deliberately revealing more information to him, Hibbert, delighted, continued to ask, are there any related suspects? The bloody incident at the embassy was likely carried out by members of the demonist sect. They incited Beckerlang, the Intis ambassador, to create the bloody incident at the embassy, and then silenced Beckerlang. Everyone present, except Earl Hall, gasped in surprise, because they had always thought the bloody incident at the Intis embassy was committed by some thug, and had no idea it was done by Beckerlang, the former Intis ambassador, even though he was incited by others. As for the attack on the new Intis ambassador, it might have been carried out by certain individuals within the kingdom. At this point, Earl Hall couldn't help but narrow his eyes. As a powerful figure in the central government, he naturally disliked local forces that acted independently and disobeyed the central government's orders. Reclaiming all rights over Sirivs County was something every ruler of Backland had wanted to do. However, every time the central government made substantial moves, the border situation would become tense very punctually. Coupled with the fact that the leaders of the local forces in Sirivs County were also a branch of the Augustus family, involving the royal family, the Backland central government couldn't help but hesitate and be indecisive, ultimately leading to nothing. The military reform vigorously promoted by His Majesty, King George III, this time clearly severely harmed the interests of Sirivs County, leading to a backlash. Regardless of what others thought, Earl Hall's first reaction upon hearing that the new Intis ambassador had died in Sirivs County was that it was done by local forces. So when His Majesty, King George III, held a meeting with high-ranking government and parliamentary officials such as Duke Nigan, Earl Hall, Earl Horn, and Prime Minister Ogwood, almost explicitly encouraging everyone to resolve the matter of Sirivs County, he was not surprised at all, and even felt somewhat excited. After all, in the past, the central government and Sirivs County often fought, but were constrained by the border situation and the royal family's attitude. But this time, the Intis ambassador was killed, which was a slap in Intis's face, and His Majesty had also made his stance clear. This time, it might truly be possible to resolve the matter of Silivice in one fell swoop. Hibbert and Audrey looked at each other, not expecting the kingdom's high-ranking officials to reach such a conclusion. However, Earl Hall had much more information than they did, so in the absence of sufficient information, they did not dare to assert that their own conjectures about Alice were correct, and thus did not refute him. However, this did not dispel their suspicions about Alice. After all, even if the deaths of the two ambassadors were not caused by the same mastermind, it did not rule out the possibility of the Fasak Empire's involvement. At the same time, Hibbert and Audrey did not continue to press Earl Hall about who within the country had killed the new Intis ambassador. After all, Earl Hall had used the term, certain individuals, clearly indicating that he did not want them to press further. I just received a message from the Queen saying that His Majesty will also hold a birthday banquet at the royal estate outside Backland tomorrow. Won't this be a bit too risky? Audrey's mother, Lady Caitlin, mentioned the message she had just received. Earl Hall pondered for a moment, then solemnly scanned his wife and children before saying, "This is a measure His Majesty is taking to reassure the people of Backland who were disturbed last night. It is estimated that tomorrow, the entire kingdom will know that the foundations and pillars of the kingdom are completely fine, which should put many at ease. Therefore, we must all dress formally tomorrow." Lady Caitlin, Hibbert, and Audrey all nodded in agreement. After lunch, Hibbert, who received a signal from Audrey, secretly came to his sister's room. As soon as he sat down, he asked, "What did you call me here to talk about?" Audrey gestured with her eyes to Susie, who was lying nearby, to help her guard the door, then said, "Do you have any other thoughts about the bloody incident at the Intis embassy?" Hibbert hesitated. Although he felt he shouldn't tell his sister too much, as Audrey was not yet socially mature, considering that Audrey herself was a party to the incident, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke. "I think we should let this matter go. After all, the kingdom's high-ranking officials have already reached a conclusion, and they haven't caught the culprit. It's better to avoid trouble, so let's just keep this matter to ourselves, shall we?" Audrey had anticipated Hibbert's reaction, but she still shook her head and said, "Nothing in this world can be kept secret forever, and even if we want to keep it a secret, others might not be able to. For example, the guests at the banquet who saw us talking deeply with Alice. For example, Alice herself." Audrey's words caught Hibbert's attention. They could keep a secret because they wanted to prevent bringing trouble upon themselves, but what obligation did others have to keep secrets for them? Even someone with a slight malicious intent would use this matter as a very useful card, to be played at the most critical moment. Thinking of this, Hibbert even regretted not immediately telling his father about the bloody incident at the Intis embassy last night and letting his father handle it, which now left him in a dilemma. "How about I tell father about this and ask for his opinion?" Hibbert hesitated, saying this somewhat reluctantly. He felt that his sister had asked him to discuss this matter because she wanted him to go to their father and explain the situation. This made him, who was not very broad-minded and cared deeply about his image in his father's eyes, uncomfortable. After all, he always worried that his father would choose his more favored younger brother, who was far away on the southern continent, as the Earl's heir. As a telepathist, Audrey naturally saw her elder brother's reluctance and petty thoughts, and sighed helplessly in her heart. The way to handle this matter was either to tell Earl Hall clearly from the beginning and let Earl Hall handle the aftermath. Or never mention it again and handle everything silently by herself, without throwing the trouble to the Earl. But her elder brother chose the third and worst way to handle it. This would give Earl Hall the impression that he lacked responsibility. Audrey wanted to give Hibbert the second suggestion, but she didn't expect her elder brother to choose the third option and then resent her for it. He was her brother after all, and Audrey was not petty. She took a deep breath and then said with a smile, "That's not what I meant. I meant, should we find someone else to secretly investigate Alice's matter, preferably to find out Alice's true identity, her purpose for coming to Backland, and so on. If Alice truly has nothing to do with the bloody incident at the Intis embassy, we can completely ignore this matter in the future. If she is indeed involved, we can also submit the relevant investigation materials and say that we felt something was off about her at the time and only wanted to approach and investigate her. Given Father's prestige and the information we submit, I don't think anyone will hold us accountable." Hibbert slapped his thigh excitedly and said enthusiastically, "That's a great idea." But immediately, Hibbert frowned again, because he didn't know who to ask to investigate this matter. If Alice was indeed the mastermind behind the bloody incident at the Intis embassy, then she must be a Beander, and a very powerful Beander at that. Even Military Intelligence Section 9 couldn't find any clues related to her. Hibbert himself was not a Beander and had not come into contact with the corresponding channels. He did have a few friends who had joined Military Intelligence Section 9 and become Beyonders, but he dared not casually speak of such secret matters. So, for a while, he simply did not know where to find reliable people to investigate this matter and could only look back at his sister. Audrey, however, was already prepared and said with a smile, "Brother, you know I'm very interested in mysticism and have attended many mysticism gatherings, so I've also met some people, including some from Military Intelligence Section 9. We can entrust them to investigate this matter." Chapter 267. Audrey worries herself sick. Are these people reliable? Will they not just sell us out? After hearing Audrey's suggestion, Hibbert considered it but still found it unreliable. After all, how deep could relationships formed at a mysticism gathering be? He wouldn't even entrust such matters to the noble youths he knew, so how could he listen to Audrey and casually entrust these things to unfamiliar people? Audrey was a bit annoyed. Although she knew that in her brother's heart, she was still a little sister who knew nothing of the world, hearing Hibbert dismiss her suggestion so much still made her unhappy. She said exasperatedly, "Brother, I've grown up. How could I not think these things through beforehand?" Seeing Audrey throw a childish tantrum, Hibbert couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Audrey's head, just like when they were little, and said with a smile, all right, you are indeed almost an adult. So, Miss Audrey, who has grown up, please tell me the results of your careful deliberation." Audrey, vexed, shook off Hibbert's hand from her head and said somewhat huffily, "Baron Avon. Horn is father's ally in politics, and his family has a very good relationship with ours. Moreover, we are also acquainted with Baron Avon. Horn. When entrusting the mission, I can leverage Baron Avon. Horn's influence is a banner. After all, he is now the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, which means he is their direct superior. I believe with this kind of authority, no one will leak our commission." Hibbert looked at his sister in surprise, not expecting that Audrey had truly thought of this matter in advance. Like a person drinking water, only they know if it's cold or warm. Although the Horn family wielded immense power in politics, Hibbert knew very well that their family could not decide the fate of Beyonders in an unofficial Beyander organization like Military Intelligence Section 9. Political bigwigs could indeed influence or divide the authority, tasks, and even organizational structure of Military Intelligence Section 9 through power, but they could not decide the life or death of any Beyander. Therefore, if Audrey entrusted the task of investigating Alice to someone from Military Intelligence Section 9, and they turned around and sold them out, the Horn family could at most affect their promotion or demotion, but would not have absolute control over them. And precisely because the matter they wished to entrust was absolutely not to be known by others, Hibbert mistrusted Audrey's suggestion. However, if there was a high-ranking internal figure from Military Intelligence Section 9 as a deterrent, it would surely create enough restraint to prevent those accepting the commission from having any ulterior motives. After all, no matter how unruly the people in Military Intelligence Section 9 were, they wouldn't dare to defy a superior. A superior could use very normal means to send them to their deaths, especially in an organization like Military Intelligence Section 9 that handles both Beyonder incidents and intelligence matters. Simply assigning a high-difficulty mission could make a person's life hell. If they dared not follow orders, they could be directly eliminated on the grounds of defiance in the field. After all, Military Intelligence Section 9 is also a military organization, so applying battlefield regulations is perfectly acceptable. But then there's another problem: how do we borrow Baron Avon? Horn's name. We should try to control the scope of the information as much as possible. It's best not to let Baron Avon Horn know what we are investigating. Although Avon's brother, Robert Horn, and their father, Earl Hall, supported each other in politics and were political allies, Hibbert knew that today's friends could be tomorrow's enemies. Therefore, he did not want to disclose this matter to Avon if he could avoid it. However, privately borrowing Avon's name to scare others was a highly taboo act. This was equivalent to using his authority without informing him, and if something went wrong, it would make him take the blame. Therefore, if such a thing were discovered, it would lead to a deadly feud. This was somewhat like the world in Avon's previous life, where officials guarded their official seals very closely. Daring to touch someone's official seal was an irreconcilable, deadly feud. Audrey, however, had clearly thought this through already. She smiled and said to Hibbert, "We can openly approach Baron Avon and tell him that we want to borrow members of Military Intelligence Section 9 to investigate a beautiful lady. The reason is that you have fallen in love with her, and because it's a private matter, you don't want too many people to know. I believe Baron Avon will understand and help facilitate this romantic affair." Audrey winked mischievously, causing Hibbert, an experienced man, to blush slightly. He couldn't help but tap Audrey's forehead with his knuckles and stammered, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly like a woman of unknown origin?" Hibbert babbled a long string of pale excuses, which only solidified Audrey's previous observation and strengthened her resolve to investigate Alice's identity. After all, not only had Hibbert read Emperor Rosel's novels, but Audrey was also a devoted fan of Emperor Rosel's novels. She was very worried that her brother would be harmed because of Alice. Audrey rubbed her head, wincing slightly, and said discontentedly, "I didn't say you liked Alice, I just said we'd use that as an excuse to explain to Baron Avon." "Why are you reacting so strongly? Could it be that I actually hit the mark?" Hibbert's expression froze. He then realized he had somewhat given himself away and could only awkwardly continue to explain. "How is that possible? You're overthinking it. Your brother has seen all kinds of ladies. How could he fall for a woman of unknown origin whom he's only met once? You're really overthinking it." Watching her brother vehemently argue, Audrey inwardly snorted but didn't delve further. Instead, she continued, all right, I know you haven't fallen for Alice, okay. You don't need to explain so much. But what do you think of my solution? Is it feasible?" Hibbert was stumped. Although Audrey verbally said she believed him, he had a feeling that Audrey had already ascertained his true feelings and was just humoring him, not wanting to hear his sophistry. However, Audrey's final words brought his thoughts back on track. He felt that this plan was very comprehensive, considering all aspects, and virtually flawless. This made him can't help but scrutinize Audrey from head to toe, feeling that today's Audrey was very different from his usual impression of her. Tisk tisk tisk, I didn't expect our Audrey to have truly grown up. Your arrangements are simply like an engineer's. If you were a boy, perhaps father would directly name you as his heir. Hibbert highly valued his status as the eldest son and heir, and due to the issue of inheritance, he had become estranged from his younger brother, Alfred Hall. Therefore, his evaluation was a very high compliment to Audrey. However, it was also fortunate that Audrey was a girl. If Audrey had truly been a boy, he might have become jealous of Audrey's talent, leading to a strained relationship between them. As a telepathist, Audrey understood Hibbert's thoughts and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally convinced her brother, and now approaching Avon about this matter would be legitimate. Ever since her brother misunderstood her feelings for Avon last time, Audrey had not dared to proactively mention Avon in front of him. Tomorrow is His Majesty's birthday, and Baron Avon will definitely be attending. Let's discuss this matter with him at the banquet. Good, let's do that. We'll see him together then. Hibbert agreed to Audrey's suggestion, then quietly left Audrey's room to prepare a gift for the king's birthday tomorrow. After Hibbert left, convinced by her, Audrey couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She had given her brother so many reasons and explanations, but in reality, she wasn't trying to convince Hibbert to believe her plan. She was merely making Hibbert feel that there was a foolproof plan. After all, whether it was Furs, whom she knew, or Avon, they were both trustworthy people in her eyes, and asking them for help would pose no risk at all. Audrey's confidence wasn't because, as a telepathist, she could sense their trustworthiness in character. After all, it would be ridiculous to discuss character with members of an intelligence agency living in the shadows. It was because they were all members of the Tarot Club that Audrey trusted them. After spending this time together, Audrey absolutely believed that the seemingly lofty Mr. Fool was a kind, hidden existence, and therefore, he would never tolerate a member of the Tarot Club betraying another member. Therefore, Audrey believed that if she asked Avon or Furs for help, she would definitely not encounter the issues Hibbert had just worried about. However, Audrey couldn't help but find some reasons to convince her brother. Otherwise, she worried that the entire matter would spiral out of her control, and Hibbert would seek other ways to investigate Alice, which would precisely bring unpredictable risks. Regarding Alice, Audrey had her own judgment. In her interactions with Alice, she had already discovered that this beautiful lady, whose appearance was certainly no less than her own, had a very stable, psychological state. She rarely showed emotional fluctuations when facing anyone and treated everyone equally. This equality was not the kind of respectful equality a kind person shows to everyone, but rather a kind of equality that comes from placing oneself in a very high position and looking down on others. Therefore, Audrey was certain that if her brother truly acted on his own and made the other party feel threatened, the other party would not show mercy due to a single encounter at the Intis embassy or Hibbert's status. And if the bloodshed at the Intis embassy was truly orchestrated by this mysterious Alice, then it further proved her inner indifference. However, under these circumstances, Audrey could not afford to ignore the situation. So, after careful consideration, she decided to entrust this matter to Baron Avon Horn, who was equally mysterious and powerful in her eyes. That's right, Audrey never considered asking Furs for help from start to finish. Furs was merely a pretense to deal with her brother. She had always intended to seek Avon's help. Audrey still remembered her shock when she heard from a friend who joined Military Intelligence Section 9 that Avon, in less than 4 months since joining, had already become a powerful figure in Military Intelligence Section 9, responsible for intelligence work concerning the Fasak Empire, thanks to his achievements and his brother's strong support. Coupling this with her observations from the Tarot Club, and the rumors Audrey had heard about Robert Horn from other mysticism gatherings, she believed Avon was the best person to deal with the mysterious Alice. Moreover, Alice claimed to be a member of the Fasak Empire's Einhorn family, so having Avon, the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 who oversees intelligence work on the Fasak Empire, deal with her was also a professional match. As soon as she thought of these things, Audrey felt that she was truly too clever. Not only did she resolve the hidden danger that Alice posed to her and Hibbert, but she also found a powerful opponent for Alice, curbing her activities in Backland. After all, no matter what Alice's true identity was, her presence in Backland would not be a good thing for the Loan Kingdom. If possible, Audrey also wanted to contribute her strength to the stability and peace of Backland. Father said that the three great churches and military intelligence Section 9 used every means to confirm that the person who incited Beckerlang to massacre the embassy was a demoness. If Alice really was that mastermind, then she is a demoness. But would the Einhorn family have a Beander of the demoness pathway? Could it be that the hunter pathway and demoness pathway controlled by the Einhorn family are neighboring pathways, just as Mr. Fool said about the sleepless pathway and the harvestman pathway? Judging by Alice's beauty, she might very well be the legendary captivating demoness. Audrey suddenly recalled that Mr. Power, Avon, had once introduced the characteristics of the demoness pathway to her at the Tarot Club. Beyonders of the demoness pathway, after advancing to sequence 7 feet which can turn males into beautiful females. Thinking of this, Audrey's expression suddenly became extremely strange. Could it be that Miss Alice is a male who stepped onto the demoness pathway? Audrey shook her head violently, throwing out the thought that had just popped into her mind, even feeling ridiculous. I heard that men who step onto the demoness pathway are often forced into it. If Alice is a member of the Einhorn family and also a male, it's impossible for him to choose the demoness pathway if he had other options. After all, the hunter pathway is a Beander pathway completely controlled by the Einhorn family. Have I spent too much time with Furs and read too many of her novels, which is why I'm having such bizarre thoughts? Audrey, you need to be clear-headed, don't get sidetracked. Audrey blushed at her own speculation and couldn't help but pat her face, admonishing herself not to become curious about male and female matters. Chapter 268, Avon takes charge of the Great Smog. September 21st, the air already carried a hint of coolness. The direct sunlight shone on people's faces, making them feel refreshed and relaxed. Backland welcomed a rare clear day, but people on the streets were hurrying to and fro, and the flow of people had significantly decreased, making it seem somewhat deserted. This was the aftermath of the army entering the city. People's memories were not so short that they would forget the terrifying night 2 days ago. Ordinary families tried to go out as little as possible. No matter how the officials tried to gloss over it, the fear and chaos caused that night could not be easily dispelled, not to mention the losses and injuries caused by lawbreakers who took advantage of the situation. In just one night, many people in East Borough and Backland Bridge District, either due to misunderstanding or a guilty conscience, clashed with the army, leading to battles. As a result, these two major districts remained under lockdown even after the army withdrew, with the police maintaining order. However, this situation would not last long. After all, the poor in these two districts had no stored food and lived day to day, working for one meal. A 2-day lockdown was already the limit of what the local poor could endure. After all, the poor could endure the lockdown only because they feared being beaten to death by the police for no reason. But if they found that the lockdown would starve them to death, since they would die either way, why would they still obey the lockdown orders? At that time, naturally, ill-intentioned individuals would step forward to incite them, leading a group of starving people to rebel. At first, George III was not without the idea of taking advantage of this opportunity to complete his original population culling plan. However, the archbishops of the three great churches, who were very sensitive to believers and had been secretly guided by Mr. A during this period to notice something amiss with the royal family, collectively requested an audience, asking for the swift lifting of the lockdown in the two major districts. Furthermore, his own birthday was approaching. If a large-scale famine occurred, not only would he be tainted with bad luck, but it would also severely affect international perception and arouse the suspicion of the three great churches, who were already somewhat vigilant. So, George III deliberated repeatedly and could only abandon this excellent opportunity, promising to lift the lockdown after his birthday. But at the same time, he still ordered that no mercy be shown to the poor who violated the lockdown orders, striking with heavy blows. Seeing George III's assurance on when the lockdown would be lifted, the three great churches did not press the matter further. After all, they were still only suspicious but not certain. Moreover, there were indeed practical reasons for locking down these two major districts. They could also use this opportunity to distribute some food to these poor people. Not too much, but enough to win over their hearts, which was also beneficial for the spread of faith in God. However, the matters of the backland slums had nothing to do with the noble class. They only wanted to know if the events of the past 2 days would affect them. But seeing that the royal family and the government had issued a unified statement, although everyone was very curious about what happened that night, knowing that it wouldn't affect them, they temporarily put their minds at ease and focused their main energy on His Majesty's birthday. When Avon arrived at the royal family's manor in the outskirts of Backland by carriage, he found a bustling scene, with only nobles and no commoners. It seemed that every noble in Backland who could still move had come. Everyone was enthusiastically greeting each other, sharing various gossip, and inquiring about each other's recent situations, appearing extraordinarily close. But how much was genuine and how much was pretense, only they themselves knew. Avon had always been impatient with such social engagements. After informing the royal family's welcoming attendant of his identity, he slipped to the side. Fortunately, he had not been in Backland for long and had barely mingled in Backland's social circles. Few people knew him, so no one actively approached him for conversation, which saved him trouble. For George III's birthday banquet today, Avon only focused on two things: whether the airship competition could be successfully held, and whether third Prince Edsac Augustus would appear, whether Triss would appear, and whether Natasha, who had received his orders, could contact Triss. From what he had just inquired from the attendant, at least for now, Edsac Augustus had not appeared in the manor. Just as Avon was standing bored in a corner, watching the interactions between the various nobles with interest, he suddenly felt someone watching him. Following the sensation, he saw Prince Grovel in the distance, talking with some people in military dress uniforms, while signaling to him with his eyes. Avon was puzzled. Logically, he and Prince Grovel had no opportunity to know each other, so they should pretend not to know each other in such public settings. What did Prince Grovel want with him at this time? Avon downed the red wine in his hand, placed the glass on a servant's tray, and then casually walked to a blind spot in the manor villa, waiting for Prince Grovel's arrival. He didn't know how Prince Grovel managed to get away from the guests. Avon didn't wait long before he saw Prince Grovel approaching. Before Avon could even greet him, Prince Grovel spoke directly. "Have you heard the relevant rumors?" Avon's heart stirred, somewhat understanding why Prince Grovel was looking for him, but he still asked with a puzzled look. "What rumors?" Prince Grovel looked at Avon and said with dissatisfaction, "What rumors? You, as the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, are asking me what rumors. Although I am the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, my main task is related to the Faesac Empire. If the rumors you are referring to are about the Faesac Empire, then of course I should know. But if you are referring to those concerning Intis, then that is not within my scope of duties. The best way to clear oneself of responsibility is not to shirk it, but to state facts, reason, and give an irrelevant answer. The biggest event in the Loan Kingdom in the past 2 days was the simultaneous incidents involving 2 Intis ambassadors, so it was not surprising that rumors were rampant." Prince Grovel was stunned, thinking of the Intis ambassador incident, but he wasn't asking about that. So he immediately said sharply, "I'm not talking about rumors in that regard. I'm talking about rumors that have emerged regarding the royal family secretly abducting people in East Borough and Backland Bridge district to make elixirs of longevity. Haven't you heard?" Avon had certainly heard of it, because he had specifically fabricated it and had Mr. A spread it, all to expose George III's intention to cull the population. The collective visit of the archbishops of the 3 great churches to George III, requesting the lifting of the lockdown on the slums, was partly due to this rumor. The common people have always distrusted those in power, let alone rumors involving their own lives. Moreover, legends and stories are full of similar plots. Most of the common people are illiterate and cannot discern the truth, which led to this rumor spreading widely among the lower classes in just a few days, with many ill-intentioned individuals fanning the flames. Upon hearing Prince Grovel's sharp questioning, Avon, belatedly, said, "I haven't heard of it. Military Intelligence Section 9 has just completed its structural reform, and I've just taken over the relevant work. I'm so busy that I haven't paid attention to these minor matters." "What's wrong? Has your secret been exposed? Is someone targeting you?" Prince Grovel scrutinized Avon, but saw no unusual expression on his face. Considering that Avon's true form, Bonaparte's fortitude, was currently in his hands, and Avon's flawless reaction just now, Prince Grovel finally determined that Avon truly didn't know about the relevant rumors and shouldn't have been the one to leak them. So he sighed and nodded helplessly. These past few days, rumors have been rampant. Although they don't directly point to His Majesty, they clearly point to the royal family. Moreover, the relevant rumors align perfectly with our upcoming actions, clearly done by someone who understands the inside story. Could it be a coincidence? After all, such rumors and slanders are not new in any dynasty. Even Rosal faced such harassment back then. In front of Prince Grovel, Avon was the humanoid substitute for the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, a century-old monster, with a high degree of sentience. Therefore, he didn't need to deliberately pretend to be young in front of him, otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. Prince Grovel had clearly conducted some investigation. Hearing Avon's analysis, he shook his head without thinking and said, "The timing of these rumors is very clever, and they are very concentrated. It's clearly someone doing it on purpose, and the targeting is very strong. Then could it be a problem with the demonist sect? You know, the black organizations under those demonesses are countless, and problems could arise anywhere. No, our cooperation with them is bound by strong contracts, just like the contract you signed. If they had leaked information to this extent, it wouldn't be so calm now." Prince Grovel again denied Avon's guess. And when Avon saw him repeatedly denying his guesses, and at the same time felt that he had fulfilled a certain responsibility, he stopped speaking and instead stared at Prince Grovel, wanting to see what he wanted him for. "I hope you will carry out the subsequent culling operation." Prince Grovel looked at Avon and told him, word by word, what he and George III had just discussed. "Ah, you mean you want me to help you with the culling? Why?" Avon exclaimed directly, almost attracting the attention of guests not far away, because this matter was too sudden and completely beyond his expectations. "Yes, His Majesty, and I believe you are the best candidate to take over this matter now. Originally, the demonist sect should have handled this, but accidents have occurred one after another recently. You were also a witness. First, outside Red Rose Manor, the demonist sect and Theosophy Order fought fiercely, and then Duke Nigan was assassinated by a demoness, which forced the demonist sect to withdraw from Backland previously. They finally returned, but then they encountered what happened the night before last. You should know that it was a demoness who incited Beckerlang to massacre the embassy, right? As the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, although this matter was not within his scope of responsibility, Avon had received relevant notifications. Besides, no one understood the inside story better than him, so he nodded and said. "So the demonist sect has now become a target, being closely guarded, and your original plan might not work." Prince Grovel had previously informed Avon to be ready to assist in the relevant culling operation, but he had not revealed any specific details. The demonist sect's exposure is simply too high now, making the three great churches vigilant. They have naturally taken corresponding precautions. I heard they even transferred a batch of sealed artifacts from their headquarters to strictly guard against the demonist sect. Avon understood. It was normal for the three great churches to be wary of the demonist sect, causing trouble, repeatedly in Backland. Moreover, this was also related to the demonist sect's notorious reputation on the continent. Wherever a demoness went, they often brought unpredictable and terrifying calamity and man-made disasters. The three great churches could not tolerate the situation of demonesses stirring up trouble in Backland, as this would lead to serious losses of believers. Seeing Avon lost in thought and not speaking, Prince Grovel could only continue. The demoness sect is not suitable for action now, and my identity is too obvious to move easily. So, His Majesty and I thought it over and over, and we both feel that you are the best candidate. In the eyes of George III and Prince Grovel, Avon was not human, so he should not have any burden in taking on such a task. Moreover, his essence was still a demigod-level sealed artifact, which meant a demigod-level conspirer, so he was naturally very suitable for this job. Avon's eyes darted around, quickly assessing the pros and cons of this matter, then a roguish smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Our original agreement was for me to lie low beside Robert Horn, monitor him, and urge him to work for you, and incidentally assist with your culling plan. But now you're pushing the culling plan onto me. This doesn't conform to our previous agreement, does it? Changing from an assistant role to a main force, the price would certainly be different. Moreover, if Avon didn't seize this opportunity to make a demand, it wouldn't fit his cunning old fox persona. This is indeed not our previous agreement, but haven't new circumstances arisen? Just tell me directly, what compensation do you need? Of course, don't be too excessive." Prince Grovel had anticipated Avon's reaction, so he calmly let Avon name his price. "Do I still need to say it? Don't you know what I want?" Avon said irritably, "Of course, it's my true form. As long as you return my true form to me, I'll take care of this matter." Avon had always regarded Bonaparte's fortitude as the main material for his advancement to Iron-Blooded Knight, and he had long prepared a scheme to acquire it. This proposal from the Augustus family was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him, even better than Avon's previous plan. Prince Grovel was not surprised by Avon's request and couldn't help but sigh. After all, Bonaparte's fortitude had always been his best tool to control Avon. But this time, it was indeed they who proposed to modify the contract content, and it would be impossible to modify successfully without Avon's consent. The angel-level contract ensured that Avon could not betray them, while also protecting Avon's interests. Chapter 269, The Winding Prophecy. Prince Grovel didn't hesitate for too long before agreeing to Avon's terms, but at the same time, he said, "However, I can only return it to you after you complete the mission." Such transactions rarely involve upfront payment, and Avon didn't expect Prince Grovel to do so, so he wasn't disappointed and nodded indifferently. "No problem. You can find me anytime to sign the revised treaty. As soon as the treaty is revised, I'll start preparing. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. When the demoness sect targeted this body of mine in Tingen, did you know about it?" Ever since learning about the Horn family's history, Avon had already realized that Mrs. Sharon's actions in recruiting him back then were a bit off. Other organizations and individuals might not know about the Horn family's history, but there was no reason for the demoness sect, which had existed since the Fourth Epoch, not to know, especially since the demoness pathway and hunter pathway were adjacent sequences, inherently intertwined. Based on the snippets he gathered from Natasha, Mrs. Sharon, due to her obsession with her female identity, had issues with her disguise and was abandoned by the demoness sect as cannon fodder, sent to Tingen City. Mrs. Sharon likely didn't receive a specific mission, only a relatively broad task of recruiting peripheral members. Naturally, she recruited Ewan Horn, who had an infinite yearning for the Beyonder world. This was truly a subtle move. If Avon hadn't defected Natasha with the City of Calamity, if Avon hadn't learned about the Horn family's history, he might still be ignorant and confused even now. Since it was confirmed that the demoness sect's recruitment of his predecessor was planned, what Avon most wanted to know was what effect they wanted to achieve and what they wanted to do. This task was assigned by Avon to Natasha, a direct member of the demoness sect, Katerina Pell's daughter, and his captive. However, 2 weeks had passed, and Natasha had not been able to subtly inquire about the relevant information. Since it was difficult to get information from the demoness sect, Avon could only work on the royal family to inquire about these matters. After all, it was the Augustus royal family that provided Bonaparte's fortitude to the demonist sect, helping them maintain Avon's male gender. Of course we know. This is actually part of our cooperation. Prince Grovel didn't know that Avon was the original Avon. He thought he was a clone of a sealed artifact, so he directly admitted, without any concealment, the fact that the Augustus family had always been plotting against Avon's original body. The Augustus family wants to use Ewan Horn through the demonist sect to cause chaos in the Fasak Empire. But why? It was clear that the Augustus family was using the Horn family to plot against the Fasak Empire, but why involve the demonist sect? And why drag Avon into it, turning him into an assassin? Wouldn't it be a better choice to just let Avon become a hunter? And why use Bonaparte's fortitude to help Avon maintain his male body? What was the point of such a big detour? Prince Grovel looked at Avon with a complex gaze, then said with an unreadable tone. Our original plan was to lead you into the demonist pathway and then keep you male, so that we could control you. Of course, this was only a secondary reason. The main reason for Ewan Horn to become a demonist pathway Beyander was to interfere with that prophecy. Prophecy? What prophecy? Avon frowned, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, and quickly pressed for more. That's the prophecy obtained by the late old Earl of the Horn family. Don't you know? Avon didn't expect it to circle back to the prophecy that had made the old Earl miserable for a lifetime, the prophecy concerning the revival of the Horn family. You also believe that prophecy? Avon began to understand why the Augustus family would cooperate with the demonist sect to plot against his original body. With Robert already an arbiter pathway Beyander, Avon, who was closest to the next head of the family, naturally fell into the eyes of the Augustus family. Whether to verify the prophecy or to prevent it, they decided to guide Avon's original body to become a demoness. Of course we believe that prophecy, because the soothsayer who gave the prophecy to the old Earl was invited by our Augustus family. Avon was a bit stunned, then immediately reacted and asked, "You had that soothsayer predict the national fortune of the Loan Kingdom decades ago?" Prince Grovel said as if it were obvious. "That's right. My father once paid a great price to ask that soothsayer to predict the future national fortune of the Loan Kingdom. That soothsayer told my father that my brother might be able to realize his inner dream, but he would need the help of Einhorn. Then, at my father's request, that soothsayer also made a prophecy about the Horn family, predicting that the Horn family would revive and restore its surname. Then why has George III been secretly and openly suppressing the old Earl all these years? Isn't that going against the prophecy? When ordinary people hear about prophecies, they usually prefer to believe them than not, and rarely act like George III, going against a prophecy, especially since this prophecy wasn't like Shang Ba's, predicting his inevitable defeat. Avon very impolitely referred to George III directly in front of Prince Grovel, instead of respectfully calling him His Majesty, which seemed extremely frivolous and made Prince Grovel frown. But then he thought of his old opponent, with whom he had dealt for many years, and felt that this was a hunter's nature, so he didn't care and explained. Because His Majesty didn't believe the old Earl was someone who could help him succeed, and at that time, the old Earl's small actions seriously affected His Majesty's plans, so he could only sideline and suppress him. Avon, who had studied the old Earl's life, understood. At that time, the old Earl was ambitious, believing that success was within his grasp. He used diplomatic means to isolate the Fasak Empire and strongly incited the Loan Kingdom to form an anti-Fasak Empire coalition, preparing to profit from the chaos. However, this severely conflicted with George III's plan for reforms and his preparation for the Black Emperor ritual, making him a person against the tide, and ultimately, his grand aspirations could not be fulfilled. Furthermore, there was another reason Prince Grovel didn't mention, but Avon guessed it. The young George III at the time probably looked down on the declining Horn family, believing that the Horn family was not the Einhorn who could help him succeed, but rather someone who might only revive by leveraging his influence after he succeeded. Because after the old Earl, who advocated a tough stance against the Fasak Empire, withdrew from politics, George III had actively sought to reconcile with the Fasak Empire, proposing to cooperate in dividing the vast colonial territories that Emperor Rosal had left to the Intis Republic. Initially, with George III's overtures, the two countries indeed had a honeymoon period, but the struggle for hegemony was always a zero-sum game. Soon, their structural conflicts erupted, and relations between the two countries also deteriorated rapidly, exacerbated by the instigation of Intis and Lumburg, never improving since. At the same time, this series of events indirectly proved the correctness of the old Earl's foreign policy and also proved that the Horn family was the Einhorn mentioned by the soothsayer. But with the appearance of Robert, His Majesty believed he was someone who could help him, so he always kept an eye on him and provided convenience. And Robert Horn indeed lived up to His Majesty's expectations. Not only did he achieve numerous military successes, but he also voluntarily left the military for politics, leading the charge for His Majesty's reforms, which have made great progress in recent years. While His Majesty was delighted, he also couldn't help but wonder, could the Horn family, not being a hunter, restore the family's glory? Was Robert Horn the Einhorn who would help him fulfill his long-cherished wish? Prince Grovel stopped talking there, and Avon also understood George III's thoughts. George III was not interested in the Horn family's revival, he was only interested in the Einhorn, who could help him succeed. At the same time, George III was not someone who would let things happen naturally. The prophecy's details were unclear, not explicitly stating that he would succeed, and he preferred to have everything under his control. So he wanted Robert to be the Einhorn, who could help him succeed. He wanted Robert Horn, this imperative mage who was easier for him to control, to become the protagonist of the Horn family's revival, to become a tool in his hand. Then no other person capable of reviving the family could appear in the Horn family. So he had the demoness sect lead, Avon, into the demoness pathway, cutting off Avon's path, because compared to a demoness, a male arbiter seemed more in line with the prophecy. It's just that, whether due to the correcting force of fate or some other reason, George III's plan failed, and after a roundabout journey, Avon still became a hunter. Now, Avon also somewhat understood why Prince Grovel's gaze at him just now was so complex. Because in the eyes of the Augustus family, their actions, ostensibly helping the living characteristic of the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, to unexpectedly resurrect, in a Horn family descendant, allowed Avon to basically become a hunter pathway demigod smoothly as long as he had the magic potion. In fact, they made Avon perfectly fit the soothsayer's prophecy. Presumably, this was also why they so readily promised the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, as a reward. Because in George III's eyes, Avon now also had the potential to become the Einhorn, who could help him succeed. Of course, he had to invest in Avon, just as he had invested in Robert before. At the same time, Avon also confirmed that George III would lift the ceiling above Robert's head, because since Bonaparte's fortitude was promised to Avon as an investment, the Augustus family's greatest leverage over Avon was gone. They would naturally want to put another chain around Avon's neck and arrange a countermeasure. No one was more suitable to restrain Avon than Robert, who loved and cared for his younger brother. As long as Avon showed the slightest sign of breaking free from their control, they would only need to expose Avon's identity, and Robert would naturally take action. Robert might obtain the magic potion formula for the next sequence, Chaos Hunter, after marrying into the royal family. This was indeed a great thing, allowing him to advance to a sequence 3 demigod at the fastest speed, provided he prepared the ritual. After all, Robert had once told Avon that he had the corresponding Beander characteristic but lacked the formula, which was why he was considering cross-pathway advancement. However, it also buried the hidden danger that Avon's identity might be exposed. Avon sneered inwardly, seeing through the Augustus family's intentions, but felt no worry at all. Because as long as George III was alive, and as long as the Loan Kingdom still had value, Avon would not easily turn against the Augustus family, and would even show them a certain degree of obedience. In this situation, the Augustus family naturally had no need to expose his identity. At the same time, the Augustus family mistakenly believed that Avon was a clone of the sealed artifact, Bonaparte's fortitude, but in fact, the opposite was true, that sealed artifact should be Avon's clone. This reversal of relationship made the Augustus family's leverage inherently unreliable, and Avon was confident that Robert would not be easily manipulated. All right, you've asked me so much, and I've told you everything without hiding anything. Shouldn't you tell me something too? Prince Grovel telling Avon so much was not without purpose, he also wanted to glean some information from Avon. Oh, what do you want to find out from me? Avon also felt that Prince Grovel was too forthcoming today, and there must be a hidden reason, so he secretly raised his guard. Robert Horn secretly formed an organization, do you know about it? The Augustus family, who had always been very attentive to Robert, had indeed noticed Robert's actions. Avon inwardly gasped at the close call, but showed no expression, because Robert had also guessed earlier that his dealings with Ms. Amanda might not escape the Augustus, especially with the deteriorating relations between the Faysac Empire and the Loan Kingdom, and the gradually increasing importance of the Horn family. Backland was, after all, the territory of the Augustus family, and Archangel Augustus I, A Sequence 1, was there. As long as they investigated carefully, they would always find some clues. Of course I know about it. I've even attended a few meetings of this small organization. Besides Amanda, most of them are intermediate beyonders of Sequence 7 or Sequence 6. Oh, I heard they recently recruited a demigod, but I don't know if it's true or false. Avon spoke half-truths with a straight face, not at all worried about being exposed, because he wasn't lying. Moreover, he had confidence in Ms. Amanda's methods for organizing meetings and her anti-leakage measures, not believing that the Augustus family understood the details. Prince Grovel pondered for a moment, then said, "Find out more detailed information as soon as possible. This is what His Majesty wants to know." Understood, I will investigate the relevant intelligence as soon as possible and inform you. Monitoring Robert's actions and urging him to serve George III was a task assigned to Avon by the Augustus family. Therefore, he had no room to refuse. Seeing Avon agree so readily, Prince Grovel's expression softened. Normally, he should have ended his conversation with Avon at this point, as he had been absent for some time and could easily attract unwanted attention. However, in the end, he couldn't help but ask. Currently, due to various issues, Backland is on high alert. How do you plan to carry out the population culling? Do you have any existing ideas? After all, the number of people we need to cover up is not small. Avon actually only had a rough idea that hadn't fully formed yet, as he had taken over this matter midway. But since the client had doubts, he couldn't show weakness and responded confidently. The reason the demonist sect cannot continue their previous actions is, on one hand, they have moved from the shadows into the light. Everyone knows the demonist sect has set its sights on Backland, so their space for conspiracy is very limited. On the other hand, they have caused too many disasters on the North Continent, and their tricks have become old. The major official powers already have some understanding of them, so continuing their previous actions would not be very effective. But I am different. I am still in the shadows, which allows the operation to proceed secretly, avoiding most people's attention. You can also let the demonesses continue their actions according to the previous plan. This will not only attract the attention of the three great churches but also divert the attention of Theosophy Order. Judging from the demoness battle at Red Rose Manor that occurred earlier, Theosophy Order has also set its sights on Backland. Don't let them come out and ruin things at a critical moment. Moreover, I don't plan to use Beander methods for this culling. Beander methods naturally attract the collective attention of the three great churches, so this time I plan to use secular methods. And secular matters are under the jurisdiction of the royal family, not the church's business. If they want to interfere, it would be overstepping the royal authority. Prince Grovel understood that Avon's long speech was actually asking for authority, demanding that the Augustus family and the demonist sect cooperate with his actions. This was not unexpected, so he immediately promised readily. Next, we will all cooperate with your actions. You can get everything you want. But what do you mean by carrying out the culling through secular means? Prince Grovel truly couldn't imagine how to deal with tens of thousands of people through secular means, other than war. Since Intis reformed into a republic, it has always wanted to emphasize that it represents the future historical trend in this monarchical world, emphasizing the superiority of republicanism over feudalism. Therefore, it has been secretly exporting revolution and cultivating anti-royal elements in various countries. I hope you can release this group of people from prison. Prince Grovel somewhat understood Avon's idea, but still found it a bit incredible and couldn't help but laugh. You actually think those people, who are so arrogant and incompetent that killing them would be a waste of bullets, are useful? It was no wonder Prince Grovel looked down on these people, because throughout the history of the North Continent, there had never been large-scale urban riots, nor had there been any reports of a group of arrogant and incompetent people seizing political power. People cannot imagine things they have never seen or heard of. Moreover, he was born into the royal family and was now a prominent figure in the Beyonder world, an absolute superior. He simply couldn't perceive the power of ordinary people. Anyway, these people are actually a bunch of useless individuals. I just want to make use of them. As long as I can deliver a satisfactory answer, that's enough. This hit the nail on the head. The client didn't care what methods you used, as long as you fulfilled his requirements. If the task was completed, everything was good. If it wasn't, anything said was useless. Good, I will discuss this matter with His Majesty in a moment. As for Theosophy Order, you don't need to worry. Besides helping you attract external attention, the Demonist sect will focus their main efforts on dealing with Theosophy Order. Avon kept nodding, greatly agreeing with the decision to clear out Theosophy Order. But in his heart, he thought that he should inform Helen as soon as possible and tell her mother to be careful. After all, Theosophy Order's strength was inherently weaker than the Demonist sects, and they couldn't afford to suffer heavy losses due to carelessness. After all, in Avon's eyes now, Theosophy Order would eventually become his, so even the slightest loss would make his heart ache. Seeing that everything that needed to be said had been said, Prince Grovel did not stay any longer. He removed the territory he had secretly delineated and arranged, and left the corner where they had been talking. Avon only left after Prince Grovel had gone. He didn't socialize, simply picked up a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray, found a peripheral dining table to sit at, and thought about the conversation under the shade of a parasol. Just now, Prince Grovel had told him a lot of information and attitudes regarding George III, which allowed him to grasp the inside story of why his predecessor was targeted by the Demonist sect. However, Avon's initial question, why George III wanted the Demonist sect to interfere in his affairs, Prince Grovel had vaguely sidestepped, not answering directly. If, according to Prince Grovel, George III and the Demonist sect plotted against him purely to make Robert the prophesied Ewan Horn, this reason alone is not valid. Because if they were truly worried that Avon would become a hunter and steal Robert's position, then they could have directly sent someone to give Avon a bottle of arbiter, or lawyer, Beyonder potion. There was no need to go through such a roundabout way to make him a demoness. There must be another conspiracy involved, but Avon currently had too little information to make a judgment. Today, Prince Grovel, representing George III, asked him to take over the population culling task, which indeed surprised Avon. But at the same time, it was also an opportunity for him to obtain Bonaparte's fortitude, and prepare for the ritual. This kind of opportunity was rare, and Avon didn't want to miss it. Just as Avon was thinking about his future plans, at some unknown time, Audrey, wearing a high-waisted cake dress, and her brother Lord Hibbert came to Avon. Long time no see, Baron Avon. Ever since you and Earl Ahova returned to Tingen City, we haven't heard from you again, and you don't attend the social dances in Backland. Hibbert Hall greeted Avon familiarly. He had always wanted to befriend the two brothers of the Horn family, but Robert's status was too high. He was his father's political ally, out of his reach. And Avon was now also in a high position of power, emerging in just a few months, and he was also a Beander, his whereabouts always mysterious, making him difficult to approach. He had sent Avon invitations for 3 consecutive months, but Avon attended very few gatherings, which somewhat frustrated Hibbert, the future Earl of Eastchester, who had never encountered setbacks since childhood. To be honest, if he didn't need Avon's help today, he wouldn't have eagerly sought contact with him again. Military Intelligence Section 9 was split up, and there are too many things that need to be clarified. In short, it's a mess, and I estimate I'll be busy until the end of the year. It's only because today is His Majesty's birthday that I can steal some leisure and rest. Avon naturally heard Hibbert's displeasure. Although it wasn't necessary, Avon still offered a brief explanation out of consideration for Miss Justice, Audrey. Hearing Avon's explanation, Hibbert's expression improved greatly, and Audrey, beside him, quickly changed the subject and said, "Hello, Baron Avon. I heard you politely declined His Majesty's excellent territory for you and chose a small town near Tingen City as your territory. Is there anything special about that territory?" This matter had some buzz in Backland's social circles, because when conferring titles and dividing fiefdoms, people generally wanted fiefdoms with good geographical locations and high returns, which they could enjoy immediately. Only Avon settled for second best, declining relatively better fiefdoms and choosing a fiefdom that had been unwanted for 1,000 years. Actually, there's nothing special. LotM town has beautiful mountains and clear waters, and fresh air, making it a good place for leisure, vacation, and recuperation. Although there isn't much flat and fertile farmland, it can develop tourism and recuperation industries. In recent years, Tingen City has vigorously developed industry, and a large number of middle-class people have emerged. However, unlike nobles who own their own manors in the suburbs, they have no place for leisure, entertainment, and recuperation. So, there is a huge market, and I plan to build my LotM town into a place for Tingen City's middle-class families to recuperate and vacation. It will definitely be very popular. Avon entrusted the territory in Tingen to Butler Buck for management, but he didn't completely let go. Instead, he provided a series of planning arrangements. After all, it was his own territory, and even if he didn't value it highly, he still had to pay some attention to it. Moreover, after learning that Mr. Azek's child was killed by Duncan Augustus, and that he and Mr. Azek were mortal enemies, Avon became even more vigilant. Although Duncan Augustus might have forgotten that in his youth, due to a rivalry, he killed a very promising young man, Avon couldn't gamble. He had to make sure that when Duncan Augustus heard about LotM town, he wouldn't suspect that Avon's purpose was the sealed evil spirit in that abandoned castle, and that Avon's choice of LotM town was just a coincidence. Thus, transforming LotM town became a necessary task, and it had to be publicized as soon as possible. Audrey's casual question today was a good opportunity. Audrey, in order to digest the potion and due to her status, was destined to attend many aristocratic banquets. As long as she helped him publicize it, it would soon spread throughout the entire aristocratic circle. Avon's idea was commonplace in his previous life, but in this world, it was a very novel and easy to understand concept. Hibbert and Audrey exchanged glances, both sensing the business opportunity. Thinking of the Hall family's several long idle manors in the suburbs of Backland, which had little annual output, and Backland's even larger middle class, they both had an impulse to imitate Avon's approach. But they suppressed the urge to delve deeper and ask for advice, because they had serious business with Avon today. This is truly a good idea. If it can indeed bring high returns, it can also be promoted in Backland. The air in Backland has become too poor in recent years, often causing respiratory diseases, so much so that people go to Dichi County in the south for vacation every winter. Backland's weather was unpredictable, often catching people off guard, but the climate in winter was very stable each year, with little rain, snow, or strong winds. The result of this was that in winter, Backland's already very serious air pollution problem would become even worse, and the number of people who died from respiratory diseases was countless. This was also why George III and the Demonist sect planned to carry out the population culling operation in winter. Unfortunately, Due to Avon's continuous secret sabotage, this plan was now basically impossible to achieve. Still, the same saying, conspirators cannot be exposed to sunlight. Although the three great churches still didn't know their plan, being prepared could minimize the impact. Where is Earl Hall? Weren't you with Earl Hall? Avon was very curious about Hibbert and Audrey seeking him out. He wasn't well known in Backland's social circles, so no one paid attention to a small colonel, wandering alone and dejectedly on the periphery. However, Hibbert and Audrey were quite famous. Almost all nobles knew them, especially Audrey, as beautiful young women always leave a deep impression wherever they go. But as soon as they arrived at the manor, they immediately came to find Avon, which led many people observing from a distance to speculate. Some well-informed individuals, who had inquired about Avon's identity, were even eager to come over and join them. Actually, we came to ask for your help today, but I wonder if you have time. Avon took a sip of red wine and said with a smile. Earl Hall and my brother watch out for each other and cooperate well. Hibbert, you're being too formal. It's noisy here, let's find somewhere else to talk. Hibbert naturally also saw those people who were eager to come over, so he was naturally delighted with Avon's request. Soon, they found a study in the manor villa through a waiter and took their seats. Actually, I'm entrusting you to find a woman, but that person is a bit special, possibly a Beander, so I can only shamelessly ask for your help. Oh, a woman, what kind of woman could make you so concerned? Avon had already guessed who Hibbert was looking for, but he couldn't show it on his face. I don't know much about her either. I only know from a brief conversation that her name is Alice. Hibbert said, revealing a hint of shy smile, which, combined with the Hall family's decent looks, could charm a large number of young girls. It seems this mysterious woman must be very beautiful. May I ask where you met this Miss Alice? Avon asked knowingly. At the Intis Embassy a few days ago. The Intis Embassy. That's a storm's eye right now. Although His Majesty has announced the capture of the culprit, it still draws a lot of attention. Avon deliberated his tone, saying hesitantly. That's why I didn't think of directly asking you to help investigate. My sister, Audrey, knows two members of Military Intelligence Section 9, and she wants to entrust this matter to them. However, she's a bit worried they might not put in their full effort, so she hopes to use your name. Hibbert showed that he had already considered the pros and cons for Avon, not directly asking Avon to help him investigate Alice. He only wanted to borrow his name, minimizing Avon's risk to the greatest extent. This mode of behavior, where he considered others at every turn, was very inconsistent with Avon's previous understanding of Hibbert. At the same time, it filled Avon with doubt. Based on his understanding of Audrey, the Military Intelligence Section 9 members she knew were probably Furs and Zio. Given Furs and Zio's character, Audrey could have directly entrusted them. Was there a need to drag him into it? So Avon looked at Audrey with an inquiring gaze, and Audrey nodded slightly to him, clearly hoping Avon would agree first, then explain. Avon thought for a moment. Furs and Zio were both his subordinates, and the entire matter would not exceed his control. Agreeing would be fine, so he said with a smile. All right, you can use my name when you make the entrustment. But what's so special about this woman, besides being a Beander, that you're putting so much effort into finding her? Hibbert used the reason he and Audrey had discussed earlier, brushing it off as a relationship issue. And Avon, listening to the man in front of him openly declare his affection, felt a wave of shame and discomfort sweep over him. Associating it with Klein's cross-dressing in the original work for his faceless role-playing, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. I thought I wouldn't care about this, but I didn't expect it to be so hard to accept when actually facing it. This won't do. I'm someone who will occupy the assassin pathway in the future. How can I feel ashamed because of a transformation? From now on, I need to act more as Alice to overcome these psychological barriers. Although Avon was constantly muttering in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He congratulated Hibbert for having someone in his heart. To be honest, if the Intis Embassy wasn't so sensitive, I would really want to investigate it myself. I want to see what kind of lady could make Lord Hibbert, the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless maidens in Backland, fall so deeply." Hibbert smiled, his face showing a look of longing as he said, "In short, she's a girl you can't forget once you see her." The more Hibbert acted this way, the more intense Avon's strange feelings and shame became. However, fortunately, after Hibbert received Avon's promise, he didn't want to dwell on the matter and instead asked, "I heard the Augustus royal family intends to form a marriage alliance with the Horn family. Is that true?" "It's true. According to the information I know, His Majesty might announce the engagement of the little princess and my brother today." This matter was basically set in stone, so Avon didn't hide it. "My brother has some doubts about this matter. I heard the little princess is just 18, and there's a significant age gap between them. I wonder if they can get along harmoniously." Saying this, Avon looked at Audrey, who had been listening to Hibbert and Avon talk. This was because Audrey and the little princess, Oleana Augustus, were best friends who grew up together. Oleana has always liked battle heroes since she was young. She admired Lord Robert very much a long time ago. I think she will be very happy about this engagement. Audrey didn't expect to learn about her best friend's marriage during this meeting with Avon, and she was clearly surprised. Seeing Avon's inquiring gaze, she revealed a little about the little princess's attitude. In fact, it wasn't just the little princess, Oleana, who had a certain admiration for Robert. Many women under 30 in the entire Backland secretly had a crush on Robert. This was because ever since Robert was chosen by Old Earl to become the heir of the Horn family and entered the sight of Backland's upper society, he had always been the child of someone else's family. Coupled with his flawless appearance, he had always been a hot topic. Male peers often envied his excellence, while females often regarded him as their dream lover. This situation became even more uncontrollable after Robert joined the army, repeatedly achieved military merits, became a battle hero, and the youngest general in the kingdom. Who knows how many young maidens wept when they married, heartbroken that they couldn't wait for Robert to retire and return. And who knows how many young wives, in their midnight dreams, wished they had met him before they were married. After Avon came to Backland, a large part of the reason he wasn't bothered by these issues was because Robert was blocking the way. Avon's standing in the marriage market was much smaller than Robert's. Since Earl Robert's marriage is about to be settled, it will soon be your turn, Avon. To prevent Avon from focusing his attention on investigating Alice, Hibbert spared no effort. Avon gently shook his head, indicating that he had no such intention. Just then, the study door was knocked, and a servant entered, saying that several nobles were looking for Hibbert. Hibbert hesitated, glancing at his sister, but in the end, he bade farewell and left. "Did you give those gentlemen a psychological hint to make them look for Lord Hibbert?" Avon had known for a while that Audrey had something to tell him, so after a brief thought, Avon guessed her little trick. "Nothing can be hidden from you." As expected of Mr. The Strength, who became a high-ranking member of Military Intelligence Section 9 in less than 4 months. Audrey genuinely admired Avon's keenness. Only a spectator would know how seamlessly her arrangements were, but Avon was able to deduce them acutely, which made Audrey only admire him, and then feel an urgent need to be promoted as soon as possible. As soon as Avon heard Audrey directly call him The Strength, he knew she was speaking in her Justice identity, and he became even more serious. Audrey was also a straightforward person, and she knew about the upcoming celebration, so she kept her words short, expressing all her worries about Alice, hoping Avon could personally investigate Alice, who was suspected to be a princess of the Fasak Empire. Avon laughed dumbly. He had exposed Alice's Fasak Empire identity at the Intis embassy merely to see if the matter of Beckerlang's defection could be exposed later, letting Intis and the Fasak Empire argue over it together, causing some trouble for the Fasak Empire and Intis. However, Beckerlang's ruthlessness far exceeded Avon's expectations. He didn't expect that Beckerlang, in order to show loyalty to his new master, would massacre the embassy before leaving, rendering the small secret he left completely useless. After all, when things escalated, it was better not to cause more trouble, lest he get himself entangled. But he didn't expect that Alice's exposure as a Fasak Empire princess would cause Audrey's concern, ultimately prompting her to want Avon to investigate Alice. Avon, who understood everything, could only feel like crying and laughing. Is this the otherworld version of, let the hero investigate the hero, let the strong man investigate the strong man? Thinking of the task Prince Grovel had given him, and the decision he had just made to let Alice be more active, Avon finally agreed to Audrey's request. If what you say is true, then this is indeed a major matter. Perhaps the bloodshed at the Intis embassy is directly related to this Princess Alice. I will investigate it secretly. And rest assured, I will keep this matter confidential, and try my best not to involve the Hall family. Seeing Avon take on the matter, Audrey couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, in her eyes, this matter was very serious and troublesome. And both she and her brother were involved, yet they couldn't ignore it, so she was very grateful to Avon for understanding her difficulties and taking it on without a second thought. Thank you, Mr. Avon, but I don't know what kind of reward I need to pay. Audrey knew that with Avon's wealth, he wouldn't care for monetary rewards, but money was the only valuable thing she had, so she felt a bit disheartened. Avon also understood that Audrey couldn't offer him anything now. Besides, this matter was also an opportunity for him to solidify Alice's identity, at least officially in the Loan Kingdom. So he didn't mention payment and instead said, "Don't worry about the reward. On the contrary, I should thank you for providing me with this important clue. This is helpful for restoring what happened at the Intis embassy. In fact, if it weren't for your inhibitor's special identities, which require consideration of political implications, just based on this clue alone, I would have to give you a reward for reporting it." Audrey smiled, knowing Avon's good intentions, but she didn't refuse. Just as she was about to say something more, she suddenly heard military music outside, realizing that His Majesty might have arrived. She could only leave the study with Avon and go outside the villa. At the wide main entrance of the manor, all arriving guests stood in solemn silence, divided into rows on either side, with only the military band nearby diligently playing, "God Save the King." Not long after, a group of royal guards, dressed in red military uniforms, white trousers, with sashes and holding rifles, appeared in sight. They marched in neat formation, dividing into two lines. Because there was a road more than 10 meters wide in front of the royal manor, the two lines of guards stood on either side, with a guard stationed every few meters, their military insignia on their shoulders gleaming exceptionally brightly under the sunlight. Following the guards was the royal carriage. On the carriage was an emblem of a judgment sword, pointing vertically downwards, with a ruby crown on its hilt. This was a symbol of the Augustus royal family passed down since the Fourth Epoch. His Majesty George III, pulling his beautiful queen, descended from the carriage and walked together on the red carpet towards the manor. Behind them followed a considerable number of princes and princesses. Wherever they passed, nobles and parliament members bowed their heads. In the crowd, Avon saw the long unseen third Prince Edsac Augustus. He was no different from a few months ago. After the royal family members entered the manor, more carriages arrived one after another. The carriages were only one rank lower than the royal carriage, clearly belonging to a group of influential figures at the top of the Loan Kingdom who had come with the king. Duke Nigan, Earl Hall, Earl Robert, Prime Minister Ogwyd, and various ministers, as well as ambassadors from various countries, successively dismounted from their carriages and followed in the footsteps of the royal family members into the manor. Upon entering the manor, the royal family members changed their clothes inside the villa, while everyone else waited outside for an audience and to offer birthday congratulations to His Majesty. The various nobles who had arrived earlier at the manor naturally sought out their own acquaintances, looking for people they knew to build connections. Avon naturally went to find his brother, and Audrey naturally went to find her father. Because Earl Hall and Robert's status was too high, when their group gathered to chat, no one was tactless enough to disturb them, so Avon and Audrey easily squeezed to their side. As soon as he arrived, Avon heard Earl Hall congratulate Robert. Princess Oleana is His Majesty's youngest and most beloved daughter, so she has always been doted upon. His Majesty's decision to marry the little princess to you this time shows great trust in you." When saying this, Duke Nigan's tone was a bit sour. After all, 2 years ago he had also proposed to His Majesty for his son, but it was unsuccessful. Besides, there was also a hint of jealousy, because Robert's life was too much like the protagonist of a popular novel Rosal the Great wrote in his early years. He became famous at a young age, was handsome and dashing, had noble status, held high power, and now he even married His Majesty's most beloved little princess. More importantly, at their level, they had vaguely guessed that Robert might have great talent on the Beander pathway. A demigod in the future was foreseeable. How could this not make Duke Nigan, who was already past 50 and gradually feeling a bit out of his depth, feel jealous? And it wasn't just Duke Nigan who had such emotions. Other political bigwigs also couldn't hide a hint of sourness when congratulating Robert. Among them, Earl Hall's eyes showed some regret, because he had once considered marrying his daughter Audrey to Robert after she came of age. Noble men in the Lowen Kingdom married late. It was common for newlywed couples to have an age difference of more than 10 years. However, all his plans were shattered when George III informed them in advance about the little princess's marriage, leaving Earl Hall to sigh with regret in his heart now. Robert naturally felt the emotions of his colleagues, but he didn't know how to respond. Seeing Avon walking with Audrey, he had a thought and then said, "His Majesty's regard in engaging Princess Oleana to me has settled a major life event for me. The next big event for the Horn family will be to find a suitable wife for my poor younger brother, who lost his parents at a young age." Robert's words seemed to trigger a switch, causing everyone present to look in unison at the bewildered Avon and Miss Audrey, who was beside him. Chapter 272 Scheming. After Robert's reminder, all the bigwigs present suddenly realized that Robert's younger brother Avon was also a young talent no less than him. His achievements were no weaker than Robert's back then. At such a young age, he had already earned a hereditary baronetcy and a fief by virtue of his merits. The main reason Avon was overlooked was that his brother's current brilliance was too dazzling, overshadowing him. If Avon were to be singled out for scrutiny, it would be clear that he was practically a younger version of Robert, and given time, he might well become the next Robert Horn. Thinking of this, the eyes of the political bigwigs with daughters of marriageable age turned a little green. Everyone knew that Robert and his younger brother had a very good relationship. He had practically raised his brother himself, and an elder brother was like a father. Marrying into Earl Robert's family was equivalent to gaining a powerful political ally, and marrying Avon could not only win over Robert but also gain a promising young talent as a son-in-law, which was an incredibly profitable deal. However, seeing Miss Audrey, who had arrived with Avon, everyone secretly cursed Earl Hall as an old fox, having already put effort into Avon early on. Furthermore, they were all familiar with Miss Audrey, and comparing her to their own daughters or granddaughters inevitably made them feel somewhat inadequate. Earl Hall, however, was completely unaware of his colleagues' silent curses, merely instinctively scrutinizing Avon. He had always had a good impression of Avon. The banquet Avon attended upon his debut in Backland was hosted by their family. At that time, he already felt that Avon was no ordinary person, and even considered matching him with Audrey. In the end, it was out of love for his daughter, wanting to keep her by his side for a few more years, that he temporarily abandoned this plan. However, because of this thought, and because of his good relationship with Robert, he had always paid attention to Avon's development. Although Earl Hall had long concluded that Avon was no ordinary person, Avon's progress still far exceeded his initial estimates. In just a few months, Avon had repeatedly achieved extraordinary feats on the intelligence battlefield, earning rewards from His Majesty and, riding the coattails of his brother's reforms, becoming a powerful figure in military intelligence Section 9. Coupled with the recent stimulus of George III betrothing his daughter to Robert, Earl Hall now began to consider arranging a match between Avon and Audrey again. However, thinking of the discussions he had heard about Avon's private life, Earl Hall, who was very fond of Audrey, held back from speaking, appearing very conflicted. Duke Nigan, also present, looked at Avon with a complex expression. He, too, was deeply impressed by Avon, as the Government Employee Examination Recruitment Act that he and Robert had jointly promoted came from Avon's hand. He had even questioned it with other Conservative Party bigwigs at Earl Hall's house. At that time, he had proposed recruiting Avon, hoping he could join the Navy, but Avon had brushed him off with a laugh, and he hadn't paid too much attention at the time. But looking at the younger Avon, and then at Robert standing beside him, treating him as an equal, and thinking of his own son, who was only of average talent, a strong surge of jealousy arose in his heart, jealousy towards the deceased old Earl. Although the old Earl had lost his own children, he had found two exceptionally outstanding heirs who continued the glory of the Horne family. This made Duke Nigan, who often worried about the next generation of heirs, feel a pang of sadness. However, while Duke Nigan felt sad, his political instinct also alerted him, because he also saw Audrey, who had come with Avon. Currently, the Conservative Party, which represents the interests of the great nobles, is basically divided into three factions. The old faction represented by Duke Nigan, the younger faction represented by Robert Horne, and the enlightened faction represented by Earl Hall. This was a relatively healthy power distribution structure, but with the passage of time, the decline of the old faction and the rise of the new faction were only a matter of time. Even if the old faction's influence gradually waned, Duke Nigan wouldn't have to worry too much, as he had too many bargaining chips for division and co-option. But what if the leaders of these two factions were to marry? Feeling his power was in danger of being usurped, Duke Nigan almost instinctively wanted to eliminate this possibility, and nearly blurted out, wanting to directly introduce his daughter to Avon, or his son to Audrey. But ultimately, he was a figure who had governed the Lowen Kingdom's political scene for over a decade. He swallowed his words, and instead of discussing Avon's marriage based on Robert's earlier statement, he said to Avon, "Robert told me that you suggested he incorporate the newly formed Strategic Support Force into the Navy's sequence." Avon, who was inwardly rolling his eyes at Robert's attempt to shift the blame, was startled that Duke Nigan suddenly brought this up publicly. But he quickly focused his mind and looked at Duke Nigan, saying calmly, "Yes, Your Grace. I believe the kingdom's future strategic direction still lies in the struggle for colonies, so it would be more appropriate for the Strategic Support Force to be placed within the Navy's sequence." Duke Nigan came from the Navy, and establishing the Strategic Support Force was the most important matter in Robert and Avon's hearts, so he had to be extremely vigilant when facing Duke Nigan. There will be a high-level gathering at the Naval Club next week. If you have time, you can go and see, you should gain something. Avon was somewhat surprised by Duke Nigan's sudden show of goodwill, but he didn't have time to think much and excitedly replied, "I will definitely go." Robert, who was nearby, heard Duke Nigan's overture and was momentarily unsure what he was thinking, but he also felt it wasn't a bad thing, so he didn't speak casually. After Avon finished speaking with Duke Nigan, Audrey stepped forward and hugged Earl Hall's arm while greeting the others. Just as Earl Hall was about to ask Audrey how she came to be with Avon, a tall man with a long face and a white wig emerged from the villa, informing everyone that they could now proceed to meet His Majesty. After a period of bustling, the various nobles lined up, with families as units, status as the basis, and seniority determining the order. Avon was considered the youngest hereditary noble in the Lowen Kingdom, having already established his own household. Regardless of seniority or age, he should have been among the last to be received. However, he benefited from Robert not being married and unable to bring a wife, and was ranked 7th with Robert. Once everyone was lined up, Duke Nigan, guided by the palace attendant, entered the villa with his young and beautiful wife, Lady Delia, and his somewhat prematurely aged sons. While waiting in boredom, Avon kept his eyes on the noble who had emerged from the villa to announce the audience. He was Viscount Stratford, His Majesty King George III's most trusted chief palace guard. He was once a subordinate of Hugh's father. After Hugh's father was executed for treason, he unexpectedly gained George III's trust, ascended to the position of chief guard, and led the purge of Hugh's father's former subordinates. When Avon first began to make a name for himself in Military Intelligence Section 9, And everyone noticed Hugh by his side. It was Viscount Stratford who planned to trip him up from behind. However, his plan had not yet truly begun to be implemented when Avon, like a rocket soaring to the sky, shot straight up and was no longer someone he could easily interfere with. Afterwards, he did not seek trouble for Avon or Hugh again. It is unknown if someone had given him a hint, or if he already knew that Avon was no longer that Avon, and there was no need to worry about Hugh causing trouble. If it was the former, then that was fine. If it was the latter, then Avon would have to pay attention to this person. After all, replacing Avon with a trick of the cat for the prince would absolutely cause Robert and them to fall out, and the Augustus family should keep this matter strictly confidential. If Viscount Stratford truly knew about this matter, then this person must not be simple. Avon might ask Hugh to pay attention to this person next. Right, I haven't seen Furs for several days. I wonder how the plan I gave her about approaching the Abraham family is progressing. If I could establish contact with the Abraham family before I get Alger's ghost ship, I might be able to obtain a Beander characteristic of the traveler. Catherine Grye's grandfather, the craftsman demigod Collins, still owes me a favor. Perhaps I can ask him to help me combine the ghost ship with the traveler Beander characteristic, turning it into something similar to King of the Five Seas Nastor's mount, capable of traversing the spirit world. After all, according to the records of Military Intelligence Section 9 and Lord of the Mysteries, his mount was created by the Solomon Empire sacrificing a traveler. Perhaps it was because Avon was imagining his future magnificent mount that he kept staring at Viscount Stratford, causing the latter to sense it and look towards Avon. Avon did not evade, but met Viscount Stratford's gaze with a friendly smile and nodded at him. And Viscount Stratford also responded with a warm smile. Robert noticed Avon's interaction with Viscount Stratford and casually asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" "Nothing. I just recalled that a few years ago, it was this Viscount who exposed Mason Dill's rebellion to His Majesty." Robert frowned, as if remembering something, then asked, "I remember you have a subordinate who is Mason Dill's daughter. When you first joined Military Intelligence Section 9, you quickly gained a foothold through her identity, right? And caught the eye of the Church of the Night Goddess." Robert had always believed that Avon entered the Evernight Goddess and the Church's sight because he performed well in Military Intelligence Section 9, and coupled with the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order's interest in him, he became a favored one. Avon had never corrected Robert's error. After all, the Evernight Goddess having favored Avon since Tingen was clearly less convincing than this explanation. You need to be mindful of your actions. This is a crucial period for us as well. Robert clearly misunderstood Avon's intention, thinking Avon wanted to overturn Mason Dill's case, so he couldn't help but remind him. Avon nodded in agreement, but said nothing more. Robert knew Avon's character, and seeing him nod, he felt relieved and paid no further attention. There were many people to be received, so George III could not allocate too much time to each person, even for top nobles. Thus, it was soon the turn of Robert and Avon, the two brothers. After tidying his military uniform and checking his medals, Robert and Avon, led by an attendant, walked into the villa's grand ballroom, which could accommodate thousands of people. They bowed to George III and his Empress, who were seated on the throne. The sides were filled with George III's siblings, and their children or his own children. So much so that Avon couldn't even steal a glance to find his future sister-in-law. After Robert and Avon bowed, George III majestically raised his hand, signaling the brothers to stand upright, while the Empress beside him looked at Robert with a gentle smile and said, "You can relax a little, after all, we will all be family from now on." A mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks, the more pleasing he becomes. Originally, the Queen was very unhappy when she heard that George III had found a husband more than 10 years older for her beloved youngest daughter. After all, regarding her children's marriages, the Queen leaned more towards the emotional side and was less willing to consider political factors, even though her marriage to George III was a typical political marriage. So, although Robert had a great reputation, the Queen was most concerned about age. Moreover, as a princess of the Fanapotter Kingdom, a union between the Castile family and the Augustus family, the queen had significant influence in court affairs and matters concerning her children. If it weren't for the wishes of the little princess, Princess Oleana Augustus, the queen would have long ago vetoed this marriage alliance. However, after agreeing to this marriage and knowing that things could no longer be changed, the queen let go of her dissatisfaction with his age. She then examined Robert's qualities from various other angles and began to see his shining points. He was high-ranking and powerful, very capable, had no scandalous news, and, more importantly, came from a good background. As a princess of the Castile family, the queen was aware of the Horn family's origins. The Horn family, to some extent, was the legitimate line of the Einhorn family. The little princess marrying Robert was not considered marrying down, and more importantly, even after marriage, the little princess could remain in Backland, close to her. After comprehensive consideration, the queen became increasingly satisfied with Robert's qualities, finally admitting in her heart that George III had found a good match for the little princess. Compared to the queen, who grew happier and happier looking at her son-in-law, George III was more focused on the issue of reform. He asked a few questions about government affairs, and then turned his gaze to Avon, who was standing beside Robert, and said, "Earl Robert has already told me that both the establishment of the Strategic Support Force and the development of the aircraft were your ideas. I'm making such a big fuss today all for the demonstration of your aircraft. How about it, do you have the confidence to conquer everyone?" "Of course," Avon said decisively. Avon's answer clearly pleased George III, who praised him repeatedly, hinting at his intention to heavily rely on him, which made the surrounding royal family members who were watching begin to harbor their own thoughts about Avon, with some age-appropriate young ladies' eyes sparkling and whispering. Even Robert was inwardly pleased, because his goal at this stage, besides gaining deeper trust from George III, was to have Avon be the chosen candidate to form the Strategic Support Force. This was also the reason he exposed Avon's role in these matters today in front of George III and many colleagues. Now, seeing George III's intention, it was clear he planned to heavily rely on Avon, and Robert was naturally very happy. However, Robert didn't know that George III's behavior was actually for him and for others to see, so that when Avon was heavily relied upon, it wouldn't cause too much discussion, as he had already given a heads up. In George III's eyes, the Avon who had been replaced was the one he could truly control, and the truly suitable main general for this soon-to-be-formed army in his heart. Was there a more reliable candidate than Avon, who was essentially a sealed artifact? George III couldn't even fully trust the members of the Augustus family now, let alone others. Also, in the past 2 days, the branch of the Augustus family controlling Ceres County remained silent, which only deepened his suspicion. Under such delicate circumstances, how could George III entrust the new army to someone he couldn't trust 100%? George III cordially asked Avon a few questions about his recent situation, chatted briefly with Robert, and then had the attendant lead them away. George III had many people to meet today and couldn't spend too much time on them. Soon, the attendant led Robert and Avon out of the villa through another exit, arriving at an open-air barbecue luncheon. At this time, many guests had already gathered there, most of whom were members of parliament, socialites, university professors, lifetime nobles, and religious figures who were not qualified to be received by George III individually at the moment. The 3 great churches all showed great respect to George III. The archbishops stationed in Backland were all present today. Of course, there were also ambassadors from various countries who had already expressed their blessings to George III, various branches of the Loan Kingdom, etc. Duke Nigan, who had just finished his audience before Robert and Avon, was now representing George III, who could not be in 2 places at once, in receiving guests from various countries. As a powerful figure in the Loan Kingdom, Robert could not remain aloof. After giving Avon a few instructions, he joined the reception line. Avon glanced at the composition of the crowd's circles and had no interest in joining them. He merely greeted Archbishop Anthony of the Night Church, then, as before, found a secluded spot, watching the chefs busy at the barbecue grill and selecting his favorite parts. Waiting is always the most boring, but George III had too many people to meet today, and it took a full 2 hours for the ceremony to conclude, leaving the idle Avon utterly bored. During this time, it wasn't that no one tried to get close to Avon, but they were all ignored by him. When more and more people gathered at the open-air barbecue, George III finally finished his receptions and arrived late with his entire family. Upon George III's arrival, all the guests, led by the first prince and Duke Nigan, raised their glasses together to congratulate George III on his non-round, non-zero birthday. After George III accepted the blessings of everyone present, he brought out his youngest unmarried daughter and solemnly announced the marriage alliance between the Augustus family and the Horn family. Everyone present once again raised their glasses together under George III's lead to celebrate this matter. Regarding the marriage alliance between the LotM kingdom and the Horn family, apart from a few major nobles who had been informed by George III in advance, other members of parliament, small and medium nobles, and socialites learned of this news for the first time. Seeing the high-spirited and promising Earl Robert, expressions of envy and jealousy were evident. This was not only because the opportunity to marry into the LotM kingdom was rare, but also because the little princess's beauty amazed everyone, especially her shy look with a slight blush when she secretly glanced at Robert, which was even more enchanting. It was also at this moment that Avon saw Princess Oriana, famous in Backland, for the first time. Even after seeing two half-god demonists known for their beauty and purity, seeing the elegant and distinguished Miss Amanda, and Miss Audrey, renowned throughout the LotM kingdom, Avon was still successfully stunned by Princess Oriana's beauty, believing she was absolutely no less than any beauty he had seen in his 2 lives. Although this engagement was not initiated by Robert and brought him considerable trouble, he also understood that it brought him great benefits. He was not an unreasonable person and would not cause trouble at this time like some inexplicable male protagonists in novels. So, he initiative stepped forward, under the gaze of all the guests present, approached the little princess, and lightly kissed her hand, drawing cheers from all the guests. Subsequently, Viscount Stratford, in charge of court affairs, announced that to celebrate His Majesty's birthday, the Backland Academy of Sciences would present an aircraft and hold a flight demonstration. During this period, rumors about this groundbreaking aircraft had spread throughout Backland. Almost everyone knew that George III's grand celebration of his non-round, non-zero birthday was to build momentum for this aircraft, so everyone became curious about this never-before-seen aircraft. So, when they heard that the flight demonstration was about to begin, almost everyone showed expectant gazes. Viscount Stratford consulted George III, and upon receiving permission, waved his hand towards the distance. 3 bright red signal flares rose into the sky in succession, exploding in the air. Then, everyone followed Viscount Stratford's gaze towards the distant sky. Soon, they heard a faint, buzzing sound like a mosquito. A few small dots appeared from the distant sky, flying closer and closer. Gradually, people could clearly see what the legendary aircraft looked like. The slender aircraft had upper and lower wings that airships lacked. Its nose had a rapidly spinning fan, almost imperceptible in form, rotating frantically. Below the aircraft were 2 large tires, over a meter high, clearly essential components for the aircraft's landing and takeoff. Each aircraft had only 1 pilot. The dream of flight had already been realized when Emperor Rosal invented the airship, but airships were always known for their clumsiness. When had the people present ever seen an aircraft so swift and agile? In this era of great contention, almost all nobles and socialites had military experience. Before the demonstration even began, they all realized that this aircraft's flight speed and maneuverability were far superior to airships. And they quickly associated this aircraft with its advantages in aerial combat, and everyone's faces visibly flushed. George III was clearly well prepared. Seeing that everyone's emotions were aroused, he quickly had people distribute the pre-prepared binoculars. And when everyone had their binoculars, more than a dozen biplane propeller aircraft began their performance. They performed many unimaginable aerial maneuvers, soaring into the sky at times, diving low at others, crisscrossing in the air, or spinning and ascending, causing everyone below to flush and exclaim repeatedly. Several young noble scions, disregarding their status, climbed onto the roofs of nearby carriages, just to get a clearer view. The speed and agility of the aircraft greatly satisfied their curiosity, making them wish they could pull the pilots down and fly themselves right then. Finally, the more than a dozen aircraft formed a simple longsword pattern in the sky, symbolically representing the Augustus family of the Loan Kingdom, before bringing the flight demonstration back to George III's birthday celebration. After receiving enthusiastic applause from everyone below, they turned and left the sky above the Loan Kingdom's manor, soaring away. Because the phlogiston required by the aircraft is precious, it cannot perform for a long time, but rest assured, the quality of the aircraft is absolutely no problem. Seeing how short the flight demonstration was, everyone turned their gaze to George III, who had a constant smile on his face. And George III obviously couldn't explain himself, so his spokesman, Viscount Stratford, continued to clarify for everyone. Because Viscount Stratford's explanation was reasonable, everyone immediately accepted it and then began a heated discussion. Avon listened to the discussions of several generals nearby and found that everyone was very enthusiastic and very optimistic about the application of this aircraft in future wars. So, he exchanged glances with Robert in the distance and nodded slightly, knowing that the plan to establish an air force could be pushed forward, though the details still needed to be discussed. What Avon could realize, George III also understood perfectly. At the same time, he valued Avon, this sealed artifact who had spent a long time beside the former Black Emperor Rosal, even more. Because according to Avon's confession to Prince Grovel, his idea of forming an air force originated from the influence of Emperor Rosal back then. At the same time, it further strengthened his decision to heavily rely on Avon in the future, not only for his advanced military concepts derived from Emperor Rosal, but also because he himself was the ideal candidate to better utilize these aircraft's effectiveness. The Faesac Empire was able to dominate the sky with its clumsy airships, and the gathering authority of the Hunter pathway could be said to have played an indispensable role. The current Avon is not only regarded by George III as an aid on his path to godhood, but also as a crucial part of completely defeating the Faesac Empire, coupled with the uniqueness of the Horn family and the soothsayers' prophecy from back then, which made George III believe even more that he was the chosen one. Amidst the congratulations of several political magnates, whether sincere or feigned, George III did not rush to finalize matters while the enthusiasm was high. Instead, he announced the afternoon's hunting activity. It was a rare good day in Backland, and everyone gathered together, so naturally, they would engage in the traditional noble hunting activity. The main reason George III did this was actually to let the matter ferment further, to discuss it in a small meeting during the evening ball, hoping to gain greater support. Other nobles without decision-making power had time for discussions, collective hunting, and even social courtship. However, other high-ranking officials who could influence the major national policies of the Loan Kingdom had to discuss in advance. It was impossible for them to wait until evening to produce mature opinions. So, after George III announced that everyone was free to move about, the political magnates collectively returned to the villa of the Loan Kingdom's manor to continue discussions, while the remaining people went hunting or socializing. George III's princes naturally had no decision-making power, so they all remained where they were, helping their father entertain guests and consolidating their own influence. And Natasha, the famous socialite Viscountess Morgan of Backland, also sought out Triss, who was on the periphery of this banquet. Since the great battle at Red Rose Manor, the organization has been monitoring your situation. How do you feel? Natasha was utterly charming, throwing flirtatious glances at the regular guests of her manor while talking to Triss. To outsiders, it looked like two dissolute women establishing a connection. Triss made no attempt to hide her displeasure with Natasha, sneering, "Am I not just a hostage in your cooperation with the Loan Kingdom? Stop pretending, you wouldn't think I don't know, would you? Every aspect of my situation is in your control. It was only after the great battle at Red Rose Manor that Triss realized the mission the Demonist sect had given her, to infiltrate Third Prince Edsac Augustus's side, was merely a pretext. She was actually just a hostage in the cooperation between the two sides. Moreover, it was precisely because he had spent so much time with Edsac Augustus that he realized there were true and false versions of the so-called Theosophy order. And it was clear that he had joined the Demonist sect's impersonated Theosophy order, because the true Theosophy order would not recruit men, Avon being an exception. It was precisely this discovery that the Demonist sect was merely using him that made Triss, who had already joined the Aurora order, become estranged from them. If it were just like this, Triss wouldn't have minded much. He even wanted to take this opportunity to actively advance, and Edsac Augustus was very infatuated with him, almost fulfilling his every request and actively assisting him, allowing him to complete his acting and gather all the materials in a short time, successfully advancing to sequence 6 feet Demoness of Pleasure. However, the problem arose after his successful advancement. Triss suddenly found himself becoming less and less like himself. His mind was unusually hazy, he often felt disoriented, and his emotions were beyond his control. This situation reminded Triss of losing control, which he often heard about, and he suspected that there might have been a deviation in his acting. But after examining himself, he dismissed this conjecture and began to suspect that the Demonist sect was secretly manipulating him. Under these circumstances, Triss thought of the Aurora Order, which actively courted and valued him, and naturally had no good feelings towards the Demonist sect. But I'm not asking about your recent situation on behalf of the Demonist sect, but on behalf of your contact in Backland, Mr. A, and the one who developed you, Mr. Z. Natasha ignored Triss's reaction and instead said, teasingly, 2 names that made Triss's heart tremble. Triss's love and mission. Upon hearing the names of Mr. A and Mr. Z, Triss shot up from her seat, causing the nobles who had been secretly observing them to cast inquisitive glances. The maids, who had been tasked by the Augustus family to monitor them, feigned urgency but were internally alert as they approached. No need to serve me. I just felt a bit numb from sitting. Don't come over and interrupt my chat with Viscountess Morgan. Seeing Natasha calm and unhurried, Triss quickly regained her composure. She dismissed the maids while gracefully reseating herself. What nonsense are you spouting? What Mr. A? What Mr. Z? Although you are my superior, you have no right to slander me. Triss looked at the person opposite her with a cold glint in her eyes, speaking words she didn't even believe herself. Of course, he didn't expect such words to clear his name. Since Natasha had openly spoken the names of Mr. A and Mr. Z, 2 Aurora Order leaders with whom he had direct contact, it meant that even if they had no evidence, the Demonist sect no longer trusted him. Triss's words, which sounded like self-defense, were ostensibly to express grievance, but in essence, they were a demand for Natasha to feign ignorance now, giving him time and space, otherwise, he would go down fighting. Feeling the spider silk emanating from Triss, Natasha was startled. Although Avon had mentioned before she came that Triss might have advanced to sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure, and she was somewhat prepared, she still felt a pang of sadness when this was confirmed. Natasha is essentially a patchwork, so she also experiences the emotions of her original body. Natasha subtly glanced at the spider silk that had already spread around her, took a sip of the excellent red wine provided by the royal family, licked her lips, and said disdainfully, "If the Demonist sect truly suspected you, they wouldn't send me to confront you. They would simply control you secretly and make you disappear without a trace." The transparent spider silk in the air paused, then retracted back into Triss's body. Demonesses are very sensitive to the malice in people's hearts, which stems from the blessing of the Sequence 8 instigator. Triss knew that Natasha was also a Sequence 6 Demoness of Pleasure, not a Demoness of Afflictions who required a ritual to advance, so he believed Natasha's malice could not be hidden from him. Thus, he voluntarily retracted the spider silk, showing sincerity and friendliness. "You said, Demoness sect. What does that mean?" Mentioning his own family in front of him, but using the term, Demoness sect, which outsiders commonly used, this change in address was very strange, as if Natasha was discussing an unrelated third-party organization, and not the family that gave him life and raised him. Because I am speaking to you as a member of the Aurora Order, representing Mr. Billion, the current leader of the Aurora Order. Natasha spoke words that greatly shocked Triss, causing him to lose his composure and almost stand up again. However, he ultimately did not stand up again. It wasn't that he controlled himself, but that he had been firmly bound by the spider silk controlled by Natasha. Just as Triss was greatly alarmed, thinking Natasha was turning hostile and preparing to release black flame along the spider silk to burn Natasha, Natasha retracted the spider silk wrapped around him, picked up her wine glass again, and took a sip of red wine, as if nothing had happened. Triss took a deep breath, understanding that this was Natasha's response to his earlier threat, and also realizing that although they had no sequence gap, their strength differed greatly. You are an Aurora Order member. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? You're not an outsider like me, you're a direct descendant within the Demonist sect. Triss couldn't believe Natasha's words. One must know that Natasha was the daughter of Katarina Pell, the Demoness of Undying, and Katarina Pell was the daughter of the primordial Demoness's eldest daughter, the greatest leader within the Demonist sect. He was a legitimate direct descendant within the Demonist sect. How could he betray the Demonist sect? Moreover, he no longer concealed the fact that he had joined the Aurora Order, because denial was useless. Natasha looked at Triss with a strange expression, making Triss feel very uncomfortable. He recalled his words and felt there was no problem. If the primordial Demoness's divine descent vessel can join the Aurora Order and believe in the true Creator, what's so special about me, an ordinary member who doesn't know how many brothers and sisters I have, joining the Aurora Order? What primordial Demoness's divine descent vessel? Me. Triss finally reacted to whom the primordial Demoness's divine descent vessel referred, and he stood there dumbfounded. Of course it's you. Although the Demonist sect also recruits outsiders, they generally recruit their lovers, especially those who leave seeds and have children with them. Why would you become a witch without meeting either of those conditions, if not because your acting talent in the assassin pathway is very high, and you also bear some resemblance to the primordial Demoness, so they want to cultivate you into the primordial Demoness's divine descent vessel, which is why they broke the rules and kept cultivating you. As Natasha said this, she couldn't help but scrutinize Triss, because she had only learned about Triss's secret from Avon a few days ago. Before that, she knew nothing, so she was very curious and wanted to see where Triss resembled the primordial Demoness. And as Natasha scrutinized Triss, Triss was also recalling everything that had happened to him, especially during his time in Theosophy Order, his teacher's cultivation, the important mission he received to infiltrate Edsac Augustus's side as soon as he joined the Demonist sect, and the demigod-level battle that erupted after Mr. A came to Red Rose Manor to find him, as well as his recent abnormalities. So that's it. No wonder the Demonist sect attached so much importance to Mr. A's infiltration of Red Rose Manor, and the royal family even sealed Red Rose Manor for nearly 2 months under the pretext of Edsac Augustus's assassination. So the problem was with me. Natasha's words answered Triss's past doubts, and at the same time, a chill ran down his spine. He felt like a puppet being manipulated, a small insect trapped in amber, unable to control anything, only able to watch his fate be played with by others, without the slightest ability to resist. Is this my destiny? No, I will never accept such a destiny. Triss's clenched fists bulged with veins, and he gnashed his teeth, wishing he could self-destruct on the spot, risking his life to destroy the Demonist sect's plan. Triss, who bore some resemblance to the primordial Demoness, could never be someone who submitted to fate and allowed others to manipulate him. But soon, the instinct for survival made him reject his own idea, while his brain rapidly thought about how to survive. Almost without hesitation, Triss refocused his gaze on Natasha. Only forces of the same level could contend with evil gods and evil god organizations. The 7 gods and the 7 great churches were out of the question. If they knew of his existence, they would eliminate him at all costs. This could only be a last resort. Only when he was certain that he could not escape and had no chance of survival would Triss adopt this plan. He was not lacking the courage to self-destruct at the last moment and splatter the demonist sect with blood. Among the evil god organizations, the one he was most familiar with was, of course, the Aurora Order, which believed in the true creator, and Natasha had now admitted to being a member of the Aurora Order. However, Tris still needed to perform some verification, because he only dared to believe 70% of what Natasha, who told him the truth, said. The other 30% was untrustworthy because Natasha's actions could still be a conspiracy by the demonist sect, hoping to use him to strike at the Aurora Order and play a counter-espionage game, which was very possible. You say you are an Aurora Order member, do you have any proof? Natasha, or rather Avon and Mr. A, had long prepared for Tris's distrust, so Natasha calmly took out a letter, handed it to Tris, and recounted the details of Mr. A's initial contact with him. Tris listened to Natasha's narration while tearing open the envelope. As expected, it was the letter Mr. Z had written to Mr. A, explaining Tris's situation. This was the second time Tris had seen this letter. The first time was when he first arrived in Backland and met Mr. A for the first time. Mr. A had given it to him to read. As a demoness, Tris could confirm that the letter in his hand was the original, not a copy made by so-called mystical means. This letter should have been destroyed after you first read it, but the situation was very critical at the time. The demonist sect, Theosophy Order, 3 great churches, Military Intelligence Section 9, and the Augustus family were all frantically searching for Mr. A. To prevent an accident to himself and for you to lose contact with the organization, Mr. A kept this letter as proof of identity. Now that Mr. A is no longer suitable to stay in Backland, he handed this letter to Mr. Z, so that he could use it as a credential to contact you. Now that you have seen it, you can destroy it. It is, after all, a hidden danger and a nuisance. Tris, of course, understood that Mr. A's original intention in keeping this letter might not have been as simple as Natasha said, but he was not in the mood to dwell on it. Instead, he directly crumpled the letter into a ball, used spider silk to cut it into extremely fine powder, and then burned it with black flame, disposing of it thoroughly. After everything was handled, Tris did not relax, but instead asked back seriously. Mr. Z sent you to contact me, what does he want me to do? Although he viewed the Aurora Order as the key to breaking his current predicament, Tris was well aware that he was too weak in front of both the demonist sect and the Aurora Order, with no autonomy whatsoever. If the Aurora Order gave him a task he absolutely couldn't complete, then he would have to find another way out. As for the matter of him having chanted the true creator's true name, he no longer cared about it now. Ordinary people might fall into the abyss for chanting an evil god's honorific name, but as the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel, he didn't need to worry too much. Therefore, the Aurora Order's means of control over him were not as strong as imagined. In any case, he was already prepared to turn on the Aurora Order at any time. Let me ask a question first. How much does Edsac Augustus know about your identity? Natasha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when Tris believed her identity after seeing the letter. After all, it was not easy for her to gain the other party's trust given her identity. As long as Tris believed her identity, then the other matters Avon had instructed would be easy to handle. She didn't want to be punished by the Lord for failing the mission. As a patchwork prisoner of the City of Calamity, she no longer wanted to experience those punishments. Edsac Augustus probably knows a bit more than I did before. After the great battle at Red Rose Manor was sealed off, George III sent someone to talk to him secretly. Later, he told me about the cooperation between the Augustus family and the demonist sect. As for whether he knows anything else, I don't know. But I can feel that he is not as calm as he appears on the surface. Over the past 2 months, Tris had tried every method, but couldn't extract more information from Edsac Augustus. However, by leveraging his advantage as a bed partner, he sensed Edsac Augustus's complex emotions, especially towards his father, George III. It seems this third prince already knows that he was made a scapegoat before. To still be able to talk and laugh with people without changing his expression after being betrayed by his closest kin, I truly don't know if he is cowardly or enduring. Natasha sneered as she looked at Edsac Augustus in the distance, who was currently entertaining guests for George III, and was very curious about what he was thinking. Triss also looked at Edsac Augustus in the distance with a complex expression, remaining silent. In fact, ever since George III confronted him, Edsac Augustus and Triss understood that they were both abandoned individuals. They were both pitiable people who might bear all the blame afterwards. So, for the past 2 months, sharing the same plight, they had continuously comforted and encouraged each other, and their feelings naturally progressed rapidly. Although Triss still inwardly maintained his male identity, it didn't prevent him from developing feelings for Edsac Augustus. Especially knowing that he was a divine descent vessel, and that the demoness sect would not easily abandon him, made him feel even more heartache for Edsac Augustus. Alright, I will now convey Mr. Z's words to you. Triss, although it was unexpected that you would become the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel, you don't need to be afraid. The Lord will not abandon any lost lamb. This is my promise as a favored one of the great Creator. And your core mission going forward is to fully instigate Edsac Augustus to leave the Augustus family. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.